of the sport, starred on TV and movie screens, and even blessed by the Pope. For the fans, it's been a melting pot, a place where people from all backgrounds come together for a common goal, picking the next winner. And today we say goodbye to New York City's racetrack, and while the cheers may fade to the past, their echoes endure. The foundation built here lives beyond time. A chapter in the soul of New York City. And very soon, the final act. One more day, 9 more races. Look at that line. Fans arriving early today, here to soak up every last moment here at the Big A. And a live look, Aqueduct Racetrack in South Ozone Park, New York. Historic day, emotional day as racing fans of all generations, one more time they gather at the track affectionately known as the Big A. And welcome everyone, I'm Lafitte Pinkai. Even when you know it's approaching, it's still a little jarring when it arrives. Closing day Aqueduct, since the late 1800s, a New York racing institution. And of course it's sad, this is also a celebration, giving the endurance, giving the longevity, a 132-year run. And yes, come 4:45 Eastern this evening, we will say goodbye to New York City's racetrack and say goodbye to another iconic New York City sports venue, joining the likes of Ebbets Field, 45 years, home of the Brooklyn Dodgers. That closing day you'll see September 24th, 1957. It was 5 days later only the New York Giants would play their last game at the Polo Grounds in Upper Manhattan. Not the last sporting event, but the last Giants game. There have been 4 versions of Madison Square Garden. Version 3, also home to the Rangers and Knicks' 65 combined seasons before both moved mid-season in 68 to MSG. The original Yankee Stadium, 85 years, about 1 million titles at the original Bronx Zoo, Shea Stadium in Queens when the Jets played in New York. 2 decades, in fact, more than twice that for the Mets, still in Flushing at Citi Field. But the longest run of all, that's right, Aqueduct Racetrack from 1894 until today, 132 years. You bet it belongs the Big A among the iconic sports venues of New York City, and very fitting. I welcome in my co-host, who just happens to be Aqueduct's all-time leading jockey, Richie Migliori. Richie, for you, let's start just on a personal level and what it was like walking into the building one final time this morning.
It was kind of heart-wrenching in some respects. There were people lined up, snaking around the building to get in. It was really nice to see that size of a crowd gathering, the excitement level, and I was getting stopped for pictures and autographs, and that part of it was wonderful. But then in true New York style, there was one guy who told me, "You weren't a very good rider, but you rode for Pete Ferriola. That's why you won that many races here." And I told him, thank you, because now I feel like we've got the balance that Aqueduct has always brought.
See, as much as it changed, it really hasn't changed that much. And the crowd here today, ready to take in this final day of racing at Aqueduct. As you take a look at the names of the races, you just have the one stakes race, but the names, the influence by the horses, the people, those names, those who influenced and contributed to making Aqueduct the special place that it is and always has been, starting with race number 1, the Fusai Ichi Pegasus, named after the last horse to win the Wood Memorial and Kentucky Derby, and becoming the first favorite to win a Derby since 1979. That took place back in 2000. The first race around 1:10 Eastern, as we welcome in Acacia Clement to the broadcast. Standing by in the paddock, Acacia, I guess a very happy closing day to you here at Aqueduct.
It's a bittersweet one, that's for sure, Lafitte. Of course, so much excitement and so much pride about our new home at the newly imagined Belmont Park, but we are saying goodbye to a piece of history, and we're really going to keep so many of the wonderful memories that we've had here at Aqueduct, which has been a really special place for me, not only working at NYRO, but before that, when I got my start in horse racing on the Horse Racing Radio Network, I was working here at the Big A, and when I was in college at Fordham University, I would take the train to come and meet family and friends here at Aqueduct on the weekends for some of the big races. A place that I really realized that this was how I could have a career. And what my life has turned out to be is pretty incredible. So it sounds cliche, but truly Aqueduct is a place that changed my life. So I will be looking back with extreme fondness on the Big A, excited for the future, but so thrilled to be sharing this closing day and celebrating such a great run with a jam-packed group of people and fans here this afternoon. It's so wonderful to see, and I'm sure we're going to see even more throughout the afternoon, Lafitte.
Acacia, look forward to you bringing us the sights and sounds from the fans here at Aqueduct and the racing, of course. Today's race is the schedule brought to you by Claiborne Farm, 100 years in the usual, unusually well. The feature event is race 8, the Hettinger. And the final race here at Aqueduct, race 9, around 4:45 Eastern, plus Monmouth Park. The full Sunday program, on-site coverage. We'll say hello to Paul and Megan shortly. But first, a reminder, to get involved, if you want to play this last day at Aqueduct or looking ahead to the summer at Saratoga, get started next Friday. Sign up today, NYRABets.com. When you do so, use that promo code MATCH200. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world. Start winning today. Join now, NYRABets.com. Just getting started here on Fox Sports 2, America's Day at the Races. Yeah, it's changed a little since then. The rebuild that took place in the 50s, it took 4 years, reopened in 1959, and continued until today. Great to have you with us. Closing day, Aqueduct, America's Day at the Races. Paul, Megan, hello.
Got you. Hey, what's up, Lafitte?
How are you guys?
It's really loud and muffled.
Megan, speak at different
I can't hear anything.
tones. See? Can you hear me, Meg?
I can a little bit.
A
Hold
little
on.
bit. I'll keep talking. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
I'm
9,
giving
10.
Joey
Testing for
problems.
Meg.
I can hear you. I can hear you. You're muffled, but I can hear you, Lafitte. Can you hear me?
No, you're loud and clear. How is it out there?
Hello?
Aqueduct is the only racetrack within the confines of the 5 boroughs of New York City and faced intense competition from several other tracks located in the vicinity. True to its nature, the racetrack not only survived, but thrived. Aqueduct underwent an extensive 3-year overhaul and reopened on September 15, 1959, to much fanfare, as it was one of the most modern facilities of its kind. In 1960, Aqueduct presented its first Wood Memorial. The race is New York's premier prep race for the Triple Crown and remains one of the track's signature events, along with the Cigar Mile Handicap and Remsen Stakes. Aqueduct was the first and only track to have a triple dead heat win in a stakes race when Brownie, Bousset, and Wait a Bit hit the wire in tandem. In 1965, it was the site of the largest crowd ever to witness a thoroughbred race at that time in the Empire State, when more than 73,000 packed the stands to see Gunbow in the Metropolitan Mile. The legendary Cigar began his famous 16-race win streak at Aqueduct. He scored impressively in the 1994 Naira Mile as part of that win streak. The race was named in Cigar's honor after he retired in 1997. The last racetrack Secretariat placed his hooves upon was Aqueduct. He was retired there before commencing his stud career at Claiborne Farm. Aqueduct was the second track to host the Breeders' Cup in 1985 and was one of the first sporting venues where Pope John Paul II held Mass in 1995.
That piece could have just as easily ran like an hour. History and significant moments, Aqueduct. The Pope being here, Richie, can you expand on that a little bit?
Oh, it was a big deal. He did a mass from the infield here, and this place was packed.
It was those images. Unbelievable.
He rode down the stretch in the Pope Mobile. I know, I'm not kidding. He really did. You know, he was behind the plexiglass or the bulletproof glass, and he came down the stretch, and then they had set up the pulpit in the infield, and he did a mass from the infield right here.
Unbelievable. Naturally, that'll be as much as the broadcast today as anything else with the live racing, a lot of reflecting and record holders. For example, the gentleman sitting to my left, now and forever set in stone that you will be known as Aqueduct's all-time leading jockey. Can you lend perspective to just a level of pride, Richie?
I am extremely proud of it. Lafitte, it was a lot of work, a lot of years braving tough elements sometimes in the winter, but I always said it was warm in the winner's circle. And Aqueduct afforded me to have a balance in my life that was very elusive and is elusive for most jockeys, most athletes, most people, I guess, where I could ply my trade at home, be done by 4:30, 5 o'clock, be back in my house for dinner time, to have dinner with my family, my wife and my children, instead of chasing Derby horses or going to Florida for the better weather. I dug in because it was the right move for myself and my family. I could balance my professional life and my personal life.
It's a balancing act and very different from other sports. There is no off season in thoroughbred racing, like more time to spend. 9, 10, 11. It is the Fusaichi Pegasus. Fupeg, as he was known, because I don't know, 75% of people watching him couldn't pronounce his name. But this was the day, Richie, that he stamped himself as the horse to beat in the Kentucky Derby a few weeks later.
Yeah, and he had trained here at Aqueduct all week. That was when we still had horses stabled here. And he looked like it was driving a car for Kent DeSormo. You put on the gas a little bit, he'd give you a little more. Tap on the brakes, he'd come back to you. He just looked like he was push button in that respect.
Dominant in the Derby, and yeah, you remember that's when favorites were just toiling in the Derby.
Yeah.
It had been since 1979 that no favorite had won the Kentucky Derby until Fusaichi Pegasus rolled around in 2000.
Yeah, and you know, honestly, the Wood Memorial, because the spacing of racing for horses has gotten elongated, right? And now they're going 4, 5, 6 weeks between races. Back in the day, it was 2 weeks from the Wood Memorial to the Derby. So you were going to get better weather. You were going to have the Derby mid-April. Now, because of having to back it up, it's early April when you can still get inclement weather in New York. A lot of rain that time of year, a little bit of cold. So it's kind of hurt the Wood Memorial over time, but that was the living proof a horse can still win the Derby.
He's the last Wood Memorial winner to capture the run for the Roses, Fusaichi Pegasus, one of so many eventual superstars that shined even brighter on bigger stages. Wood Memorial winner, the Wood Memorial Wall, there it is, which will be moving to the new Belmont Park. We'll be right back. You're watching America's Day at the Races.
Charlatan is the leading second crop sire by stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and graded stakes horses.
Charlatan, ultra impressive. It's a new day for a new king.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime.
Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with weekly promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now and use promo code MATCH200 for a $200 new member bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
Every racehorse has a beginning. For Bond Racing Stable, it all begins right here. At Song Hill Thoroughbreds, generations of horsemanship come together to breed, foal, raise, break, and train the thoroughbred athlete. From first steps on the farm, to mornings on the racetrack, to the winner's circle, every horse is cared for like family. Want to be part of Bond Racing? This is where it all starts. Visit Bond Racing Stable today.
A surging debut at 2, an international tour de force, an explosive winner of 2 sire-making Grade 1 races.
Raging Torrent running the race of his life, and Raging Torrent and Frankie Dettori cruise to victory in the Malibu. Raging Torrent's coming out party is in the Metropolitan Handicap.
Raging Torrent, the next wave in the Lane's End stallion-making tradition.
Unless you were around following the game or even just around in general, I don't think you can know what the phenomenon of Steve Cawthon riding here in 1977 was. To think he ends up winning the Triple Crown, but that winter, 2 6-day wins. He'd be on the front page of the New York Times. He was in the front of Sports Illustrated. Pete Axtone wrote the book, The Kid, about him. The Steve Cawthon phenomenon is something major about the history of New York racing and Aqueduct.
Back at that time, too, we were racing 6 days a week here, off on Sundays. He'd fly to California and ride on Sundays. He made an album, which I'm sure he'd like to forget about, right? And Steve Cawthon sings, too. But, you know, for me, I already knew at that point I wanted to be a jockey. And watching his success, you know, he was a young kid, baby face, and I said, man, if he can do it, maybe I can do it. And I actually stole every single Sports Illustrated he was on the cover from my school library. And to have those as keepsakes, you know, one, he had a big cigar, he was in our Harbor View colors, just phenomenal. So then when I got to follow in his footsteps and started riding at 16, and actually broke his money record, he was the first phone call I got from England. I got back to the jockey's room, and he called to congratulate me on breaking his record. And that was pretty heady stuff, because it was only about 4 years after he was an apprentice.
The American Express card, don't leave home without it.
The Steve Cawthon story, and a lot of it taking place here at Aqueduct, is a huge part of the history of racing.
He was just a great ambassador for the game, an incredible rider, an incredible human being.
Great stuff. What do you mean he recorded an album?
And Steve Cawthon sings too, because I remember I went out and got it. And like I said, I'm making a joke. I mean, I think it was great that Steve had that much notoriety that they would even want him to do it. I'm sure he probably wishes he hadn't have done it, but it was fine. And you know, listen, Cawthon is a lot of the reason why I wanted to do this.
You think you know everything about one of the legends of the sport. Had no idea, and the idea that he would ride here 6 days out of the week and then fly out west to California for Sundays, that's just amazing stuff. All right, I don't know how many races Cawthon won at Monmouth. Would have served as a nice segue, but here we are. The opener, $22,000 claimers on turf. Takeout numbers 1, 2, and 7. A magical marriage, 9 to 5. We have boots on the ground at Monmouth Park. Paul LaDuca, Megan Burgess standing by, guys, and what looks like a picture-perfect afternoon at the Shore's greatest stretch.
Yeah, it's absolutely beautiful, Lafitte, here on a Sunday afternoon. It's classic car day out here in Oceanport, New Jersey. Some unbelievable cars. 8 races on the docket today. You know, we had a ton of rain right when the 8th race ended yesterday, figuring like we'd be a little bit suspect for the turf today. 4 turf races, and we start off here on the turf in race number 1, Megan. I'm kind of with you. I don't understand why the 5 is your longest shot on the board in here.
Jurisprudence, the number 5, after the 1 and the 7 scratch Paul, looks to inherit the controlling speed if he can get out of the gate and break, as he did not do last time out there at 5.5 furlongs on the turf. Now he gets to stretch back out. I do find, Paul, that's exactly what this horse wants to do. He's a big, burly, stout individual that, to me, finds his best game when he's forward and going this 2 turns. And to me, he looked best, and his better races, again, have been longer.
You know, he wired a field 2 starts ago. Now the 3 and the 4 coming out of the same barn. One's 9-3. He hasn't run since September. One is 8 with the 4. He's got 1 race since March of 2025. Who looked the best of those 2?
I'm leaning towards the number 3, Magical Marriage, there for Patrick McBurney off of that 286-day layoff. I will say the McBurney barn the past 5 years, off those 250 to 300-day layoffs, 0 for 8. So likely going to need a start. That's also what I gleaned from him physically here on the racetrack. But he should be tactically meant and aggressive. Back in September of last year, his last race, he was beaten by more forward horses. It was a slow pace that came apart, but you know, he also faced the likes of Sandpipes, who's since come back to be a stakes place type, and Real Sensation also ran well. So cumulatively, he has faster races in this group if he can get back to them off of the bench.
Now Spanish Noble is 6. Right now, your favorite. I kind of like him a little bit. Your worry here is he's 0 for 9 over the Monmouth turf.
And he's also an interesting horse, Paul, in the way that he can lug in, swap leads in the lane. If you go back to that May the 25th race, or excuse me, the April the 25th race on the turf, he was rained off last time out. He stalked the pace from a wide draw, angled out best, and there was no next out winners from that $16,000 claiming group. And you can still tell he wasn't clean and swapping his leads late. So needs to be forward, needs to be aggressively meant in this race, and also has races that make sense. But to me, as far as just judging from the class comparisons of others in this group, I do find him to be a vulnerable favorite.
Okay, let's move towards races 2 and 4, because we need your help on races 2. 2-year-old Colts and Gelding. Race number 4, 2-year-old fillies. Some nice rebred horses in here. Who am I looking for in race number 2 and race number 4 if I'm playing the early pick 5?
Race number 2, keep an eye out for a final minute, the number 4. The Drain the Clock progenies, especially at the 2-year-old sales, have been taking a lot of attention. They've been sharp and quick individuals. And Delgado, Jorge Delgado has some strong numbers doing so. Eddie Owens there, the number 2, even up. This is a strong 2-year-old barn. You're not going to want to leave his horses off of your tickets, especially debuting. But as far as the 4th race is concerned, I've got a little bit of an inclination for the 2 witchy vibes, and I like the 5 and the 6 in that race as well.
Yeah, the filly by Epicenter. The 2 horse in there. It's really fun to see a lot of these sires. Drain the Clock.
Sires,
Drain the Clock's been really good too so far with a lot of his horses. We got 3 more left to load. If you're wagering along with us, good luck. Let's go to Matt Dinnerman. Race number 1 of 8 here on a Sunday from Oceanport, New Jersey on Classic Car Day.
Waiting for Jurisprudence to take his spot. Jurisprudence goes in. 2 back, Spanish Noble. Spanish Noble going in. And to the outside, Tok Tok. We're ready to go. We're off and running at Monmouth Park. A good start for Tok Tok, who's going to the lead from the far outside post. Tok Tok clearing off as they come out of the chute, is clear by about 2 from Jurisprudence on a hold right now, is asked to relax off the pace running in second. Moe's third with the stablemate Magical Marriage, and Spanish Noble deeper on the course. 5 runners separated by 3 lengths as they come by us with 1 lap to go. Tok Tok paving the way under Edwin Gonzalez. Leads a half length here. Jurisprudence off the rail, kept outside to relax here and is second on the tail of the front runner. Then comes Moe's in the 3rd position on the fence. Magical Marriage right behind him. And Spanish Noble 5th and last as no pace to chase. Approaching the backstretch run at Tok Tok, carving out the fractions in the opener. About a half length in front, maybe 3 parts of a length. Jurisprudence right there on the outside. 2 back to the Pat McBurney entrance. Magical Marriage outside of Moe's and Spanish Noble. 5th and last, racing alone, 4.5 or 5 behind. They approach the half-mile pole. Talk Talk still up top. The margin's about a half length now. Jurisprudence a little bit closer. 2 more back to Moe's, Magical Marriage, and Spanish Noble biding his time at the back of the field as they go into the far turn. Talk Talk quickening the pace, showing a little more rain to keep going. Leads a half length. Jurisprudence just got a tap on the shoulder. Moe's in 3rd on the rail. Magical Marriage being asked for more, and Spanish Noble has yet to pass the runner as they hit the quarter pole. Talk Talk clear. Jurisprudence in trouble now, losing position. Moe's is tipping outside for a rally into 2nd, and now Spanish Noble's getting underway. He's getting outside for the final 3/16 down the lane. Moe's has come up to grab the lead now. Moe's with a short edge here. Talk Talk back to 2nd on the inside, and now Spanish Noble is unleashed on the far outside. Moe's 100 yards from home, leads by a neck. Surging is Spanish Noble, and Spanish Noble got him. Spanish Noble, Cipriano Gil from last to first in the opener. Moe's 2nd, Talk Talk 3rd, then Magical Marriage and Jurisprudence.
6-4-8 in the son of Noble Mission and Cipriano Gil. For Kathleen O'Connell gets his first win on this turf course.
It's interesting that it wasn't a very fast pace. You saw the outside runner get to the front end and have a pretty comfortable lead. No excuses there. And Spanish Noble, as you heard in Matt Dinnerman's call, last to first and was pretty impressive doing so. I mean, this horse has been a little bit more tactically met in his last couple of races. He managed to stay straight and swap leads efficiently, which can't be said about some of his prior races, and got the job done here.
Good job by Cipriano Gil, who's come in to ride now. The Paco Lopez, Sonny Leon, and Sammy Marin are putting their work at Colonial Downs. Lafitte, 6-4-8 here as your second choice, I guess your second choice, gets the job done. And I was wondering, when you're on top of the world, you always got to cut an album. Remember Eddie Murphy, party all the time, party all the time.
That just happened. That just happened. Paul LaDuca singing Party All the Time. Yeah, the stars that all go on to recording albums. Back here at Aqueduct, you see the crowd here. You see the field for the first race, the Fusaichi Pegasus, $20,000 claimers, a mile, fillies and mares, with all the defections really changing the complexion of this race, Richie.
Yeah, it really did. It took some of the speed out with top of the table coming out. And I think it really benefited Tongue Twister the most, too. Last time, I thought it was a bit keen off the layoff and just ran like a horse who probably needed the race anyway. Now he gets the blinkers off. Hopefully, Javier Castellano will be able to get this horse to settle just a little bit better.
About 13 minutes out, horses will be in the paddock. Riders up, a post-parade, the first of 9 races. The last 9 races here at Aqueduct. Now, trainer Linda Rice, her mount scratched, or her runner scratched in race 1, but that doesn't change the fact she will always be regarded as a Big A's all-time leading trainer. The opener coming up at Aqueduct.
Snide at a big number, and Ellesmere Island is trying to join these two leaders. My Sharona trying to keep up, but Snide has a furlong left to go, and Snide is extending the margin. Can Ellesmere Island catch the 3 Snide? It's Snide, Kendrick Harmouche, and trainer Linda Rice with a new single-season record right here at Naira at 165.
That single season record, that was her 165th win that year, last year, on the Naira circuit for trainer Linda Rice.
And what makes it even more impressive is over the years, we went from a 6-day race week to a 5-day race week, and now sometimes in the winter down to as much as a 3-day race week. So less racing days, and she was still able to attain that record.
The only female trainer to have captured a training title at Saratoga. She did it twice. As you look at the all-time leading conditioners in the history of the Big A.
Yeah, I mean, super impressive. And, you know, Linda did this the hard way, if you will. Hard work, determination. And when you watch her around her barn, she is on top of detail. She doesn't miss a thing. They're out there jogging the horses on the road. She puts the time and the effort in, and the results are evident.
So much success. You saw the numbers. Aqueduct's all-time leading trainer, Linda Rice. Again, her runner in the first race did defect. Has some runners throughout the course of the afternoon. And we take another look at the field and current odds for this Fusaichi Pegasus. And a live look at Tongue Twister, the favorite 3-2. You wound up in her corner for this first race, Richie.
Yeah, I mean, I liked her going in. I like the fact that she's dropping in class. She's taking the blinkers off. And she just ran like a horse that was in need of the race last time. After being just a little bit keen early on, I think today there is one other speed in here, and Tis Now Mama. I think if she can settle a little better and kind of find herself in more of a stalking spot, she's going to be very tough to beat.
3-2, Tongue Twister. Javier Castellano to ride. I can't see Castellano at Aqueduct without thinking of Bellamy Road. It's impossible what Bellamy Road did in that wood back in 2005.
One of the most impressive wood memorials that I've ever witnessed. In fact, Lafitte, I finished second. I was in Corona, Queens, when he was in Ozone Park.
That was a Beyer speed figure of 120-something.
Yeah, so something over the moon. And the horse I rode, Survivalist, had just won the Gotham, and he beat him 17 lengths.
Bellamy Road. He only raced twice more. The Kentucky Derby, and part of that unbelievably fast pace faded that day and setting the table for Giacomo. We saw him again in the Travers, but he was a fan favorite, just one of those catch me if you can, run with me, I'll run you into the ground, let me go, you'll never see me again types.
And owned by George Steinbrenner, owner of the New York Yankees. So in a lot of ways, he was kind of a New York horse, right?
Bellamy Road, 21 years since, in that wood romp here at Aqueduct. We meet the field for the first race there. Celestial Express ran okay at Monmouth, still needs to improve.
Yeah, but moves up in company where the majority of this field is dropping down in company.
Tour Jeté, idle since early February.
Another one that's dropping in company. This is the easiest field this horse has faced in a long time.
Tis Now Mama, number 3, 8-5. Kendrick Harmouche, 2 wins yesterday.
I think this is the main speed here. This is a horse that will throw down 22 and change kind of fractions.
Tongue Twister, 8-5. You're going with the favorite, and there he is, a smiling Javier Castellano.
Yeah, daughter of Get Stormy. I like the blinkers coming off. I just thought she was kind of running through the bridle last time. Not fast fractions, but not using herself efficiently.
Baby Sasakaya, Herman Harkey won a race yesterday.
Yeah, trying turf for the first time, and I'm just not seeing much turf pedigree on either the top or bottom side of this family. But sometimes horses create their own pedigree.
Those fillies and mares. First race on this final day of racing here at Aqueduct, and we circle back to Tongue Twister. Another look at her, currently 8-5 with Javier Castellano, and we check in with Acacia.
And starting with your favorite, with Tongue Twister, this is a horse I just am never usually a fan of. She is not one that usually carries the best weight and conditioning from race to race. That being said, for her standards, she looks like she's doing pretty well right now, coming in off of a race where she went to the front and was off of the layoff that day as well. And my guess would be, though I didn't cover that particular race, would be that she probably just needed a start really to strengthen more than anything else. The blinkers do come off, but she is outfitted with a Houghton cotton bit or cage bit, which will help to give the rider more control, some more steering. And she went forward, setting the pace, opening up, just really no kick late. So with the drop in class and given the form that she has, she's absolutely a player in here. And like I said, she probably will move forward second off the layoff. I like the number 3, Tiz Now Mama, though. I thought she looked best in every step of the preliminaries here from the moment she walked into the paddock. She was 40-1 against a much tougher field last time out, and making her first start for trainer Chad Summers and her first start off of the layoff as well. Super coat on her, just really touting herself nicely forward into the bridle, not over the top, doing everything that you like. She did get a little bit keen, as it said, checked and impeded. I think she almost kind of threw herself off a bit. Yes, the horse that was intent on setting the pace that day did come over on her a bit, but I think she also kind of spooked herself a little bit early in the running of that race. But then she did switch off and settle nicely in the chasing position, I think, on the drop-in class. And as Richie said, her tactical speed will make her very dangerous in here. Now, the number 2, Tour Jeté, comes back off of a layoff and also drops in class. I was actually at Tampa Bay Downs that day when she ran her most recent start. Wrigleyville wired the field. There was not a ton of movement in that race, and to be fair, she just never really looked like she was traveling at any step of the way, and that was followed by a little bit of a layoff. So you see her coming back in here. She did well with the freshening. She's always one visually that you like. She's strong, she's attractive, she really touts herself nicely. It's been a long time since she's seen the winner's circle, but she had a spirited solo warm-up with Jamie Rodriguez out there. Took her a little bit of time to get going, but like I said, I do think that she is one that has done well with the freshening, as he has kept her moving out there on the track, Lafitte.
Revving her engines, Acacia, Tour Jeté. You were there for her last race at Tampa. We're going to revisit Tour Jeté's last race here at Aqueduct. This is 5 starts back. This is in October, where she made the lead in a mile and a 16th affair. Richie, Tour Jeté in front, but not home yet.
No, and just a heartbreaking defeat, because she fought so hard and she didn't want to get past. She was digging every step of the way. And, you know, she did get to set fairly moderate fractions, but when your horse shows you this kind of determination, you got to respect them.
Doing everything but winning. An example of it's not a stakes horse, right? $20,000 claimers, but a $20,000 claimer showing you that they have class 2.
The only thing you can ask of a horse is an honest effort. You know, they only have so much ability. Obviously, your stakes horses have more ability. But if a horse gives you everything they have, you've got to be proud of that horse and their effort.
Tour Jeté, 2-1, as is Tiz Now Mama, right next door with Kendrick Carmouche. Kendrick Carmouche, who the one of the brightest moments of his career, right here at Aqueduct, celebrating his first ever career Grade 1 win in the Cigar Mile a few years back.
Yeah, and he's also been able to take down a Wood Memorial, and he's become quite the fan favorite here at Aqueduct.
Bastic, was that the name? Something like that?
Bourbonic, yeah.
Kind of close. Kind of at a zillion to 1.
Paid a bombastic price, though.
Kendrick Carmouche there with Tiz Now Mama. And where do you expect him to situate her early on?
I think Tiz Now Mama goes right to the lead here. You know, Kendrick is a rider that understands the importance of position, the importance of getting that position going forward. And he's smart. He'll try to discourage Tongue Twister and Javier Castellano right off the break from even engaging with them. And reading between the lines as a jockey, when you handicap, you say, well, they're taking the blinkers off of Tongue Twister. They want her to settle more. So they almost gives me a free ride to the lead.
I thought a really interesting segment yesterday when you were out on the outer turf course and explaining how it came to be naturally that that outer turf course wasn't always an outer turf course here at Aqueduct.
Well, originally it was a great turf course. All the riders, it was before I rode, told me it was like a billiard table. It was as nice a turf course as they've ridden on. It was removed to put in the inner track with the advent of winter racing here in New York, which we had until a few years ago when we said, okay, we need a second turf course for the construction at Belmont. We took out the inner track, and it became a turf course again. And I tell you, being out there, it's still an amazingly beautiful turf course.
After all this time, these fans here and the generations of fans that have been visiting Aqueduct, and it's just those images that we saw at the top of the broadcast, the 85 Breeders' Cup, the lone Breeders' Cup contested at Aqueduct, the day the Pope was here at Aqueduct, and that look of fans and a bigger crowd being here naturally on this final day of racing.
I was really just taken back by how many people. I mean, it was so great to see
that line.
The line snaked around the building to get in here this morning. Really, this is bittersweet. It's tough. I love this place. Understand that we're moving to a great new facility, but you know, so much of the fabric of not just my riding career, but the fabric of my life is woven through this place.
So many great moments, and now the last ever first race of a card here at Aqueduct, going a mile, and the fans taking it all in on this final day of racing. And it is post time. Chris Griffin with the call. Race 1 from the Big A live on FS2.
For the opener. And they're off to kick off the Sunday afternoon, a final day at Aqueduct to the roar of the crowd. Tis Now Mama right to the front, gets over to the rail and secures an easy lead. It's Kendrick Carmouche is going to dole out the fractions as they move towards that turn. Torjate and Jamie Rodriguez moves out to the 2 path, and now 3 wide. That's going to be Tongue Twister, and now they chase that leader who's on a lone lead, setting an easy tempo. It's all Tis Now Mama controlling things. Up by 3.5. Torjate rides the rail now, is alone in second. At the rail, here comes Baby Sassakaya and Tongue Twister. The early trailer, Celestial Express. They work up the backstretch here. It's Kendrick Carmouche and Tis Now Mama trying to win the opener, and they're up by 3 still. Torjate, Jamie Rodriguez, no move yet, is moving up on the outside. Javier Castellano and Tongue Twister. Baby Sassakaya, Heeman Harkey trying to save ground towards the inside. Celestial Express will have to make up 5, almost 6 lengths here on the lone leader. 48.16 the half-mile time, and just rolling right along, it's Tis Now Mama. Tis Now Mama. Torjate is asked for more as they get set to reach the top of the lane, and Tis Now Mama is trying to sprint away. Torjate in game pursuit to the outside. Here comes Tongue Twister trying to rally on. From the back, the gray is Celestial Express. Tis Now Mama is still in front. Torjate continues to chase, but it's all Tis Now Mama. Kendrick Carmouche and Chad Summers, they win the opener. Torjate was second, then Baby Sassakaya in between horses there with that photo with Tongue Twister and Celestial Express.
Salute to that crowd from Kendrick Carmouche, winning with Tis Now Mama. 2-1 at post time, second choice. Well done, Acacia. Tis Now Mama setting the tempo and still full of run up the backstretch.
Well, pace makes the race, and this is one of the things that Kendrick Carmouche does so well. Bounced her out to the lead, opened up a clear lead, got her to settle, getting a beautiful rhythm, and plenty left through the stretch. Nice call by Acacia, but Tis Now Mama gets it done by controlling from start to finish.
By 2-time Breeders' Cup Classic winner Tis Now, Preakness winning trainer Chad Summers. Tis Now Mama, and yeah, just a $20,000 claimer, but he was going to enjoy this one. The celebration after the wire. Kendrick Carmouche, the 2 wins yesterday, and wins this first race on closing day at Aqueduct. 3-2-8-7. Results, reaction when we come back.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus buyer speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now and use promo code MATCH200 for a $200 new member bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
They're coming down for the finish, and it is Silver State.
10:25, 10:25, at 25:35, 335,000.
Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Today, bet the final day at the Big A to hit and split $25,000. Opt in and play the early and late Pick 4s, Pick 5s, and Grand Slam wagers on the Belmont at the Big A card. Sure, and a $25K prize pool betting Aqueduct's final race day on Naira Bets.
The official Saratoga Barstool Sports Collection is here. Check out the hottest styles of the summer. Shop this limited drop before it's gone. Get yours at shop.naira.com.
I have 52,000 starts in my life. I've never seen one that could take as much as he did early and continue to improve.
And it is Goddard.
He's strong, he's attractive.
And he's going to win the hopeful.
He's extremely smooth and fluid.
Gunite is a tough customer here as they come on for the finish.
How sound he is.
Gunite got the jump.
Consistent mentally, physically.
He will defeat Elite Power in the forego.
Complete package.
Great to have you with us on this Sunday afternoon. America's Day at the Races on FS2, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. Gorgeous day on the Jersey Shore, and we have 2-year-old Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day, home to #1 sires Into Mischief, Omaha Beach, Vacoma, and Yopon, the leaders of their sire classes in 2025. There's the field. Scratch numbers 1 and 5. Tipsy Mojo, the favorite, at 2-1. Back to Paul and Megan at Monmouth Park.
Thank you, Lafitte. Speaking of Yalpon, Yalpon will be represented in here of this 4-pack as one of the sires in here. He's the longest shot on the board, the 3 in here. But we'll get to the couple other horses. It's like we were saying, the 2 and the 4. The 4 in here for Jorge Delgado. We were talking about the drain the clock. So far, his progeny have done well.
They have, at least at the auctions. And as far as those progeny of Drain the Clock, the number 4 Final Minute, this horse is a big scopy individual. Kind of looks a bit like his sire, Drain the Clock. And I was speaking with his trainer, Jorge Delgado, who has excellent 2-year-old numbers here, debuting at Monmouth Park, 24% the past 5 years. And when describing him, he said, going through his works, he was one that didn't necessarily want to get into the gate, but once he broke and got in there and settled, he was sharp and did break well. So I can see what he means. He's kind of that bigger individual. He was very vocal, very sharp in the paddock. He should show that early speed. But I think from a maturity perspective and his mental cues, he's going to be a beneficiary of getting a race under his belt. He's incredibly fit. As I mentioned, some of the claustrophobia that he'll experience here in his first start in the gate could be his Achilles heel, as we'll look for him for that sharp beginning, but has a nice pedigree, Florida bred. The dam was second here in the Jersey Girl with a nice 10-1 breeze there at that OBS March sale, and put him swiftly into training after that. He's ready for the task if he can put everything together upstairs, Paul.
The Holly Crest Farm charge will be the 2 even up. Now, they had a first-time starter. It was a filly that won from the 11 post the other day. Eddie Owens does a tremendous job. This is one win at the meet. Sea Wizard, the sire, 26% first time out.
For sure, and 34% with 2-year-old first-time starters specifically. Eddie Owens does such a Eddie Owens Jr. does such a fantastic job with his 2-year-olds, and this colt even up is a clear example of why he was the most professional in the paddock. He's strong and shorter coupled, so I do find he's going to be the sprinter if you're comparing him with the current 7-5 favorite and the number 4. But the 2 even up again didn't turn a hair in the paddock, didn't give me the mental indications, the negative mental connotations that the current favorite did, and he just carried himself incredibly well. He is a full sibling to that New Jersey bred stakes winner and multiple graded stakes runner, great navigator. And when speaking with Eddie Owens Jr., he had the opposite commentary regarding how he's handled himself in his breezes. He's been able to be sharp and professional from the gate.
Tipsy Mojo, the outside colt, you know, the one horse that's run, you would not think that the way he was acting up a little in the post parade. He was a little frisky. You know, only in a field of 4 last time out, he only beat 1 runner.
He, to me, is a volatile bet in this race. I would fade him if I'm playing those multi-race wagers, as he's one that took no step forward as a progeny of the first crop of Mind Control. From that May the 25th effort, there's not much to this horse. He's very light overall in his condition and his flesh. He, to me, hasn't strengthened really much from his first start last month, and definitely an unfinished model, still not done growing. He was the workmate of the Impressence Regents Park, who we will see run next Saturday in Saratoga, but he was just along for the ride with that impressive foe. So to me, he did not strike me physically as the impressive one that you would want. I think that the 2-to-1 that you're getting on the 2 could be an overlay.
Yeah, the horses are wandering. I don't know why they're taking so long here. 4-horse field, and the 3 is your longest shot on the board. I thought he made a good appearance at Yaupon that didn't sell that much at the sale. You see anything there?
I think he's just going to need the start. He's got a lot of substance to him. He's really a heavy-bodied individual. He's just going to need that start from a fitness perspective, but he's incredibly sharp. He also is one that was bubbling over a bit, as this is his very first start. Just 3 works under the belt. Looks like he's going to be one that's going to need this one. But, Paul, when looking at these freshman sires, it's really giving, including Drain the Clock, Mind Control. It really is a fun puzzle piece as we approach some of these races in Saratoga. Discussing Paris Carver and Regents Park with Jorge Delgado. Some of those horses we'll see next week. So we're at Monmouth Park, but don't be surprised if you see this as a catalyst for brighter futures ahead.
Yeah, just interesting pedigree on the 4. Aftermarket mare. I just don't understand why you'd go there, but aftermarket, a big turf influence. But you never know. The 4 in here, final minute right now. Slight choice over the 2, even up, as the 2-year-olds will go in the gate. The first race of the 2-year-olds will have 2-year-old fillies go in race 4. Let's go to Matt Dierneman for the call.
Them owned by Lee Farms. 9-5 currently for final minute. 3-2 for number 2, even up. Those odds could change. Well, that's where we sit. 2 back behind the gate, final minute. And then after final minute, Tipsy Mojo. Final minute goes into the gate, Tipsy Mojo to the outside post. Start of the early pick 4 here, ladies and gentlemen. Tipsy Mojo. Tipsy Mojo goes in. We're ready to go. We're off. Great break from Tipsy Mojo on the outside. Even up, bobbled a little bit coming out of the gate, but he's recovered very quickly and showing a lot of speed on debut. Even up grabs the lead. Final minute is taking the second position from his stablemate Tipsy Mojo. Blue Warrior out sprinted early. Approaching the 4th turn. Even up short lead. Final minute perched to the outside going into the turn, just a neck behind. 2 back to Tipsy Mojo in 3rd. Huge gap of 8 to Blue Warrior as they round the 4th turn. Jorge Vargas Jr. really getting to work on even up. Final minute alongside, hitting the quarter pole. Their noses apart with a quarter mile more to go, and Tipsy Mojo is tipping 3 wide. Those 3 across the track as they come off the turn. Tipsy Mojo has momentum on the grandstand side, is up to challenge even up. Final minute between horses starts to struggle, and Tipsy Mojo down the center of the track has taken command and pulls away with a 16 to go under Chantal Sutherland. Tipsy Mojo clear by 3.5 coming to the line. Even up 2nd, final minute 3rd, and Blue Warrior checked in 4th.
Well, maybe he was playing around with us with his pre-race antics, but he showed up as soon as the gate opened. The 6 in here, Tipsy Mojo, Jorge Delgado. Chantel got beaten the first race by a nose, was not taking any chances in the second.
This is a clear example of horses being the beneficiary of getting a race under their belt and that maturity, as Tipsy Mojo is able to kind of show that speed, kind of sat off and was able to make that clear run. He definitely wasn't my cup of tea physically, but he managed to put it all together today against some first-time starters with a clear victory here for his sire, Mind Control. Give me a moment. I wonder if this is his very first winner, if I'm not mistaken.
It's got to be pretty close.
Pretty close. One of his first few winners for sure for Mind Control.
6-2-4. I'll give you a little time here. The 6 Tipsy Mojo, the 2 even up, 4 final minute, and the 3 Blue Warrior, who just never got involved. Mind Control, was that his first winner?
Is his second winner. His second career winner, I believe, here. Yep, and his second winner on dirt sprinting.
Congratulations to the Connections Lee Farms. Mind Control, the son of Mind Control, gets the job done, Lafitte.
Paul, the cardiac kid, Mind Control, sire of the winner of the Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day, Tipsy Mojo, here at Aqueduct. You see the salute, the appreciation to the fans here. This big crowd at Aqueduct closing day as Kendrick Carmouche guides home Tis Now Mama.
You know, Lafitte, you like to ride in front of a full house. It keeps your energy level up. The crowd kind of keeps you engaged. And obviously, we got a big crowd here today. And Kendrick, not shy about interacting with the fans.
Yeah, it never has been. And in that regard, this final day, it feels like a throwback day at Aqueduct. It's fitting.
It really is fitting. And I agree with you. It feels like a throwback kind of day.
Race 1 in the books, Tis Now Mama to start this early pick 5. We'll look ahead to race 2, but first over to Acacia, who had the winner in the first race, by the way. And she's with New York State Senator Joseph Adabo.
I'm here with a very special guest in the Aqueduct paddock, Senator Joseph Adabo, joining me. And Senator, you represent this district in the New York State Senate, and this is, I know, also home for you. Can you talk a little bit about what Aqueduct has meant to you and your constituents?
Oh, it's meant so much. Aqueduct really has defined our community. It's been such an important part of our fabric over the years. For me personally, as I lived in, born and raised in Ozone Park, so we grew up in the shadows of Aqueduct. But it's so much more than a racetrack. We know, yes, Secretary ran here, and Man of War, and all the other great horses. We've had the Pope here in '95, right? But to have Aqueduct here as a partner during Hurricane Sandy, amazing work. During COVID, meant so much to us. I've had job fairs here, so Aqueduct means so much to me. So they could take this building down, but they're not going to take the memories. I mean, it really is a part of our life at this point.
Very well said. So many special memories here, but you've also been a really big supporter of the new Belmont Park. And while today, of course, is bittersweet, we have an exciting future to look forward to in New York.
No question. I think Naira did the right thing, to change with the times. Horse racing has evolved and certainly changed over the years. And to look at a new Belmont, a more efficient Belmont with a synthetic turf that looks at the horse racing and safety as well, and to look at a grandstand that's going to be more efficient, I think it's a great step for Naira. I am looking forward to, with such enthusiasm this fall, to seeing the new Belmont Park.
As are we. Well, thank you so much for being here and for your support. Enjoy this very special day.
Yeah, it's been special. The bittersweet, I think, is the word of the day. So it is bittersweet, but I want to thank Naira, its workers, backstretch, trainers, breeders, everybody who's been a part of this whole iconic place. The Big A, may you live on forever.
It always will in our minds, Lafitte.
It absolutely will, Acacia. And that's the... A lot of emotions, but that's part of the thinking. A celebration given everything Aqueduct has endured over the years, and a very bright future ahead for New York racing with what's taking place on Long Island and the reimagined reopening of Belmont Park.
Well, just like the senator just said, you change with the times, and you have two racetracks within a 10-mile proximity of each other. It almost seems a bit counterproductive after a while, and everybody knows how much I love Aqueduct, but it just makes sense. And having had the privilege to tour the new facility, I think people are going to be extremely impressed.
Opening in September. We're at Saratoga on Friday, where I hear it's going to be a little warm 4th of July weekend, and we turn the page to race 2 here. Start of the early pick 4. Field updated odds, all eyes on Close the Loop, who is 2-5 with 19 minutes to go. Now, this race in honor of the 1944 Carter, the dead heat heard round the world. Like, not just a dead heat, a triple dead heat in one of New York's premier sprint races. Look at that.
Another event that is talked about, not just in New York, but everywhere, was the Triple Dead Heat in the Carter in the 40s.
Yeah, and to think, it was a handicap, the Carter handicap. So handicappers trying to get all the horses to the wire at the same time. You got 3 of them there at the same exact time. Brownie weighed a bit and Brousseau, something that is legend. We talk about it to this moment. Here we are closing in on 100 years later.
Right, it's incredible. We had a race, I think, recently here where it came fairly close. It was a turf race, came fairly close to a Triple Dead Heat. You and I have been around a long time. They actually had a Triple Dead Heat recently in the quarter horse race at Sam Houston.
Noah Moon in the middle, first Tartanero, Jess Photo. All right, we have a Triple Dead Heat. 3 winner circle presentations.
My friend Nick calls the races, and he said, I'm just glad I didn't try to call that photo. But it is so unusual for it to happen. And as you said, in a handicap race, I never really thought about that, Richie, but that's one day that the racing secretary signed the weights. Must have felt pretty proud.
Yeah, he did his job extremely well.
You think back, we were mind blown when we had the Dead Heat 2 horses at Keeneland and the Jenny Wiley back in the 40s, the Triple Dead Heat in the Carter.
Yeah, and that's what a racing secretary, the track handicapper's job is, trying to theoretically bring all the horses together in a dead heat. He didn't get the whole field, but he got 3 of them. And people, like you said, need to understand how difficult it is for these horses to hit the wire at the exact same moment.
Yeah, it is as much fun as it's been for us to watch these features. You and Richie, you and Andy looking back at some of the greatest moments in the history at Aqueduct. And while we just focused on a Triple Dead Heat, you were involved in an absolute thriller here back in '97. What comes to mind revisiting this Bay Shore Stakes?
Well, talking with Bobby Cott, our producer, I said, I won the Bay Shore, and it was a race I didn't think I won. I got to the leader, and I thought he fought me off, and you can see we're in a pitched battle coming down to the wire. This was for a dear friend of mine who unfortunately passed away last year, Rick Franco. He had claimed this horse as a first-time starter, and we wound up winning the Bay Shore. But this horse comes back right here.
You look like you're beat.
And I said, and
you still look like you're beat.
Yep. And that, and those are the ones when you wish that you come back and you're like, I want the number to be up because I don't want to sweat this out, especially when you think you lost.
I was sitting next to you when we were waiting for the reveal at Keeneland for the Jenny Wiley. I mean, you were getting a little anxious, almost reliving those moments and what that's like for the riders, waiting to find out if they won, lost, or tied.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I would take my time. I would pull up, walk a long ways. I wanted that number up on the board. The worst feeling is to be milling around on a horse waiting for the numbers to be posted. And then you hear the crowd react, and then you look around, and then I always would have to check my arm number to make sure I got it straight. That and sitting out there for an inquiry. That is the worst feeling in the world.
It's looked like you were beat, but a dead heat in the end. Who was the other rider?
Jose Espinoza, good rider. Victor Espinoza's brother, who, Hall of Fame rider, but his brother just as good a rider, strong, really strong finisher.
Tom Durkin happened to call that race by any chance?
I believe he did.
He did?
I believe so.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect segue. Tom Durkin. This was earlier today. Durkin here at Aqueduct just moments ago. Earlier today, read the changes. Tom Durkin, legendary track announcer, and guess what? Calling race 2 on this closing day here at Aqueduct, then joining us on set.
Perennial leading New York sire Central Banker, sire of a $325,000 2-year-old colt in 2026, and the leading New York sire of stakes horses again, including Hot Currency.
Hot Currency up by 4, 5 widening lengths, approaching that final furlong. No catching a geared down, dominant winner of the 4-star Crook. Give it to Hot Currency.
Central Banker, standing for $7,500 at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
Monmouth Park summer season rolls on with live racing action every Friday to Sunday. Monmouth's 2026 season proudly features a low player friendly 15% takeout on all daily doubles and pick threes. Play our new $3 late pick three and $5 late double. First race 2 p.m. Fridays, 12:50 p.m. weekends. Get in on the action at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Get with the New York Bred program that supports farms across the state and puts more babies on the ground. The program that lets your New York bred race against other New York breds on the same tracks where Manor War won the Travers and Secretariat completed the Triple Crown in the Belmont Stakes, but at a beautiful new facility offering the new Empire Trillium Series. Get with a program that respects thoroughbreds from the foaling farm to the starting gate to the second career.
up alongside of Knightsbridge, and now these two will turn for home together. Imagination on the outside to the front. Knightsbridge back into second. Tio Elvis, the horse from Japan, has rushed up on the outside, and he has taken the lead. He's taking off. Oh, look at Tio Elvis pull away in the last 16th of a mile. He meant business today. Japan's Tio Elvis crushed them.
Elvis is in the building.
Yes, he is.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
I started coming to Aqueduct way in the early 70s, which was really fantastic racing.
I've been coming to Aqueduct for 25 years, and I just love the excitement.
My biggest win was at Aqueduct. I won a pick six that, paid a couple $1,000s. I invested some of the money by buying 2 horses. So thrilling to know that someone like me could come to America and own an horse.
I have enjoyed coming here, especially for the Wood Memorial. There is no Aqueduct without the Memorial.
My father used to take me to this track because he loved this place. But he had to take me because my mother told him, you can't go unless you take your son with you. And I'm sorry it's going, because I feel like it's a part of me, and it feels like a place I can't be with my father right now, again.
I will miss taking the A train to Aqueduct, because that's the next experience,
At Aqueduct will always have memories for me. It's a place I would not like to depart, but we have to go someday.
Legendary. They're the rock stars, the Jamaican racing fans here, the Jamaicans at Aqueduct. And all the nostalgia here. And one last opportunity for the fans, and there is something about New York racing fan, and lots of them, Acacia, here today at Aqueduct.
There's something about New York fans in general, Lafitte, just really the heartbeat that you feel here at Aqueduct. On the cold winter days, you see the true racetrackers and the true fans, and it's really special to see a lot of people who have so many memories for so many years coming here to Aqueduct, whether it's with their families, seeing some of the great horses, or hitting a big wager as well. But out here on the apron, there are food trucks out here today. We had a tremendous crowd coming in for the giveaway, which was for the first 1,000 fans, a jar of dirt from the Aqueduct surface, which was pretty cool as well. And I just have to say, usually at Saratoga, we are used to having a big crowd, and at Aqueduct, maybe not as much. But I know that these are a lot of people around here who have special memories at Aqueduct and who are coming here to say farewell to a place that has meant a lot to them. So what do you say, guys? Who loves Aqueduct?
Yeah! Great stuff, Acacia. That line outside of Aqueduct this morning. The Jamaicans had a nickname or two for you, I recently learned.
Yeah, and I really didn't know what they meant until recently. We were upstairs and got to talking with some of our Jamaican fans, and one of them was chicken soup. And I said, what was chicken soup? Why did you call me chicken soup? And they said, well, when you're sick, you eat chicken soup, you get healthy. We used to get healthy with the MIG. And then the other one was stepfather, and I said, why stepfather? Because they said that they were pretty much tapped out by the last race. I always put money in their pockets, so stepfather filled their pockets before they went home.
Which do you prefer, chicken soup or stepfather? Because you're one or the other the rest of the show.
I think stepfather.
One is stepfather.
Stepfather,
the
yeah.
MIG stepfather, Migliori, on set with us here, closing and final day at Aqueduct. Great stuff with the fans here. And the horses in the paddock for race number 2, these New York-bred maidens, fillies, and mares, again, in honor of that 1944 Carter in the triple dead heat, and a heavy favorite in the form of Close the Loop, 1-4, Richie.
Yeah, I mean, she's lone speed in here. Her first start was good, and Casey's going to be getting her picture taken quite a bit today.
She'll be there till 10 o'clock tonight.
Till the Saratoga opening day.
Lots of pictures, lots of selfies, and the nostalgia and everyone taking it all in, soaking it all in this final day here at the Big A. And with riders up in a post-parade momentarily in the start of this early pick 4, we will meet the field. 1-turn mile on the main track, and a look at Into the Unknown, who beat 10 horses in her debut, but still blasted by 10 lengths Belmont Week at Saratoga.
Yeah, and she's already been beaten by Close the Loop, and the Close the Loop is stretching out. I guess that's a question.
2 is out, 3 is in My First Dinah, idle since February.
Just going to have to show up with a better effort than we've seen.
Seth Klarman's Close the Loop.
She looks like lone speed here, lone and controlling speed. She is stretching to the mile, though, and Yalpan's gets 14% with sprinters, 23% with routers.
Tactically, first-time starter by Tacitus.
Half to Trust Fund, who did win on debut, so at least there's some precocity in the family.
9-1, then Got a Gun Runner, 3-race maiden off the board in each of those.
Tried turf twice, went to dirt. Dirt race was the worst one of this horse's career.
And Big Jackie to complete the field at 10-1.
Just hasn't run fast enough to look like a major player here. It feels like Close the Loop's going to lead these on a merry chase.
The handicappers expecting her to do just that. 1-4, these New York-bred maidens. Who's ready to graduate in this second race at New York City's racetrack, the Skyline? And these New York-bred maidens winding up the one to beat, pictured there, revving her engines and Close the Loop. All right, so let's revisit her debut. Close the Loop, and what did you make of the effort?
No, I thought it was a really nice effort. I mean, she set a pressured pace, and she stayed on, and she just was second best on the day. But they add blinkers. The question mark is the distance. She's stretching out another quarter of a mile. Her mother, her dam, was more of a sprinter, more accomplished sprinting, and Yalpan has so far shown to be throwing very precocious sprinters, not as much routers.
What are you looking for most when you're riding from a horse making their debut to their second career start, like Manny Franco? There he is aboard here with Close the Loop. Didn't ride her in her debut, but based on a horse's first start to their second start as a rider in the saddle in the warm-up, what are you looking for?
Well, I like what I'm seeing here because at the first start, they can go one of two ways. It could kind of rattle their cage, if you will, and mess with their psyche, and they come over and they're worried about it, and they kind of wash out and get a little too worked up. I don't see any of that. She looks like she had a good experience first time, and she is not worried about anything.
Acacia, what are you observing from Close the Loop?
Yeah, to echo Richie's sentiment, she has been very calm and professional, which you do always appreciate, especially putting blinkers on. And it's just a short cheater cup going on for her second start, because sometimes too with that equipment change, they can almost get a little bit too fresh, a little bit too keen. So she's forward on the track. She has been pulling a little bit, but Manny Franco has kept her moving. She's woken up a lot getting out on the track versus back in the paddock as well, but she's not edgy. She's not nervous, which I appreciate. Now, she's incredibly fit second time out, super coat on her. She's a very lighter boned, lighter framed type of filly, but I have seen some Yopon fillies that are built like that, so I don't read too much into it. She does look like she should be tough to beat in her second start at a very short price. Now, looking at a couple of others, the number 1, Into the Unknown, she was a mega price last time out, as Careless Whisper was the heavy favorite in that race for George Weaver, and she was much the best winning. I thought that Into the Unknown was the one who really made up the most ground, and yes, she was far second best and really the best of the rest in that field, but she actually ran on after being far back with the winner kind of controlling how the race played out. She's continued to develop and do well. She looks tremendous coming in here for Rachel Sells, and I know that she's maybe not quite as fast. She was well beaten by Close the Loop 2 starts back, but a horse that I do think is continuing to progress in the right direction. Now, the number 5, Tactically, is a first-time starter for Tom Morley. She was actually entered back in November and was a late scratch when not warming up well on the track. That was a sprint race, and I'd actually written down in notes that day that she looks like she wants to go longer. So I do think it's interesting that she comes back at a mile today, because that's what she looks like, despite the fact that her pedigree leans much more towards sprint. The second dam, very good New York bred multiple stakes winner, Lights Off Annie, who is a dirt sprinter. But being with the Tacitus influence, like I said, I think she will appreciate distance. It's not easy to debut at a mile, though, and she does look like she will benefit from a start from fitness overall, but I think this is the right spot, and she did seem to be moving very well in that warm-up, Lafitte.
Demanding task, Acacia, for her debut. Intriguing. Interested to see what tactically does in her debut and what Close the Loop will do in her second career start. It's an exciting race, but far more excited about the gentleman who's about to call it. Live look at legendary track announcer Tom Durkin. Richie, the perfect touch, given what he has meant to New York racing, to Aqueduct, that he call a race on this final day at the Big A.
Absolutely, and to get to hear Tom Durkin, the wordsmith that he is, call a race again. It's something that we were privileged to and maybe even took for granted a little bit over the years. And, now missing him. Of course, we got Chris Griffin here at Aqueduct doing a phenomenal job. And then we have Frank Miramarty in the summer. But Tom Durkin, he kind of set the bar, didn't he?
No, he just, it's not hyperbole yet. Legendary track announcer. He called that Breeders' Cup here back in '85. One of the calls that day, you finished third in the Breeders' Cup turf, but in that turf, in England's Super Filly, Pebbles, and each one of his calls, and one of these track announcers, like a play-by-play guy that can actually make a big event, an event that's already significant, feel that much bigger, that much more important.
We just paint such an expressive picture with his words that if you weren't here and let's say just listening on a radio or something, you would be able to really see the race in your mind's eye. And speaking of legends, we've got the legendary announcer Tom Durkin. We got the legendary Angel Cordero sitting just offset. He'll be on with us a little bit later. This is a true celebration of what Aqueduct has given to so many of us.
You think you'll be able to get him out of his shell for the broadcast and share a story?
I think we just throw the reins at Angel and let him roll.
I had a conversation with my father the other night, and a sentiment that he shares with Angel Cordero of all the tracks they rode at, specifically here in New York, that this was their favorite surface. Aqueduct's main track.
I agree with that. The main track here. So many trainers liked to stable here because they felt like their horses did better here. And coming here, obviously, to ride, but workhorses in the morning, Lafitte, it was always such a perfect racing strip.
That's how you drop the curtain. Angel Cordero on set and a legend on the mic. Tom Durkin to call this second race in honor of the 1944 Carter in that triple dead heat. Early pick for race 2 on this final day of racing at Aqueduct. An honor, a privilege to introduce Tom Durkin with the call. Race 2 at the Big A, live on FS2.
Got a gun runner. And Big Jackie. They're in the gate. And they're off. Big Jackie breaks well. Close the loop past Similar Speed. Got a gun runner tactically wheels to the far outside. And then it's My First Dinah and Into the Unknown trails a tight pack that moves up the chute here and down the backstretch run. So heavily favored. Close the Loop has a narrow advantage. Got a gun runner right there pressing in second, tactically perched out there running along in third. Up the inside comes Into the Unknown, just 2 lengths off the lead. Then in between horses, My First Dinah and Big Jackie on the far outside. The opening quarter went in 23 1/5 seconds. So a tight pack moves into the far turn with the favorite in command. Close the Loop, gets a half mile, solid. 46 seconds flat as they round the far turn. Close the Loop and got a gun runner. Those two, 1-2 with 3 furlongs to go. Into the Unknown is called on for run and is poised for the stretch drive as they come to the top of the stretch here at the Big A. Then it's My First Dinah running in fourth. Off the turn, into the stretch, and it is Close the Loop. Responding here, and Close the Loop has the lead by 2. into the unknown, trying to cut into that lead, but time is running out. Got a gun runner on the outside third, and they're coming down to the finish. And Close the Loop prevails at odds on here beneath Manny Franco to do it 1 by 3. Into the Unknown was an unthreatening second, and Got a Gun Runner was third.
What a pleasure. What a performance by everyone. Durkin and Close the Loop, who dominates as the odds-on favorite. And you saw Tom there after calling this second race, Belmont at the Big A, all about Close the Loop. Seth Klarman, Chad Brown, and Manny Franco.
Now, really cool to hear Tom Durkin at the mic again. And basically, the way it drew up on paper is the way the race ran. It looked like Close the Loop was the controlling speed. She bounced out to the lead. Manny Franco, one of the strongest finishers in the game, gets it done. Manny Franco, if this place had stayed open about another 8 or 9 years, would have caught me for all-time lead rider, but he ran out of racetrack.
Ran out of runway, but making his presence felt on this closing day. Another riding title that Franco is about to rack up, and that's what you're talking about. Just physical and demanding everything from Close the Loop.
He's an athlete, and I know some people, look at smaller than average people, men and women that are riders and say, well, they can't be a premier athlete. These are some of the fittest, strongest, toughest athletes in the world, bar none.
Trying to focus on the race itself, but still just you as a racing fan, you're going to be just mesmerized hearing from Durkin, calling a live race, off the turn at Aqueduct, and just that ability to make any race feel a little bit bigger than it actually is.
Well, even setting up the call with the second place finisher Into the Unknown, who was traveling well behind horses, but him explaining where she was. If you closed your eyes, you could have seen the race. That's the gift that he brings.
The maestro. It is an art form, and Close the Loop. 2-5 delivers 2-1-6-3. Based on what you saw from her today, I know we don't have a speed figure, but the performance itself, how good do you think she is, Close the Loop?
Well, I think this was a real nice professional effort. It wasn't a wow effort, and it wasn't a wow field. That being said, Chad Brown runners tend to get better with racing. He doesn't just prepare them all in for one particular start. He kind of builds them into a career. So this is a horse that could take a step forward. I wonder if she wants any part of more than a mile. I think she looks probably 7/8 to 3/4 is going to ultimately be her forte.
Yeah, see you at Saratoga, Close the Loop. Meantime, while that was in honor of that 44 Carter, the Triple Dead Heat, there was one stakes race today, the John Hettinger. I guess first off, as you look at the field, what should our viewers know about John Hettinger?
John Hettinger, one of the driving forces behind the New York Thoroughbred Breeders, as well as Thoroughbred Aftercare. And when he passed away, he left 310 acres of his Aikendale farm in Pauling just for horse rescue. There's over 100 off the racetrack thoroughbreds stabled there now that are taken care of, and just a great legacy that he left behind.
And that legacy honored in the form of the featured event on this last day of racing, Aqueduct, the John Hettinger, a Silsby out, Sweet Brown Sugar. Let's revisit her latest right here in May against a good field. There she is, finding her best stride and going to outrun her odds at 14-1.
Getting to the turf for the first time, and she just kind of really settled. Once she got out to the clear, and you can see Dylan Davis kind of angled her out. This is when she really found her best stride. When she was behind horses, it was almost like she was running with the emergency brake on. And then she saw all that daylight, all that expanse of grass in front of her, and she said, oh, okay, I'm going to drop my head and get running here. A little bit too late, but that was a really promising turf debut for her and something she can certainly build on.
Yeah, that effort, if she duplicates it, is that good enough to challenge for the win, to challenge this company she's facing in the Hettinger?
Well, I think it puts her directly in the frame. I think the key to the race is, how does With the Angels take to the turf? She's run the fastest figures of anybody, but that's all been on the dirt. But you can understand them taking advantage of that, New York bred condition of the Hettinger to try her on the grass.
We're going to reset the show at the top of the hour. We'll be moving over to FS1 and coverage continuing on this final day here at Aqueduct. And, no big deal. Tom Durkin will be joining us on the set. Angel Cordero will be on the set here on America's Day at the Races. That's coming up a little bit later on as Manny Franco enters the winner's circle. The odds-on favorite delivers Seth Klarman with a victory. Chad Brown with a victory on this final day at Aqueduct.
And she got it done. Favorite report at home and just did everything right, everything professional. One thing that I did like, though, about this filly getting the mile, even adding blinkers, she wasn't keen. She went to the lead, but she did it the right way, settled. You know, I think people sometimes misunderstand what I say when, you know, a horse needs to settle. Doesn't mean I don't think they should be on the lead, but a horse can be settled on the lead, not running off, not running through the bridle. So it's just a really nice professional effort from her.
Franco is relatively still at the top of the stretch. Some of the other riders starting to encourage just to try and keep up. Not a daylight win. She didn't really run up the score, but I think you described it best is kind of a workmanlike performance in her maiden victory in her second career start.
Yeah, and the runner-up into the unknown, another honest effort from her, just second best here, but closed the loop. And Manny Franco, who is the all-time active leading jockey.
Active,
at
not
Aqueduct.
all-time, but active. We march forward. Race number 3. Allowance optional claimer in about 23 minutes. Lightman is out. Competitive. T-Craft 5-2 with Jose Lezcano. Yesterday for Lezcano, wow, just the epitome, the microcosm, a day in the life of a jockey. Won 2 races, won the Ashley T. Cole. 30 minutes later, crosses the wire in front, only to be disqualified.
And I think a justifiable disqualification. I'm sure Jose would like that one back. But Jose, to me, is one of the most underrated riders in the game. The guy is as good a rider as there's anybody out there. When he's given the right opportunities, he delivers. I just don't understand on big race days he seems to get put on the back burner.
Yeah, it's very deep, talented, world-class riding colony of which you get to follow more of on this closing day Aqueduct over on FS1 in like a minute. New York City. It's ever-changing. New buildings, new teams, new people. For 130 years, Aqueduct has been a constant. These walls have seen legends of the sport, starred on TV and movie screens, and even blessed by the Pope. For the fans, it's been a melting pot, a place where people from all backgrounds come together for a common goal, picking the next winner. And today we say goodbye to New York City's racetrack. And while the cheers may fade to the past, their echoes endure. The foundation built here lives beyond time. A chapter in the soul of New York City. And in progress on this picture-perfect Sunday afternoon, the final act. One more day, 7 more races. A live look here. The fans, Aqueduct Racetrack in South Ozone Park, New York. Historic day, an emotional day, as racing fans of all generations gather one more time at the track affectionately known as the Big A. And welcome, everyone. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. Even though you know it's approaching, still a little jarring when it arrives. Closing day Aqueduct since the late 1800s, an institution in New York racing. And of course, it's sad, but it's also a celebration. Given the longevity, given the run, 132 years of racing here at Aqueduct. And yes, come 4:45 Eastern, we will say goodbye to New York City's racetrack and goodbye to another iconic New York City sports venue, joining the likes of Ebbets Field in Brooklyn, home to the Brooklyn Dodgers for 45 years. You're going to see the date of closing day. It wasn't an easy week for New York baseball fans on September 24th, 1957, because 5 days later, the New York Giants would play their last game at the Polar Grounds in Upper Manhattan. Not the last sporting event, but the last Giants game. There have been 4 versions of Madison Square Garden. Version 3, also home to the Rangers and Knicks. 65 combined seasons before both moved mid-season in '68. The original Yankee Stadium. 85 years and about 1 million titles at the original Bronx Zoo, Shea Stadium in Queens. When the Jets played in New York, 2 decades, in fact, more than twice that for the Mets, still in Flushing at Citi Field, but the longest run of all. That's right, Aqueduct Racetrack from 1894 until today, 132 years. You bet it belongs to Big A among the iconic sports venues at New York City. As I welcome in my co-host, couldn't be more fitting, Richie Migliori, Aqueduct's all-time leading jockey. Richie, this last day of racing, just for you personally, even though this day was coming, what was it like showing up and walking in the old building?
It's an emotional day for me. I'm not going to even sugarcoat it. There's moments that all of a sudden it'll kind of jump up and hit me, and I kind of well up a little bit. You know, a lot of memories. Even that last picture there, and seeing the polo grounds. My father had grass and some seats from the polo grounds because he was a Giants fan, and you know, growing up and seeing that, and then that ramp at Aqueduct, coming down that ramp with my father, 10, 11 years old. Getting to the races, excited, riding out on the Aqueduct Special, and the talk on the train that it's, you know, the early double. You had to get there for the early double. And on that very train, telling my father at 11 years old, not that I wanted to be a jockey, that I was going to be a jockey. It hits me.
Imagine what that kid would have said if somebody told him one day you will be Aqueduct's all-time leading jockey. And while there is a lot of emotion, you think back to, we just showed you Ebbets Field and the polo grounds for the 5 days apart. It's not like things were continuing. You know, the Dodgers were moving west, right. The Giants were moving west. Yep. For these racing fans, it's that have been coming here, generations of racing fans, but the future very bright in New York with the reopening of Belmont Park on the horizon.
And Belmont Park is just about 10 miles, roughly 10 miles from Aqueduct. So it's not like it's a long journey to get there, a little bit different, maybe a little more convenient here for people taking the subway. But Long Island Railroad has to stop there, and I really hope that everybody comes out and gives the new Belmont Park a chance, because I think they're going to be impressed with the facility.
Closing day, Aqueduct out at Monmouth Park as well. They're at the gate. They're loading into the gate. Race 3 post time. Matt Dinneman with the call.
Super Document coming up to the gate. Super Document almost in the gate. They open the front of the gate for him. He goes in. To the outside, Beach Beamer. Waiting for Beach Beamer to come up. Charlie Marquez in the saddle here. We're ready to go. And they're off. Beach Beamer blasts out of the outside post, takes advantage of it, gets all the way over to the rail to save some ground coming out of the chute, leads the way by a little less than 2 lengths from Super Document in chase mode running in second. There's a gap of 3 to Fighting Gamecock, the first-time starter. Landing Force to the inside. Johnny Bay Good is second to last. Gotta Get It Right is well behind as they approach the far turn run. A strung-out group. Beach Beamer leads the parade here, a length and a tail. Super Document on his tail. He's right behind as they go into the far turn. There's a gap of 2 to Landing Force. Fighting Gamecock outside rounding the far turn. He's 3 lengths behind. Gap of 7 to Johnny Bay Good. Got to Get It Right. Not being persevered with as they come to the top of the lane. Beach Beamer at 8 to 5 went right to the lead from the get-go and says, come and catch me if you can. He comes off the turn, increases his lead to 2. 2.5 lengths with a furlong to go, and he's confidently handled here. Super Document second. On the inside, Landing Force is third, but with a 16th to go, Charlie Marquez just shaking the reins at Beach Beamer, and he's coasting in for a maiden win. Beach Beamer in the Jersey Shore. Second home with Super Document, then Landing Force and Fighting Gamecock.
All about Beach Beamer in the third race, Monmouth Park. Charlie Marquez, big afternoon yesterday, won the stakes race, the Jersey Girl, and a score here with Beach Beamer. And race number 3.
Nick. Turf course getting a workout there at Monmouth, but a nice effort here. Charlie Marquez really had a nice run as an apprentice in Maryland, but he's carrying on now as a journeyman.
clear in the stretch. We'll have those results, and we will be joined by the one and only Tom Durkin on the mic moments ago, calling the second race. Some of his favorite moments at Aqueduct. That's next, right here. You're watching America's Day at the Races on FS1. Just getting started, closing day at the Big A.
Coming through the stretch, it's Kelso getting his head in front. Heading and nose to nose as we go over the finish line.
Secretariat on the rail. Champagne Charlie on the outside and 70 yards from the finish. It's Secretariat now in front. Cordero now goes to the whip. He has 4 lengths. Ladies and gentlemen, here he is, the champion of the world, Seattle Slew.
Bottled water goes for the lead. Then it's NASCAR's Breeze, April Run.
And April Run takes the lead. It's April Run in front.
And they're off. Top of the stretch, and flashing rolls now. Brilliantly ridden on the front end by Richard Migliari. And they're off. And a beautiful sight as thoroughbreds stride down the backstretch. Oh, look at the sight of that. A thrilling finish! Photo finish!
These two into the final furlong, and Frosted has won the Wood Memorial.
And we're set for the start. And they're off. 3/4 went in 1:14.4. The field is at the top of the stretch in the Wood Memorial. And here's Bourbonic, who was last. And Bourbonic got there. Totalist is putting in a big late run, and Red Vine is splitting horses. The 4 of them come down to the line. Totalist with a big late run.
It's the Remsen right here at Aqueduct. And the boys are at it again. It's Paladin and Renegade. Paladin will win the Grade 2 Remsen. Crimson Light, look at this at the line photo. What did we just see?
Those calls, those voices from that booth here at Aqueduct through rain, sleet, snow, fog, you name it. a massive part of what has made Aqueduct over the decades, as we are now joined by legendary track announcer Tom Durkin.
I'm going to go out and go to the Ace Hardware and get a bucket of paint.
You're going to wait till closing day to clean it up.
Did you feel safe up there?
My old friends, the pigeons. Hey, Tom, how are you?
Just a little touch up there. What was it like being back in the booth and calling the second race on this closing day?
It's a little nerve-wracking. It's not like riding a bike, like they say, and I'm sure it's not like riding a horse as well. You just got to get your way through it.
Tom, you just came out with a book, and a great title, Life's Calling, right?
They wanted to call it Maestro of the Mic. And I said, I'll strangle you before I call myself Maestro of everything.
I like a Life's Calling.
Yeah, I came up with the title. I thought it was pretty damn good. Thank you, Tom.
Are there any Aqueduct stories in the book? Is there a favorite call of yours? Something that comes to mind of the races and all the time you called here?
Well, the biggest day ever at the Big A was the 1985 Breeders' Cup. No question about it. The Breeders' Cup was still in its infancy then. And it couldn't be held at Belmont because, the first year was held out in California.
Yeah.
Couldn't be held at Belmont because we weren't open in November. So it was here, and there were 18 horses from Europe that landed across the street and came over here to run, and 5 of them were champions. I mean, so that really cemented the Breeders' Cup as an international race, and it was done right here at the Big A.
Did you know my dad caught Chris McCarron in Stormcat when he won the Juvenile on Tasso?
I don't think I called Tasso. But it was funny. Stormcat went on to be like a great sire. Tasso wound up as a stud in Turkey.
Didn't know that.
I don't think your dad cared. He got the money that
Not
day.
the least.
Stormcat actually never won a Grade 1, but he was certainly a Grade 1 sire.
Yeah, he was a great one.
Yeah. What about now, over the years, we all have our favorite Tom Durkin calls. What's Tom Durkin's favorite calls?
I've always tended to say my last one.
Okay.
But today was about my 5th last one.
Right. And hopefully not your last one.
I might be back at Belmont opening day. I don't know. I guess my last one, the Spinaway, when Condo Commando won, it was just such an unbelievable day for me. I will never forget that. 38,000 people there. And I got all choked up saying goodbye. I'm not the lachrymose type at all, but that was one of the greatest thrills of my life.
Splash-tastic Condo Commando. Now, this had to be one of the greatest thrills of your career when a track announcer is calling a race when you can't see a damn thing.
Oh, I loved it when the fog came in here. I would wake up in the morning and pray for fog. It's a day off, day at the beach. You could say whatever you want to say because nobody knows what the hell's going on.
I liked it too.
Oh, yeah.
I liked it because you get away with a lot more. I grabbed more than a few saddle towels in my day in the fog.
What'd you say? What did you say?
Oh, I still all sorts of stuff. I remember one time I was so just you could not see your hand in front of your face, and I'd say, "And look at that magnificent flight of horses striding down the back stretch and all the thoroughbred glory. Oh, did you see that? Did you? I've never seen anything like that. Oh, it was magnificent. So you just go on and you have fun with it, and because what do you can't see anything.
So we can't. It's not that we can't hear anything, but we're kind of insulated up here. The first thing you said to us when you sat on the set here was, "Can you guys hear how loud the crowd is here today?"
Oh, the crowd is into it today. Yeah. I mean, when Chris said they're off at the Big A, there was a big roar from the crowd. It was like they were leaving the gate for the Breeders' Cup Classic. I mean, the folks are really into it, and it's a sentimental day for a lot of people. I was in a bar last night. I know you're shocked that I was in a bar, and I was talking to this guy, and he was in his 60s, and he goes, "Tomorrow's just going to be a very sentimental day for me." It is for people like you as well, I'm sure in a big way. And he goes, "My grandfather used to take me out here, and my father did, and now I take my kids here, and it's kind of a sentimental day for everybody. It's not really a wake, it's a celebration of life,
Absolutely.
which is the way I'm looking at it today."
I felt like it was when your childhood home gets sold. It's still gonna, it's still there in the memories, your mind's eye, but you're not going to be there anymore.
Yeah, well, all of nostalgia, psychologically speaking, but all of nostalgia is heavily anchored into your youth. Because there were fond times, and there's a psychological connection between your youth, those fun times, and that's where nostalgia really has its root.
Beautifully said, as expected. For our viewers, the fans here, getting a chance to hear you back in the booth calling a race here on closing day. Tom, thanks so much for taking the time.
Thanks for I love your show, by the way. You guys do a terrific job. Really love it.
Thank you.
Much appreciated.
Thank you for everything,
so
Richard.
much. Tom.
Bye-bye.
Tom Durkin joining us on set here. We're getting closer to post time for the third. 4 minutes out, we check in with Acacia trackside. Acacia.
And we'll start things down on the rail with the number 1 T Craft. But first, I have to say just how special it was getting a chance to hear Tom and calling a race here at the Big A this afternoon. I know a lot of people down here really, really excited about that as well. But taking a look at T Craft on the rails, I think this is a really fun and competitive sprint race. And you have plenty coming out of multiple races or even some stakes tries. T Craft beat Over and Ollie last time out, where he was a little bit keen getting to the front, but he was able to kind of secure that early lead and take over. And Over and Ollie was really just second best every step of the way. This was after a disappointing effort on the turf 2-back for T Craft, and prior to that he had a layoff, and before that as a 3-year-old he was running against some very tough sprint company in the Amsterdam and the Woody Stevens. So he obviously has some class and clearly is back on track, and this is the best that I've seen him look in a while. He's a horse that previously used to be really rambunctious prior to his races. He's dropped his rider before. He's been tough to saddle. None of that. He has matured mentally so much and looks tremendous warming up out on the racetrack, as he'll try to make it 2 in a row. The number 3, Ignite the Light, will try to keep a win streak going as well. He went to the front end last time out when going 7 furlongs, sending on a wet track, and was able to hold off the late rally from closer Donegal Surges late. As he cuts back in distance, that is, I guess, a little bit of the question for him, as he has previously been going longer and able to kind of extend that speed. Ricardo Santana gave him a big warm-up, but he is this big, burly, solid, kind of quintessential type of sprinter build. So from a physical perspective, I don't mind the slight cutback. I just do wonder with some other pace in here, and with the fact that he has been going further distances, if he is going to be able to control like he has done in the past. But he's run some very fast races when sprinting. You can go back to that 100 buyer speed figure that he ran in February. He could be very tough. I thought he was going to be a price. He's 4 to 1 on the board, the 6 Radio Red, but I wanted to give him another chance. I do not think that he can really be judged based off of his performance in the John A. Nehru last time out. This is a horse that throughout his career has not appreciated a wet track, and it was good and sealed last time. So okay, but not to his liking for sure. He took off of it, made a little bit of a late run, but I just don't think he really appreciated the conditions that day, and he ran very well in the Haynesfield 2-back, another one that was able to go longer but has been very effective sprinting as well. He is also that kind of very heavy, never really looks kind of fit type of horse, as he has been throughout his career. So kind of lending once again to a horse that appreciates a fast track once more. I think he has a big opportunity to turn things around today, and he will be coming from off of it. Might get the right setup, Lafitte.
Let's see how things do set up for him. Radio Red Acacia at 4 to 1. Breaking to his outside, Richie, the 5-year-old you like, El Grande O.
You know, Lafitte, when I handicap, I still handicap like as a rider.
Yeah.
You know, how this race is
Who do you
want
to ride? Who would you want to ride?
Who would I want to ride? And there's speed in here. There's a lot of speed, all drawn inside. And the 2 closers, or horses that can close, are the 6, Radio Red, okay, she just talked about, and the 7, El Grande O. And I think El Grande O will be a little more tactically placed, but he won't be forced in the race from that outside post. And also, if I could ride one, I'd want to ride for Barry Schwartz, because I won so many races in those black and white colors, and it feels like it would be appropriate for Barry to win a race on the closing day of Aqueduct.
For our viewers on FS1, could you expand on that? Barry Schwartz, and we hear his name, he's often referenced, obviously, on the broadcast, but what should our viewers know as they've reached the gate here? A little bit more about Barry Schwartz.
Well, Barry Schwartz was childhood friends with Calvin Klein, and they created the Calvin Klein conglomerate, the corporation together. And,
pretty successful, as I understand.
Yeah, from childhood friends to that. And then Barry, always a sportsman, loved racing. I rode my first winter for him in October of 1980. Jeez. We all look like we're babies in the win picture. I just came across it the other day.
How cool.
And then he was the chairman of NYRA for a while, and he'd come down to the jocks room and fleece us jocks out of money playing pool.
Lots of success in this game in New York. Barry Schwartz's El Grandeo at 7-1. The favorite, T. Craft from the rail and Jose Lizcano. Chris Griffin with the call. It is post-time race 3 closing day, the Big A on FS1.
And El Grandeo, Manny Franco. Last to load to the outside. Waiting on El Grandeo. El Grandeo goes in. All set. And they're off. Good beginning from Rookie Card. In between horses, sprints right to the front. El Grandeo is going to try to apply some pressure. Is now a stalking second at the rail. That's the gray over in Ollie. That's the top trio as Ignite the Light is in between horses. Is now back to 5th. Just got passed to the outside by Radio Red. Radio Red is tugging at Kendrick Harmouche. Wants to be forwardly placed. Towards the back end of the field, Acoustic Ave and T-Craft. Tightly packed field, 22.16 for the opening quarter mile. Rookie Card has the lead. Rookie Card up by a neck. Cruising up on the outside is Manny Franco and El Grandeo ready to challenge as they're well into the far turn now. Over in Ollie is Asked for More is just in behind horses. Radio Red towards the outside. Acoustic Ave is trying to run on. The Pink Silks, there comes T-Craft, and tailing off was Ignite the Light. They reach the top of the stretch, 44.46, the half-mile time. El Grandeo is strutting his stuff right now, is approaching a final furlong. Over in Ollie continues to give game chase, and to the outside comes Radio Red. Acoustic Ave from far out of it. Inside the final 16th. El Grandeo won it. Manny Franco with a riding double on the afternoon. Over in Ollie was right there. Finished second, Radio Red and Acoustic Ave.
Mic drop, fade to black, roll credits. That's the way you go out, Richie. Giving our viewers a 7-1 shot on this closing day at Aqueduct. El Grandeo in the 3rd.
I'm surprised this horse was that big a price. He had excuses last time when he stumbled. He was away clean. He set up shop just outside Rookie Card. And when I saw Manny Franco not take just one look back, he took 3 looks back off the quarter pole. I said, oh, he's got plenty of horse left, and he kicked on. And Lafitte, as we were watching the race, I'm looking at his pedigree, actually won on this horse's dam Rainbow Song twice in California for Patty Gallagher.
Wow. All comes full circle. And back here in New York, another win, Manny Franco 2 on the afternoon. And Barry Schwartz, by any chance, watching from abroad?
I really hope so, and I'm sure he'd be thrilled with this effort by El Grandeo. And Barry doesn't buy a lot of horses; he buys some, but he breeds most of his own horses. And there's Nick Santagata, all-time leading rider at the Meadowlands, by the way. Nick, just a mainstay here in New York.
These familiar faces, it's all appropriate, it's all very fitting. On this final day, we just had Tom Durkin on set, joined by another legend very soon, Angel Cordero, to join the broadcast. Linda Rice, another win here at Aqueduct, El Grandeo. When you look at those images back from the 50s, Aqueduct rebuilt, reconstructed, took 4 years no racing, reopened in September of '59. Racing has continued since, as we say farewell to the Big A.
This is what you get when all your wishes come true.
Cody's Wish right alongside, down to the wire. Cody's Wish.
The Horse of the Year trophy. Cody's Wishes Horse of the Year trophy. Start the quest for your award.
Cody's Wish has rocketed past. Cody's Wish is drawing away. Cody's Wish.
His first yearlings are selling now.
You bet with NYRA Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NYRA Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now and use promo code MATCH200 for a $200 new member bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Before the charge, there is the wait, the stillness, every muscle ready. They have carried us through every fight we ever dared to begin. 250 years ago, on this ground, a new nation found its footing on the backs of horses that would not flinch. Their kind still stands here. His name is Bucero.
Tickets to a day at the track are on sale now. Reserve a table or secure seats for a historic summer at Saratoga Racecourse. Saratoga Summer begins with opening day on Friday, July 3rd and runs through Labor Day. Book now at naira.com/Saratoga. Summer racing arrives Friday on Saratoga Live. Join the team for day one from the spa. Fire off the holiday weekend with great racing and stick around all weekend long. Friday is Saratoga's opening day. Join us 1 Eastern on FS2.
It's just super exciting. This is a real immersive experience.
It's the respect from the outside that they get, but along with the way that you feel when you're part of it.
High-class horses, really big races. We want you to be behind the velvet rope.
The bar that they set is different than everybody else, and it needs to raise everybody together.
Your job is to show up and have fun. We'll take care of the rest.
Our viewers miss the best stuff that actually takes place on this broadcast. Never makes air. Welcome back. America's Day at the Races is always brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. El Grande-O gliding under the wire. Second one in the afternoon, Manny Franco.
Yeah, just looked like a winner every step of the way, and all-time active leading jockey Manny Franco gets another one.
The emphasis on the active. All-time leading trainer Aqueduct, Linda Rice, Barry Schwartz's El Grande-O. Back to Aqueduct, closing on post-time race 4. Paulie and Megan on site at the Shore's greatest stretch. Guys.
Thank you, Lafitte. Race number 4, start off the late pick 5 here. And a tricky little race. We had 2-year-old Colts a little earlier in the card to race 2, 2-year-old fillies here. And we got a couple first-time starters. We'll start with the 2 Witchy Vibes. Comes in from Parks, and Frankie Pennington comes along too as well.
That's right. This is an entire field made up of first-time starters minus the number 3. So we're dealing with a lot of firsters, and number 2, Witchy Vibes. Amongst them, she is a vocal grain filly from the freshman first crop before freshman sire Epicenter, who's 1 for 11 thus far. This is the first foal to the races I've seen, and I just think that she's just going to benefit mentally from this race. She looked fantastic, incredibly robust, carrying that good rate and muscle mass to her, as she was a yearling purchase and been having those consistent works there up at Parks. I will say this, Paul, she kept kind of backing up in the saddling stall. They're trying to school her, trying to get her used to getting to the racetrack. I definitely think that she is going to benefit from the start with the service barn with those 2-year-old first-time starters, 0 for 8 here at Monmouth in the past 5 years.
Yeah, one thing about here in Monmouth, you do get a nice little spacious paddock for a lot of these younger horses here. Now, the 6-year, everything changes. She is a big daughter of Cyber
She
Nice.
is. I asked Jorge Delgado, her trainer, is that a filly? She's massive, and she doesn't have the most encompassing frame to her. I lie, she does. She's just a big-bodied individual. She's going to really appreciate getting some added ground in the future, starting with this 5/8 is many of these 2-year-olds, all of these 2-year-olds will do. But she was a 2-year-old in training purchase at that OBS March sale where she breezed a solid 10-1, a March foal. I will say you can see it in that sales breeze, and you can kind of see it in her demeanor in the paddock. She carries her head incredibly high, very much like her sire, Cyberknife, and just looks so similar, definitely marked by her sire there. I will say they kept her outside, they kept her moving. She was a bit green, not over the top whatsoever, handled herself well, but she's incredibly robust. She's carrying a lot of substance to her, physically and fitness-wise. We'll see if she needs to benefit from this start. But we saw Jorge Delgado clinch that first race with a 2-year-old and Tipsy Mojo. He'll try again in here.
Yeah, and he won with the horse that had experience, and it was not a good race. And you're looking at the 6 right now, everything changes. Now we'll get to the 3 here, Golden Athalaya, I guess how you pronounce it. I don't know.
Athalaya.
Athalaya.
You did great. You killed it.
Not a good start, but any kind of start we saw in race 2 is useful.
Yeah, you know, I wasn't completely didn't knock my socks off, the number
Yeah, I know.
3. A quick turnaround off that June the 18th effort there at Belmont at the Big A, where she just was completely outrun throughout. She kind of showed a little speed, and then she just continued to kind of lose contact with the field. Another one, freshman sire Golden Pal, who, to me, though, I will say this, looking at her, she's a big-bodied individual. She strengthened up and tucked up a bit. I didn't get to see her, obviously, back on debut, but just judging from the experience, she's definitely going to have the advantage on the rest of these firsters.
Yeah, and the other two in here, now, Tony Wilson and Happy Tentsdale, they won the third race with the 7 horse. They got 2 in here, the 4 and the 5. You were more interested in the 5. They're all both daughters of Nashville.
They are, and they were both sold in the same OBS April sale this year as 2-year-olds. The 5 Philly Ruckus, a bit of a higher price, $70,000 versus the 20 they fetched for the number 4. The 5 Philly Ruckus, another one by freshman sire Nashville. I didn't mind her breeze. She's an April foal who got over the ground well. I will say she breezed 2 furlongs in 21 and 3. I just find she's the more forward of the pair that's put together. She's incredibly short, stout, and compact, stamped by Nashville, will be potentially speedy, and you're getting a really fair price up there at 6-1. I do find she's ready to roll here on her debut.
2-year-old fillies getting in the gate to start off your late pick 5 here on the Jersey Shore. Beautiful afternoon here. Let's go to Matt Dinnerman for the rest of the load and the call.
3. Perfect Tune, post position 4 next up. Waiting for Golden Tune. Two back, Philly Ruckus. Everything changes to the outside post. Waiting for Everything Changes. To kick off the late pick 5, we've got a group of 2-year-old fillies here. We're ready to go. And they're off. Perfect beginning for the babies here, and they line up in the early stages. Witchy Vibes, Quality Spring down on the inside. These two hook up and put about a length and a half on Everything Changes, who runs in 3rd. Philly Ruckus next. Golden Athalia is in the 5th position, the chestnut. 4 off the pace, 3 clear of Perfect Tune as they go into the far turn. Witchy Vibes goes off as the 4-5 favorite, leads by a half length here. Philly Ruckus between horses now moves up to come and challenge, and Everything Changes is 3 wide, being asked to go now. 2 back to Quality Spring, has lost contact with the top pair, but tries to re-rally on the inside. Well sent upon 7 lengths clear of Golden Athalia and Perfect Tune as they come to the top of the lane. Witchy Vibes has lost the lead to Philly Ruckus. Philly Ruckus, now here comes Witchy Vibes right back at her. Witchy Vibes reclaims the lead. Philly Ruckus left back in 2nd now, and it's Witchy Vibes hitting the 16th pole, clear by 3 parts of a length. Philly Ruckus has run well, but Witchy Vibes, the daughter of Epicenter, will win by a length and a half. Clears off late. Philly Ruckus 2nd, Quality Spring 3rd, Everything Changes faded to 4th.
2-5-1 as Witchy Vibes comes back to win on Philly Ruckus here. The Philly by Epicenter, 4-5.
Nice first-time starter victory for the barn, the first here at Monmouth Park in the last 5 years, and this was an impressive daughter of Epicenter as she put away some of those mental green cues that she showed us in the paddock, and she was able to put it all together in her debut. I think this is a filly we'll see down the road. She really did everything right, and to me is going to have a future ahead of her if she remains here at Monmouth Park. We shall see, but the 2nd official winner for her sire, Epicenter.
Congratulations to Avalon Racing Sable, the 4-5 shot. Lafitte starts off the late pick 5.
Favorite delivers there. Witchy Vibes. How about this guy? Had a price that Richie zeroed in on. Barry Schwartz's El Grande O. Manny Franco, 2 wins on this final day at Aqueduct with Acacia after he jumped off the saddle. taking winner circle photos.
J.O. with the win, and happy to be joined by winning rider Manny Franco, who has 2 today on the card already. Manny, first of all, let's talk about your trip here. We saw you take a peek back, and I think it was pretty obvious you had plenty of force underneath you.
Yeah, I was a little bit surprised the way he put himself in the race today. So Linda told me that he likes to be outside. So I was confident about that. So I was really happy with the way he was traveling in the beginning. And in the 5:16 quarter pole, I take a peek back because I felt like I got horse. I wanted to know where they are. So I say, okay, horse, let's go. And he was there for me.
A really nice performance. Like I said, 2 on the day and counting. But Aqueduct, you are, as Richie Migliore has pointed out, the leading active rider here. You really cut your teeth here at Aqueduct. A lot of the winters as well. What does this place and the wins you've had here mean to you?
No, this place means a lot to me. This is the place that saw me grow, like I said before, and just I can describe how I feel. Saw my name next to those guys. Just unbelievable, and just happy to be right next to them. And Rich, you have lucky.
Yeah, I mean, you might have caught you, Richie. But Manny, it's been such a pleasure watching you ride, and I know we're going to continue to see more great performances from you in the future as well.
Thank you, Kasia.
Lafitte?
Just so you know, Richie.
I
Manny
agree with
Franco
him.
saying, you're lucky I run out of runway.
You know what? I love it, and I agree with him. 7 or 8 years, though, it might have taken him, but he would have got there. He ran out of racetrack. He literally ran out of racetrack.
Ran out of racetrack, ran out of runway. Grew up wanting to be like a Yankee shortstop. A terrific athlete, Manny Franco. What would you say is the biggest, where he has improved the most over the years as a rider, Manny Franco?
You know, he was always very physically gifted, always very strong. Now, he has gotten strong over the years, but I also think he rides the turf a lot better than when he first started out, which is an acquired skill. Most kids don't ride the turf as well when you first start out, but I think Manny has just raised his game on every level.
Yeah, these Puerto Rican phenom jockeys, Manny Franco, the Ortiz brothers who ran 1-2 in this year's Kentucky Derby, and the King of Saratoga celebrating aboard Gulch after winning the 88 Breeders' Cup Sprint. King of Saratoga, pretty good at Aqueduct as well. In fact, awesome everywhere. Angel Cordero on set when America's Day at the Races continues.
but they still have to catch Lady Secret, who comes to the top of the stretch with the lead by 3/4 of a length. Life's Magic on the outside. Life's Magic on the outside has taken the lead now. And Lady Secret, the front runner, is now back in second. Alabama Nina is racing in third. Don't Stop the Music on the outside fourth, and it is going to be Life's Magic. She's winning this one, pulling away from the field, and has left the field behind in the wake of a devastating performance. Life's Magic has won it by 6 lengths.
Devastating is right. Life's Magic defeating her stablemate, running away and hiding from an eventual Horse of the Year in Lady Secret. Owned by Eugene Klein, trained by Dwayne Lucas, 1-2 finish, and ridden by Angel Cordero Jr., his first ever Breeders' Cup victory. And now joining us on set on this closing day at Aqueduct. Angel, 1 year ago today, we lost legendary Hall of Fame trainer Dwayne Lucas. What do you remember about that moment most in winning your first Breeders' Cup event on Life's Magic in that 85 distaff?
It was a very exciting and important day to me because she was the only filly that beat Lady Secret in a few times. I think probably Georgie had the choice and he picked the right one. But I got very lucky that day, and she raced a big race that day. She ran a race that she was going to beat anybody. And he was happy to know that I won my first Breeders' Cup and in New York here.
Yeah.
Because I didn't have no luck somewhere else.
Well, and Angel, when you first came to the States from Puerto Rico, Aqueduct was your first stop, right?
My first race I rode here in 1962. It was my first winner was here in New York. My first time I win a leading rider outside of Puerto Rico was here. And I got lucky, was leading rider of the nation, being stable in New York. Years ago, you don't see that much. Right. Lately, you know, after Dominguez and Iraq and everything, they win everywhere. Yeah. But years ago, you stable in New York, stay there. Very hard to win the national title for the year, and I did it, and I was very proud of it. Because the Big 8 to me was like Major League. That's what everybody wants to be, and that's what I wanted it to be when I came to the United States. And
just being here today and walking around and the fans that we see here at Aqueduct, what's going through your mind as we watch this last day of racing unfold?
I kind of feel a little sadness because I really love the track. I think it was the best surface that I ever rode in my life. I rode everywhere, you name it, and I think it was the best surface. Saratoga, it was my liker because I got lucky there. But surface-wise, Aqueduct to me was the best. So I feel sadness that we're losing something that is so precious to a lot of people, to him, to you, to your father, to me. And this is the place that I made my name. This is the place that made me, so I'm always going to remember that.
Dinner with my dad a couple of nights ago, he said the exact same thing about the surface here at Aqueduct.
Yeah, the best surface.
Richard, now you won the Jockey Cup Gold Cup on autobiography. Was that here?
Right here, yeah.
Yeah, 2 miles, when the Jockey Cup Gold Cup was 2 miles. And I was looking at the race. He opened up big early, and then the field got to him, and he kind of rebroke again.
They sent a Robbie with me.
Okay.
And when we left, my horse had I with him. I could tell the guy to take back. He said, they sent me to the lead. I'm telling you to take back. We're killing each other, and he let me. He was never on the lead before. And he was on the lead all the way around. I don't know what happened to him that day. He rode good.
What do you remember about Bold 4? You won 4 Wood Memorials.
Bold 4, yeah.
76 Bold 4s. What comes to mind?
Well, I won the 7-8 race here with Bold 4s. And he won 7-8 in 120 and change. And Last told me he didn't want to run in the mile because he was too close. He said, more horse, I don't want to put them races together. So when he put him in the Wood Memorial, he said, we always been talking about rating him because he won't rate. So I said, but he got blinkers. He said, if I don't put the blinkers, he comes out of the gap. I said, you have a rubber bit on it. He said, well, you put any other bit and he fights. So it was hard to deal with him. So when Wood Memorial came, he said, Cordero, I know you've been trying to do this, trying to see if he can rate. Let's try it today. See if you could rate him. And he was laying like 4 going to the first turn. But when I pointed in to make the turn, he caught. And when he caught, I said, I ain't fighting with him. I know if he could beat that day, I was going to be crucified.
And Honest Pleasure was the big favorite going to the Kentucky Derby that year. Did you go to Louisville after that Wood Memorial feeling like you could beat him?
I thought I got a shot. I told Last, the only reason we have a good chance is after he won the Wood Memorial here. The other horse is always been on the lead, and he's undefeated. I said, but they think he's a great horse, which he was. I said, and they're going to think my horse is only sprinter. They're not going to fight with me. I said, Bradley's too much of a good rider. Leroy believes that's the best horse he ever trained. The way they was talking, I said, they so high on it that they could say, let it be. I said, that's the only way maybe we beat him. I said, the other horse was never behind. And then when it comes to the Preakness, I said, man, we're going to be in trouble. Because he's going to come out of there running. I said, you know, I see you want me to take him back.
Well, one thing that always stood out to me, though, about you, Angel, is it didn't matter if it was the last race, a 10-claimer or a grade 1. You went out there and competed with fire in your eyes. You wanted it as bad as anybody, and I always was impressed and admired that. And to me, you taught me how to compete.
It's important in a sport, like people say that I was aggressive. You, in a sport, you got to be aggressive.
Sure.
They're fearless. You can't be thinking that you might die, you might get hurt. But when you love what you're doing, you want to do the best you could do. And I was never jealous of somebody that was doing better than me. I just want to know why he was doing better than me. And then you learn, our athletes, in any sport, you create habits. Every athlete creates a habit. And when you practice this sport with people 5 times a day, you learn the habit. Yeah. You close your eyes, you know what they're going to do automatic. From behind, you could tell. By the behind, you could say who's there.
Yep.
Okay, so you know what he's going to do. Oh, he's going to start riding. He's going to go out. So when you learn that, you got an advantage on the other guys. Because they only look at the racing phone, how they're going to ride the horse. I handicap the jockey, the trainer.
Sure.
If I saw you make it on a league or your father on a league, I know I was in trouble. They don't want to be there. They must be walking. I'm in trouble.
Dad says hello, by the way. And thanks so much, Angel, for stopping
it was my
by.
pleasure.
We'll do it again in Saratoga?
Whenever you want to.
Awesome.
And tell your daddy not to be mad at me because you look like me, okay?
He's still, yeah. Pretends like he's over it. He ain't over it. He ain't
Don't
over
be mad.
nothing.
Don't be mad. Don't be mad at me. He just looked like me. It just happened.
Angel Cordero joining us on this closing day at Aqueduct as we get closer to post time for the 4th race and check in with Maggie Wolfendale. Maggie, welcome to the broadcast.
Here on the packed Aqueduct apron, and I'm so pleased to be joined by my friend Javon here. And you were just beginning to tell me a story. I said, hold on, we got to save it.
Yes.
Of how you first started coming to Aqueduct.
I started coming to Aqueduct and Belmont with my grandmother, rest in peace her soul. I was a 4-year-old kid, and ever since, you know, I fell in love with it. And once she passed away in 2017, I just kept on going. I kept on going for her legacy, and I had to come on the last day.
Absolutely, as I'm sure a lot of people have the same sentiment. I'm impressed. If I can get Rini to come in here and take a look at your notebook.
For March, I write down all my results. I write down what place they came in for their last 3 starts. I write I'm sorry, I'm a little nervous. I'm a little shaky because everybody around me. I'm a little nervous. I write down what place, like what order came in, how much it paid, if I lost, the jockey, the trainers. I've been doing this, I do this in advance. You can ask my partner right here. I do this I play every Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I'm playing at home. I come here. I make sure I save my money so I can play horses. I pay bills to make sure I got money to play horses. And I'm only 29 years old. I'm a young kid, and I fall in love with this.
Javon, we are happy to have you as a fan. We need more people like you.
Yes.
And thank you for telling your story, and enjoy the final day of the Big A.
Yes, I will. Thank you, Maggie. Nice seeing you. Thank you for everything, Maggie.
It's a pleasure talking to you.
It's a pleasure having you. Thank you
My
for
people,
everything.
love this guy, guys.
Thank you.
Sign that man now. Give him a mic and turn him loose.
He is into it. That enthusiasm is infectious.
Man.
You know, he's writing everything down. That's how they nailed Capone. They got the accountant.
That was like the Dead Sea Scrolls of handicapping notes that he's keeping.
He is into it.
Love it.
Yep.
Love it. Something about New York racing fan. And enjoying every last moment on this closing day as we get closer to race number 4. Coming up in 3 minutes, a pick 6 to get underway here. And to get situated and organized, you're looking at the favorite at 9-5, Richie, in Starship Pegasus in this race in honor of the mighty Damascus.
Yeah, and this horse, this filly, daughter of Uncle Mo's, out of Concord Kid. Well, that makes this horse a half the Spirit of St. Louis, Bar of Gold, amongst others. And she was just in a very, very tough spot last time and didn't get away very cleanly, so it already kind of put her at a disadvantage. She gets class relief here, and she should, if she breaks cleaner, be more forward and in the right spot.
Hey, Maggie, I think we found your co-host for Maggie on the Loose this summer at Saratoga.
Oh yeah, I'm shipping Javon up to Saratoga. We're gonna have some fun, turn us loose at the spa. But Lafitte, talking about your favorite in here with number 3, that is Starship Pegasus. Now, she got a little bit of a late start to her career, but she made good on it. And, you know, it was funny. You go back and you watch her maiden score where Javier Castellano was very aggressive with her and really intent on getting to the lead. And then you watch the pebbles and he just kind of let her fall out of the gate, had no intention of getting any forward position. And ultimately, while Fast Market did close from off of it, Love You Anyway, she was the second place finisher who did set the pace. So I think it was a matter of also facing better horses, of course, and the result showed in the Beyer speed figure of it just being higher because of that. However, from 3 to 4, Starship Pegasus has done very well. She has grown. She's just more athletic overall. And while I do firmly believe that Michelle Nevin is a trainer who gets her horses to the races with something left in the tank, meaning that she's getting them there so they can have a good season, so they can have a comprehensive year. And she did get a little bit hot, so sometimes that's an indication of a horse needing a race, but she does overall look incredibly fit and strong coming back here. So it'll be interesting to see how Javier rides her yet again today. I have a lot of love for Considerate City. I know she's never technically crossed the wire first, but her 2 races coming back now as a 3-year-old have been very good, and she's taken that proverbial step up, in speed figures with another year under her belt. And now that she's 3rd off the layoff, she looks the fittest and strongest that she has. And I had interest in her in May and in June. Unfortunately, you're not getting the 35 and 8 to 1 that you were getting on her in her last 2 starts, so she's down to 4 to 1 today, but I'm gonna stick with her. Can't help myself, have a lot of love for this girl who does seem to try every time. She's just gotta learn how to win. I hope that's today. Moving on to number 3, Cosmic Candy Girl. She, however, I don't think has taken that step forward from 2 to 3. Kind of reflective in her Beyer speed figures, and furthermore, it looks that way physically too. I like her, I respect her as a horse. Her 2-year-old campaign was great, but I just wonder, has the rest of the competition caught up with her as far as talent and physical form? So she's gonna have to take another step forward as she sits up there as your current second choice, Lafitte. For me, it's Considerate City, but I do respect number 3, Starship Pegasus.
And you heard that. You're gonna miss that. The sounds of the planes taking off and landing. It's from JFK.
I'll be honest, I won't miss that. No, you'd be in the starting gate, and patterns some days they would come in a little lower.
Yeah.
And it would distract the horses a little bit.
I would imagine.
And, yes, I won't miss that.
You get clocked if I ask this question in a racing circle, but this race is named in honor of Damascus. What should our FS1 viewers know about the great Damascus?
Well, he was one of several great horses. You see this? This horse
Mitchie, you're the best.
This plane's coming in a bit low, and if you're in the gate, you get a horse that kind of, whoa, what's that? And then they break, and you get left. Clear the runway here.
I'm saying nostalgically, I'm going to miss that. Richie's like, hell no, not me. Not if I was still riding.
Nah, no. But Damascus was part of a triumvirate of horses at the time, including Dr. Fager and Buck Passer, that put on some amazing shows. And Damascus on his day was as good as anybody.
This race in his honor, the Damascus, race number 4, up to Chris Griffin with the call. Race 4, Aqueduct, closing day, live on Fox Sports 1.
6 to go. Bertrilla's in. That wonderful New York crowd. Bloomington. All set. Race 4. And they're off. Good beginning for Fabulous Fox, and Fabulous Fox sprints towards the front. Just in behind them is Starship Pegasus, and out wider, that's going to be Cosmic Candy Girl. Center of the course is going to be Bertrill. Nowhere to go right now. Can't save any ground. As moving through at the rail comes She Takes Cash. It's a runaway leader, though. The leader, Jamie Rodriguez, and Fabulous Fox, they're up by 3 lengths. Now moving in closer is Starship Pegasus. Wants to do more for Javier Castellano. Is going to be in between horses. Now takes back as forward momentum from Cosmic Candy Girl. 23.41, the opening quarter mile Fabulous Fox, a big long shot in front, is up by 3/4 of a length. Here's Cosmic Candy Girl, trying to apply the pressure, is now tugging at Kinder Carmouche to move forward. Starship Pegasus is a well-settled third. Then comes Bertrill, who's in the 2 path, is to the outside of She Takes Cash. The 2 at the back, Considerate City and Boomington. They're well at the backstretch now, and they went 48.09 for the half-mile time. Fabulous Fox is in front, and Fabulous Fox, less than a half-mile to go to take him into the far turn. Cosmic Candy Girl still ranging up here, and now comes after the lead. Starship Pegasus is in between horses, now moves forward, tips towards the outside. In between horses, there comes Considerate City, who's also made up ground. She Takes Cash is at the back end of that leading group. They reach the top of the lane. Cosmic Candy Girl is trying to run on. Gets a little tight there for She Takes Cash, who dives down towards the inside. Starship Pegasus steered clear, is now drifting out, but has the lead. They're approaching the final 16th. Here comes Considerate City, who's diving. Drifting out in the lane still is Starship Pegasus. Starship Pegasus won it. Considerate City finished second, then came She Takes Cash in a photo. That was Cosmic Candy Girl with Fabulous Fox.
Maggie told you, you looked the part, fit and ready, off the bench, and wins in her 2026 debut. Starship Pegasus and star jockey Javier Castellano.
Yeah, real nice effort here, but Javier certainly contributed to the win here. He had the 5 Considerate City kind of boxed in. This is just good race riding here. You don't want to let the guy get out of that trap. So Dylan has to wait until he clears and then angle out. So now he's got first run, and it's a little bit hard to make up that distance when you've had to kind of pick it up from a compromising
and look at her take off
position.
late. Yeah, the ride from Javier Castellano. You've been on both sides of that. How frustrating is that when you have a horse full of run and you're being hemmed in?
Oh, it's so frustrating, and you want to get mad, but you can't blame the other rider. That's his job.
Yeah.
And you can see, I mean, he's consciously turning, pointing his filly in to make sure he holds that line, doesn't give her that sliver of space to slip through in between them. And that Dylan had no choice but to wait, angle to the outside, and by then this horse had given him the slip. That is perfect race riding.
You've referenced it in the past. Part of the jockey's objective, not just winning a race, but making things as difficult as possible for the other riders. And in that particular scenario, how hard is it not to push the envelope too far so you don't cross that line?
Well, he didn't really have to come in very much. He already established his line. Where they go over the line is like yesterday, Jose Lezcano came in a little too much, and it resulted in a disqualification. But you could see Javier was keenly aware of the fact that that was the horse to beat. He was on the favorite. That's the second choice. I've got to make this horse a difficult trip as possible, and that's what he did perfectly.
Arriving in Saratoga with lots of momentum. Javier Castellano riding so well. Another win here at Aqueduct. When we come back, it's almost ready. Reimagined, rebuilt Belmont Park coming this September. Opening act, no big deal. Japan's Forever Young on day 1.
Drain the clock, Jockey's Warrior, drain the clock by a head.
1,000,001, hit it in 1,000,001, 1,100,000, hit it in 75,700. Mike, 700,000. 70, 570,000. Thank you.
Phasing Tipton's July Selected Horses of Racing Age. Since inception, this sale has produced 28% stakes horses and the earners of more than $110 million worldwide. Recent stars include Grade 1 winners Fort Washington and Nakatomi, plus multiple graded stakes winner Banishing. The can't-miss sale of the summer for horses ready to run. July Selected Horses of Racing Age, July 14th in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be?
Charlatan is the leading second crop sire by stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and graded stakes horses.
Charlatan, ultra impressive. It's a new day for a new king.
Adelphi Racing Club offers the unparalleled excitement of owning thoroughbred racehorses at a fraction of the cost. We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Our New York-based high-performing equine athletes, trainers, and jockeys compete and win at the highest level circuits. Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference, and let's win races together.
Today, bet the final day at the Big A to hit and split $25,000. Opt in and play the early and late pick fours, pick fives, and Grand Slam wagers on the Belmont at the Big A card. Sure, and a $25K prize pool betting Aqueduct's final race day on Naira Bets. Get your ticket to the longest season in Saratoga history. Season tickets and season passes are on sale now for 46 days of action at Saratoga beginning Friday, July 3rd. Lock in your summer plans at naira.com/Saratoga.
So glad you could join us on this closing day. Aqueduct and the fans. It was a big line out front this morning for these generations of racing fans taking in this final day of racing at the Big A. And still lots of action coming your way. New York City's racetrack, the Skyline on this Sunday afternoon, and where we just watched a Hall of Famer do his thing. What a ride, Javier Castellano, moments ago.
You know, the feat, and because it is a nostalgic type of day, I remember when Javier Castellano first came to New York. He was the new kid on the block. I was one of the older, veterans at that point, and now Javier is one of those older veterans.
Yeah, what a career. Like I said, can't see him at Aqueduct without thinking of Bellamy Road, and Bellamy Road running up the score in the Wood Memorial, and a Kentucky Derby favorite, Bellamy Road, Javier Castellano. Much more coming up. Aqueduct, much more from Monmouth as well. We've reached post time for race 5 out to Paul and Megan at Monmouth. Guys.
Yeah, thank you, Lafitte. 4 more races on the card, and we'll start as the horses are getting ready to go on the turf course right now. So you got a couple minutes to get to your Naira Bets app to wager on this late pick 4. I thought an interesting race. It looks like there could be the one looks like the one to beat in here, but it looks a little bit trickier than that, doesn't it?
It is. I do find this race goes beyond the current favorite, the number 1 Identity Crisis, who will come off that second place performance off of the freshening here for Jorge Delgado. And look, this horse looks incredibly strong in the paddock. I didn't have any issues with him. He looks like a turf sprinter, very robust, broad, stout individual. And last time out when freshened, he controlled the pace, and it was a quick one for the level especially. And he looked like he was home, caught in the final stages after establishing a pretty comfortable margin. The winner was okay, lateral class mover.
Okay.
So it was just an okay race, right? And it did earn a 70 buyer speed figure, and it is the race to beat. But I still have my questions. I do find the one will be the main speed yet again, with the 3 likely Pandemic Hero, the next fastest.
Yeah, the 2 Scotty 2 Hottie, I thought was the X factor in here. Now let's get to the 5 First Navy Jack. I know you like this one a little one. I thought this one was hidden a little bit. Edwin Gonzalez, he's riding today. He's a 20% rider, good rider.
Yeah, I think this horse is just begging for a cutback, right? Those horses, or those races, I should say, going long, I think muddies up his form a little bit. But if you really just focus in on it, yes, he has to take a step forward. Yes, he's been facing some cheaper company, especially in his Gulfstream Park maiden-breaking performance. But he's tactically met. I thought he had a decent performance, 2 back in that fast, quicker pace there with Identity Crisis, who will have to turn the tables on. But I thought he was interesting. Another short-coupled, stout sprinter-like body to him, and getting the right distance, that's for sure.
If they go fast early, he's going to be coming home late. The 7 in here, just comply. This is where I landed. I'm still figuring out why. 0 for 11 the last 2 years.
Makes some sense.
0 for 10. I get it. He's just like, that kind of steers you away. But I look back and I think outside draw, cutting back again. Maybe can pass horses, gets Francisco Martinez?
Yeah, he's got that tactical speed, and Mike Deeney's horses have been running very well. They have been running, even if they haven't been winning, they've been running on the board at a 21% clip. And this horse, a New Jersey bred, coming out of that New Jersey bred allowance spot last time out, where he's the type of horse that's incredibly tactical. Last time out, Paul, on June the 20th, it's a quick turnaround for him. He waited in behind horses for room, angled out in the lane, and then he was just kind of one pace. But I will say, Paul, those 1, 2, 3 pace setters finished that way up front. So I do find it was one of those merry-go-round races, quote-unquote, with TV Man coming out of that race to improve his buyer speed figure 10 points as well.
Yeah, pay attention to the break. It's going to be very key. Identity Crisis, even money on the rail. Can he get away and do what he did last time? But hold on. 5-year-old gelding by Blame to start off the late pick 4 here. Matt Dinnerman from the Jersey Shore.
First Navy Jack, post position 5. Blue Marble, second to last. Just Comply to the outside post. Just Comply goes zip. We're ready to go. And Larough. From the inside, Identity Crisis going right to the lead here. Pandemic Hero, a half length back second. First Navy Jack third as they come out of the chute. Scotty Too Hottie taking the fourth position from Just Comply. Chaos Coming, Blue Marble, second to last and last respectively. Onto the backstretch. Identity Crisis clears off from the competition. Scampers 2 ahead of Pandemic Hero in second. Scotty Too Hottie slips inside of First Navy Jack to claim the third position. Just Comply 7 lengths behind as they're strung out now. 2 clear of Chaos Coming and 3 better to Blue Marble as they round the far turn. Identity Crisis still the leader with a quarter mile more to go and opens up 2.5 lengths. Now it's 3-length lead here for Identity Crisis, getting away from the competition. All he's got to do is keep going here. Identity Crisis down the lane, 4 lengths ahead with a furlong to go. He's in the middle of the course, but he is clear. Pandemic Hero second. Outside Just Comply trying to rally on here. Identity Crisis with a 16th to go. Clear by 3. Chantal Sutherland and Jorge Delgado with 2 wins today. Identity Crisis, gate to wire. Pandemic Hero second, Just Comply third. First Navy Jack was fourth.
137, and like you heard from Matt Dinnerman, a double for Chantal Sutherland. This race was over about 150 yards into the race.
Yeah, he held on. He's the main speed on paper. A lot of the times, Paul, sometimes races play out the way they appear on paper, and sometimes they do not. This was the case, and he wired this field as he wasn't able to last time out, redeemed himself in for the same $16,000 tag. We'll see if he gets picked up here.
Back-to-back favorites, Lafitte, to start off the late pick 5.
Chalky in that late pick 5, guys. Thanks so much. Identity Crisis 13754 out at Monmouth. Still lots of live racing coming your way here. Closing day Aqueduct. That'll wrap things up for Richie and myself. Stepping off set. You'll be back a little bit later on, yes?
Yes, I will be back on for the last couple with Andy and Greg and send off Aqueduct the right way.
Yeah, absolute pleasure
Great.
having
you so much.
on set for this
Appreciate
last day at Aqueduct. The all-time leading jockey. All-time. They can't take it away from him no matter what Manny Franco says at the Big A. Andy and Greg on set next. The fans here enjoying this final afternoon of racing at Aqueduct. Coverage continues here on FS1.
I started coming to Aqueduct way in the early 70s, which was really, really, really fantastic racing.
I've been coming to Aqueduct for 25 years, and I just love the excitement.
My biggest win was at Aqueduct. I won a pick six that, paid a couple $1,000s. I invested some of the money by buying 2 horses. So thrilling to know that someone like me could come to America and own an horse.
I have enjoyed coming here, especially for the Wood Memorial. There is no Aqueduct without the memorial.
My father used to take me to this track because he loved this place. But he had to take me because my mother told him, you can't go unless you take your son with you. And I'm sorry it's going, because I feel like it's a part of me, and it feels like a place I can't be with my father right now, again.
I will miss taking the A train to Aqueduct, because that's the next experience,
At Aqueduct will always have memories for me. It's a place I would not like to depart, but we have to go someday.
Live coverage of the final program ever run at the Big A continues here on Fox Sports 1. What a crowd that has come out to say their goodbyes to a track that has been New York City's racetrack for over 130 years. Greg Wolf, New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling with you. I walked in, took that final, A-train ride into the racetrack, and it was really special just seeing the crowd on the train, everyone taking pictures together, and the parking lot completely packed, people wrapped around the building. We haven't seen that here in a long time.
I know, I came a little earlier than you did this morning, and even getting here about 9:30, there were people tailgating in the parking lot. I've actually never seen that before at Aqueduct, and back in the day, it was routine, the place was crowded. I think one of the funniest things about watching old races here is seeing the number of cars here, right? Is seeing how packed the parking lot was, but it was great to see people. There's been a big crowd all day. A lot of people saw a lot of fans that have come from far away to say goodbye to Aqueduct, and it's a nice thing, Obviously, it's been an incredible run here, and when I think back to being in New York, one of the themes that I heard, Greg, for at least 30 years was they're going to close Aqueduct, they're going to consolidate, and they're going to move everything to Belmont. Aqueduct's going to close. I got to tell you, we covered the over. We've been here a lot longer than people would have thought many years ago. I think if you went back in a time machine and said to somebody, Aqueduct is not going to close until the middle of 2026, they would have said, yeah, that's never going to happen. Here we are.
So many ways, just an incredibly exciting time in this sport, particularly here in New York. We're going to have the longest Saratoga summer season in the history of Saratoga, and then of course this $500 million renovation, move into an incredible new facility that this entire sport should be excited about. But for today, it is about goodbye to a track that's been here for over 130 years. Let's check in with Maggie Wolfendale.
And I'm here on the Aqueduct apron with some Aqueduct faithful. In fact, over 5,500 fans here at the Big A to say goodbye, and one of them being Frankie here. And Frankie, you have been the most enthusiastic guy watching the horses over in the paddock.
Yes, I've been here since 9 o'clock this morning.
Wow.
And it's a sad day. I've been coming here since 7 years old. My father took me here, so all the great jockeys, the horses. And I want to say, the MiG, 2,241 wins. Am I right?
I think so. I mean, he would correct you.
Yeah, MiG was the man. And
you know who else we also had on a little bit earlier? Angel Cordero.
Angel Cordero. Yes, I had a picture with Angel Cordero. I had a picture with him. Couldn't sign anything, but I have a picture with him.
That counts for something, right?
That was great. That was great, yes.
All right, give me your best Aqueduct memory. Favorite horse, favorite race. Do you have one?
I would say Holy Bull.
Yes. Mike Smith?
Holy Bull. Yes, that was a great race.
So how are we going to send off the Big A today?
Losing. Nah.
Mic drop. Greg.
Thank you, Maggie.
Thank you.
Keep the faith, keep firing away, and hopefully get some winners. And he just became Mig's best friend. He gave him 3 extra wins here at the Big A.
Yeah, no, I agree. He's really, that guy comes back another time. Richie might have like 3,000 wins here.
He was pretty close to exact.
Yes, he was.
Tremendous crowd on hand. We're about 10 minutes away from race 5 on this final program to be run here in South Ozone Park, New York. We're going to step aside for a timeout. We'll take a look at some of the great history that's happened here, including a couple of Triple Crown spoilers Northern Dancers Triple Crown bid came to an end in 1964. And Ambroid ended the bid of Kauai King. Excuse me. We'll be back.
They come on for the finish in the Pilgrim Stakes. Annapolis by a head.
It is Annapolis in front. It is Annapolis to win the Coolmore Turf Mile.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials.
Sign up now and use promo code MATCH200 for a $200 new member bonus.
You bet with Naira Bets.
Look at these two juveniles going at it, and it is Forte.
It is Forte in front. Forte on to victory here in the Grade 1 hopeful.
The two of them coming down to the wire. Forte on the outside, and Forte to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Forte starts to gather in the top horses. This is going to be very close, but the champion prevails. Forte wins.
So many big moments have taken place here in South Ozone Park at Aqueduct. 1964 Northern Dancers Triple Crown bid on the line, trying to become the first Triple Crown winner since Citation in 1948. Did not happen. Quadrangle with the upset. And a new world record on that day, by the way, for wagering was set. $5.83 million wagered 1966. Kauai King, his Triple Crown, if I can get it out, his bid on the line. He was foaled at Sagamore Farm. His sire and grandsire, they had won the Preakness. A feat was only accomplished one other time, but Ambroid spoiling the party.
I was not at those Belmont Stakes.
No. And from 1963 to 1968, Belmont, of course, under construction, and the Belmont Stakes took place right here.
Well, it was a lot different back then. You know, we could get 50 or 60,000 people at Aqueduct back in those days. And for people who failed to understand why we didn't run the Belmont Stakes here when we closed Belmont, the capacity here is about 6,000 to 8,000 people, and it's great to have a nice crowd here today. But when you run the Belmont Stakes, you don't want to be limited to 8,000 people.
Race 5, we're going to have the post parade coming up momentarily. It starts a mandatory pay late pick 5, 6 furlongs on the grass. And a New York bred entry-level allowance called a post. And we'll kick things off with a couple of long shots. From down on the inside, Melanie Giddings, Christopher Elliott, and then we'll kick things off with Olivia's Grace.
Yeah, the horse that could benefit from getting some pace, but just has not done any running in the 2 races since coming off the layoff.
Live Oak Plantation runner, named, I would think, after Charlotte Weber, Charlotte's Universe.
Yeah, I mean, she'd have to improve. She's making more money than I would have expected near. She's a speed. There's a little less speed with the 9 coming out. I mean, the 9's not in here. Excuse me, the 9 didn't come out. There's plenty of speed here, sorry.
Disco Star, I thought a player for Mark Casse here.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the fair argument for her is that maybe she was a little too close to the pace last time, and with more pace today, she can get a better trip.
Here's Twirling Lulu, Kendra Carmouche for Bruce Levine.
She's a forwardly placed horse that's run okay on the turf, but maybe not quite good enough to win here.
Yeah, speed certainly her MO. Oriole Way, big number next door.
There's just not a lot of turf pedigree for this horse trying the turf for the first time. Not that she's untalented.
Second to Iron Orchard on dirt in the second start of her 2-year-old campaign. Here's Tenacious Child. Lilo Rivera.
Yeah, this is one for George Weaver. One of the rare ones for George Weaver. Never took any money and never done any running in her 2 turf sprints.
Fairy Godmother got back onto the turf for the first time since her debut, and pretty rousing performance.
If she runs back to her last performance, they're all running for second, but the million-dollar question is, what price would you take for her to run that race again?
She won by 6.5 lengths.
Huge
Here's
race.
Boston's Finest for Bruce Brown.
Yeah, you know, Javier Castellano was one of those things last time where he did the right thing, but a result, as we talked about after the race, he and I guess I wish I had pushed the horse in front a little bit more, but it felt like he did the right thing. She's really improved for Bruce Brown. She's a big player.
More speed. Dancing with Destiny. Rider change, Katie Davis for Mike Deeney.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, she's a horse that should be forcing the pace at the very least.
Meanwhile, turn back in distance for the 10, Juliet on approach.
Well, it's the right decision to cut her back because she ran much better going short for Jamie Begg, 2 back.
Ricardo Santana Jr. will ride. The 11, Chad Brown Barn, and the 3-year-old return for Maria Callas.
Yes, if you're an opera fan, you're probably betting Maria Callas. She needs a lot of pace to run into. I think her maiden win is better than that 57 buyer suggests. She can win.
Currently 5-1 for the comeback effort off the bench. And the Cheese Artiz, it's a big price on one who has some figures that make her a little interesting.
I like her quite a bit here, and I could, since we're at the last horse, I'll expound on why I like her in here. If you look at her races, I believe she's a better turf sprinter. Her debut, which got a 57 buyer, you see a lot of those figures for 2-year-olds starting out. That's a race that's proven to be much better than that fig. The next time she sprinted was off of a layoff, coming off a 6-month layoff. She actually ran very well. She had trouble at the start. She was wide in there, and that was a race that was dominated by horses that were down on the inside. They stretched her out because she's run well, effectively stretching out, but I'm not sure that she's not really best sprinting, and I love the fact she's cutting back to what I think is what she wants to do. And man, at near 20-1, and then hearing you think there's things to recommend about her, I'm all in on She's Artiz.
Last 2 times that we saw her, those were in New York bred stakes races last summer at Saratoga. This is the return as a 4-year-old for more. Let's go back down to Maggie.
I'll give you some more, Andy. When it comes to number 12, She's Artiz. I do like this cutback in distance for her. Now, physically, yes, she is built a little bit more like a horse that's probably best at a mile. But, you know, I didn't really notice much of a change in her from 2 to 3. She just kind of looked like a smaller 3-year-old against some of those older horses that she was having to face throughout the year during that sophomore campaign. And so, that being said, I do think she looks a bit stronger. She's filled out a bit more from 3 to 4 at least, but I just think this is the right move for her. And on top of that, overall, she looks fantastic. She's moving incredibly well, just kind of floating on air. I wish she got maybe a little bit more of an aggressive warm-up just because she is turning back and she was very quiet in the paddock. But I do think she will get a decent amount of speed. You never know around here, but it looks on paper that she should get it. I'm hoping the same thing can be said for number 11, Maria Callas, who's done incredibly well with another year under her belt. I think we will definitely see that 2 to 3 improvement from speed figures. And yes, she's huge. So it's very counterintuitive based upon her physicality to turn her back. But every time that Chad has tried to go along with her, she gets rank. And I think that's the best solution for horses who do so, is to turn them back so therefore they're not fighting their rider because they have that faster pace out in front of them. She looks spectacular, best in the field. I'm going to land on her, Greg, but I do respect the 12 as well.
All right, so 9-2 on Maggie's selection, Maria Callas. She's Artiz, big number outside. Back to the 11 And, certainly turning 2 to 3 from one of the best barns in the sport, you could see a lot of improvement. But she needs to improve against this group, doesn't she?
She does. I do think that 57 buyer, if you look at some of the horses in there, has proven to be at the low side, but maybe it's on the low side for the speeds. That was a wild, wild pace in there that just completely collapsed. So she really got a great setup to get it done impressively, and I agree. And she may well improve from 2 to 3, and if you think 9 to 2 is a fair price, take it. I'm a little bit on the fence with her. I used her, obviously, defensively with my 12. I used the 7, the 3, the 7, the 8, and the 11 with the 12 in exactas, but I bet the 12 to win.
See those prices for Monmouth, Identity Crisis, at even money. They're about 10 minutes to post. Race 6. We'll get you back to Paul and Megan at the Jersey Shore in just a little bit as we take a look here at Boston's Finest. So that number has steadily come down now on your favorite here, the 8 for Bruce Brown with Javier Castellano.
She's an underlay at 2 to 1. Not that I don't think she can win. In fact, I picked her 2nd and 3rd in this race. I bet her last time. I mean, Javier got caught in a tough spot because the winner got a super aggressive ride, broke all the rules, who's back in Friday in Saratoga going long. And by the way, that Saratoga card Friday is excellent. The stake races came up really, really strong. And Javier decided, I don't want to get, I talked to him about it, I don't want to get caught and pressed in a duel and end up getting just blown up. So he rated behind and he sat a perfect trip. He just couldn't get by the speed in there. She's been in good form and improved form, and I don't have a problem with her being one of the ones to beat. I just think 2 to 1's a little short, frankly, on anybody in this race. It's a tough race.
It is. Final pick 5 in the history of this racetrack that opened up in 1894.
We're almost out of final et ceteras at this track, right?
Yes, we are. Pick 5 pool closing in on $400,000 here. Last chances to get involved. We set it upstairs on our Fox Sports 1 coverage. Chris Griffin with the call.
Juliet on approach. Oriole Way is just hesitating in behind the gate. That's the 5. Now it's gone in. Tenacious Child. Maria Callas. Maria Callas in. She's Our Tiz. She's Our Tiz is in. All set. Movement, Maria Callas to the outside. And they're off. She's Our Tiz broke very sharply. Squeezed at the start was Fairy Godmother. Really bad start for Fairy Godmother is the early trailer. Twirling Lulu has early speed at the rail, and Twirling Lulu right to the front for Kendra Carmouche. Following in second, that's Dancing with Destiny is the gray and out wider. Now trying to move forward, there comes She's Our Tiz. Maria Callas is in between horses in 5th with At the Rail. That's Oriole Way. Charlotte's Universe is looking for a way out as At the Rail is in behind horses. A wall of horses right now as Boston's Finest is in the 2-path. 21.56 for that quick opening quarter mile. Towards the back end of the field as Juliet on approach starts to lose some ground. Disco Star starts to run on from the back. Fairy Godmother and Tenacious Child is second to last with the lone trailer, Olivia's Grace. They're set to reach the top of the lane and they continue to chase Twirling Lulu. Twirling Lulu, but now here's the run from Dancing with Destiny, and Dancing with Destiny has taken the front. Up on the far outside, Boston's Finest is closing with purpose, and here comes Boston's Finest to the outside. Dancing with Destiny trying to hold on. Boston's Finest is now pushed on by. Boston's Finest won it. Dancing with Destiny second, then came Maria Callas and Charlotte's Universe.
Boston's Finest, 2 to 1 favorite. kicks off this late pick 5 with a second win of her career.
Turned out rating behind, and the pace turned out to be the right move. The 9 ran very well. Dancing New Destiny on top, Fanana space here. But Boston's Finest, the favorite, got it done. Fairy Godmother eliminated the start. Maria Callas ran fine to finish, I think, second or third in here. But Boston's Finest proved best today.
Dancing with Destiny here, getting to the front under Katie Davis. But here comes Boston's Finest rolling to the outside. And the first win on turf for this horse, and the first win since September 20th of 2024. But
yeah. The 7 really lost all chance to start. I don't think ran that badly, finishing about 5th or 6th in here. She seemed to break slowly and then maybe got eliminated after that. But they were right to bet Boston's Finest. 2-1 seemed too short to me. It turned out it was not.
8, 9, 11, 2. 2-1 over 14-1. 4-1 on Maria Callas, and then 13-1 Charlotte's Universe to round out the superfecta. But your winner, the favorite, again, to start the late pick 5. Bruce Brown, our Sugar Bear stable, and Javier Castellano. Winning connections here on Boston's Finest, Daughter of Honest Mischief. 2 for Javier on this final card to be run here at Aqueduct. We're going to take a timeout. Crowd taking it in as they say their goodbyes to New York City's racetrack. Our coverage continues on Fox Sports 1 right after this. America's Day at the Races is brought to you in part by Resorts World Casinos in New York City, Catskills, and the Hudson Valley. It's a world like no other at Resorts World Casinos. Go to visitrw.com for more information. Race 5, start of the late pick 5. Formful beginning. Serve held as the favorite, Boston's Finest, for trainer Bruce Brown with Javier Castellano. Kicking things off at 2-1. Let's head downstairs to Maggie.
Bruce Brown, winning trainer of Boston's Finest. And Bruce, she had been hinting in her last few starts that she was primed and ready to put on this performance today.
Yeah, she's really, since she's come back, she's gotten a little bit better,
Yep.
you know, and you just kind of wonder where the plateau is, but I think she took another step forward today. She's really come back great. She's bigger, stronger, you know, she's an older mare now, and she's really filled out.
She does. She looked fantastic. And, you know, Aqueduct, and you do have your family, your son Nicholas, who's hot walker for Boston's Finest today, but your wife Jen and your 2 daughters. It's always a family affair for you, especially here at Aqueduct.
Yeah, it's kind of, you know, it's mixed feelings. You know, we've had a lot of memories here, and it's been great to us. And this is kind of where we've, you know, the guys who stay here year round, this is where we've been able to kind of keep the ball rolling and keep, you know, get the New York Breds, earn some money, and you know, we're gonna miss it.
Yeah, it's a great place for people to make a living, that's for sure. Bruce, at least you got the big win here on the last day. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, and obviously it's emotional for everyone here. Paul, Meg, as we send it to you at Monmouth, but bittersweet here standing in the winner's circle.
Yeah, good stuff, Maggie. It's always good to see a guy like Bruce Brown, a guy that cuts his teeth in a place like Aqueduct, to get a win on the final day with Boston's Finest. Okay, we got 3 races here at Monmouth Park. The late pick $3 variety. We got a whacker here. 12 horses, New Jersey breds. This is the biggest field we've had so far at the meet. And I just don't know if you can take 2-1 on the 2 horse in here. It's been off for a little while. I think you got to search for a price, but St. Erling, I would think the benchmark in here, Meg?
Price hunting galore. The number 2, St. Erling, off of an extended layoff. We haven't seen this colt since 2024, October of 2024. I am not going to put my money on a 2-1 shot to contending with that kind of layoff, though he does have the races to compete. I wanted to give the number 7, Mystical Merlin, a try up there at 6-1, Paul. Getting back with those blinkers on for the first time, I should say, sprinting here on the dirt. Now, Mystical Merlin's a horse that I'm familiar with, Paul. In Oaklawn, he was a lighter fleshed individual. Chuck Spina telling me he's put on a little bit of weight. They're trying something new with the blinkers. He was a disappointment last time out, but if he can get back to some of those Monmouth races last summer, he's going to win this, and you're getting a nice price up there at 6-1.
You're getting 6-1 is right. Now, Chuck Spina has a couple in here. Happy birthday to Chuck. 82nd birthday today.
Oh.
He came up to me and said, "You have a birthday present for me?" I said, "No, I don't, Chuck. Sorry about
that."
that.
We'll get a win.
How about
for his
win
birthday?
Here? Jersey's the boss. Right now is your second choice, if I'm not mistaken. The 9 here at 7-2. They're loading quick here, Megan. $3 pick, 3 starts here. Good luck if you're alive in the All Exotics. Trying to get a price here in the race number 6.
Gigi Pacheco has loaded. St. Erling coming up to the gate goes in. Jersey's the boss. Post position number 9. It's all just a dream. Pretty sexy. Waiting for Pretty Sexy. Pretty Sexy going into the gate. Howitzer, post position number 10. Change your boots. They've opened the front of the gate for change your boots. And that's the 10 Howitzer, who's getting a little bit restless in there, but now he's settling down. Howitzer. 3 more runners to load into the gate here. Roma Art They backed out the 10 howitzer.
Well, I threw it to the gate about 7 minutes and 47 seconds ago, and they're still loading, Megan.
Yeah, the 10 was giving him some problems, howitzer. He was pretty amped up in the paddock, as it looks like they should be ready to go here with Matt Dinnerman. We'll try to toss it one more time back to Matt Dinnerman with the call. Looks like someone's... Looks like they're adjusting the number.
Are they taking somebody down? Are they moving the...
believe
See, now
they're
the horses
moving-
are in the gate.
Late scratch of the number 10 howitzer overhead here. This was a horse, a first-time starter here for Timothy Hills. Big price, hopefully not to affect many of your wagers out there. And Paul, this horse was bubbling over, incredibly green in the paddock, and having a hard time in the saddling stall. So not a huge shock that he struggled with the gate here, as
Yeah, I
he will
wonder
not
if they're
play
leaving
today.
the horses in the gate. You know, usually they back them out.
Right.
So Matt Dinnerman saying they're going to go ahead and load and go. Take 3.
You Dirty Dog to the outside. We're ready to go. And we're off. Slow break from St. Erling from post position number 2. Mystical Merlin firing out to the lead, but here comes It's All Just a Dream down on the inside to be part of the action here. Mystical Merlin, narrow lead up the back stretch here. Jersey's the Boss runs in the second position. It's All Just a Dream moving up to claim that spot. Jersey's the Boss is back in the third spot. Roma Art, the first-time starter, in fourth with Change Your Boots. St. Erling has made up some ground down on the inside, is 2 lengths behind. Another 3 lengths back to J.J. Pacheco. I'm going cruising in the middle of horses. Foxy's Bay Malo outside going into the turn, and a big gap back to You Dirty Dog towards the back of the field. Pretty Sixy has given way as well. They round the fourth turn. Mystical Merlin lost the lead momentarily, but he's coming back on to grab it once again. Jersey's the Boss outside of him, and It's All Just a Dream down on the inside. Coming to the top of the lane, St. Erling is looking for a spot to go. The gray horse finds a seam between horses, and on the far outside, Roma Art is kicking it in. Roma Art on the grandstand side comes grabbing the lead with a furlong to go. St. Erling to the inside right there. These two together with a furlong to go. It's Roma Art. Roma Art on top with Luis Rivera Jr. from St. Erling. Roma Art on debut wins it at 5-1. St. Erling second. Third, J.J. Pacheco. Tight for fourth, Jersey's the Boss, and You Dirty Dog.
First-time starter Roma Art, Luis Rivera Jr. for Kelly Breen, debut winner.
Seemed like a race that was ripe for a first-time starter to get it done. He gets it done over the horse off a 20-plus month layoff, who ran pretty well for second.
Meanwhile, back in New York, Boston's finest, again. Second win, 13 career starts, and it's the favorite to kick off the late pick 5, wins it 2-1 under Mr. Travers himself, Javier Castellano.
Pace necessarily as hot as it could have been, but they were still moving a bit up front. Javier rated, able to run down as the favorite. The 7 was a little bit unlucky, getting eliminated at the break. We'll run better next time
And
out.
speaking of the Travers, we've talked about the situation with our winner of the Kentucky Derby in the Belmont. Will not be running in the Jim Dandy.
He will not. Apparently he got sick and missed some days of training, and Sharia is pointing to train him up to the Travers. So look forward to that.
Well, that's the case with Golden Tempo, so that's the next time we'll see him. As we move on to race 6 in this $55,000 starter allowance, $125,000 purse here. 1 1/8. Easy roll, Ray Handel, Dylan Davis, coming off 3 wins in the last 4 starts, including last time out.
Yeah, no, it's been in good form, that's for sure, and he is the horse to beat.
Much more to come on race 6 that starts the pick 4 when we come back 14 minutes away. This was one of the big draws, certainly the goodbyes. Last chance to come to the track, but also take home a piece of the racetrack from Aqueduct. First 1,000 fans got their hands on that on a special day. Final chance to take things in here at the Big A. We'll be back with race 6 right after this.
Before the charge, There is the weight, the stillness, every muscle ready. They have carried us through every fight we ever dared to begin. 250 years ago, on this ground, a new nation found its footing on the backs of horses that would not flinch. Their kind still stands here. His name is Bucero.
Racing returns to the brand new Belmont Park this September. Get paid to bring new horses to New York with the Big Apple bonus. Each horse can earn up to $8,500. Bonus eligibility based on the horse's prior start or workout location. Both new and existing owners and trainers are eligible. With overnight purses increasing this fall by 15%, there's never been a better time to race at Belmont Park. Take a bite out of the Big Apple bonus. For rules and eligibility requirements, visit NYRA.com/Big Apple bonus.
As a multiple Grade 1 winner, Liam's Map has taken that success to stud. A proven sire from the sales ring to the winner's circle. With hundreds of six-figure yearling sales and multiple Grade 1 winners on dirt and turf, including recent Grade 1 winners Burnham Square, Deterministic, and Napoleon Solo. Liam's Map, standing at Lane's End.
Saturday on Saratoga Live, celebrate Independence Day with great racing from the Spa. Winning action includes the Belmont Derby and the Belmont Oaks. It all begins Saturday, 12:30 Eastern on FS2, then continues 4 Eastern on FS1. Enhance your handicapping with AI Fast Facts, exclusively on NYRA Bets. Open your NYRA Bets app, click View Runner Details, and a stat-driven fact will appear for all U.S. thoroughbred racehorses. Download the NYRA Bets app to start using Fast Facts today.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Hags Castle continues to close ground. He forces his way wide off the turn. They're at the top of the stretch now. On the inside, Fisher Pond clinging to a narrow lead. On the outside, Pleasant Breeze full out right with them. Coyote Lakes is rallying, and now it's 3 for the final furlong here. Coyote Lakes lengthening his stride, and he comes to the final 16th with the lead. It's Coyote Lakes in front, Fisher Pond, Pleasant Breeze. Coyote Lakes has won the Gallant Fox.
The king of the Gallant Fox, Coyote Lakes, won it 3 consecutive years. Horse who won 20 starts from 63 outings.
He was a very, very cool horse that Bruce Levine and Roddy Valenti had. Coyote Lakes, really, really neat horse. You know, I don't know if you know this, the Gallant Fox of Mile and Bay Race used to be a prep race for the 2 1/4 mile display, which we used to run at 2 1/4. Those races have sort of gone by the wayside. What a record. Jesus, right?
Do not make them like that anymore, do they?
I think that the track record holder, at least at the time, I don't know if she still has the record, is Relaxing, who beat the boys in the Gallant Fox, and she is the dam of Easy Goer.
Pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Loves that.
So much great history here. We're going to remember a lot more of it before we sign off. Just a few hours here, and we have a late pick 4 still to come. This 6th race approaching the 8-minute mark to post at 1 1/8. This horse on a very good roll right now, easy roll, trying to win for the 4th time in the last 5 outings for trainer Ray Handel, who's frequent in our show, including at Saratoga, and he'll have Dylan Davis back aboard today. He was on board for the win last time out. Let's go down to Maggie.
Yeah, I like what you did there, Greg. It was very clever with easy rolls on a roll. Look, he is a horse that He is the atypical 1 1/8 dirt horse, because there's nothing about this horse that at least physically falls in line with what you typically think of with these types. And I'll get to two other horses who really exemplify a two-turn type of dirt horse when you're talking about him physically, because Easy Roll, he's not that big. I mean, he does have some substance to him, but he's incredibly short-backed. He's built downhill, and as he began his career on the turf, he has very slack pasterns and that proverbial turf hoof. So yeah, he is in great form right now. I just wonder what the ceiling is, if he's going to be like Cinderella, and you know, the carriage horse is turning back into the mice at some point. So we'll see. Does he look like a standout here in the paddock? Absolutely not, but he has proven to be better than these, and I do think he was helped out by that early move, who I don't blame Manny Franco with Whittington Park last time, who was typically a deep closer. He sensed a very slow pace and sent Whittington Park through, but it actually kind of helped Easy Roll there in the end. As we'll move on to a horse that I do like getting back to this condition, and that is number 4, Willing to Risk It All. Now, he does have a little bit more of a turf look to him, to be fair, so I get what they were maybe thinking. I don't know what they were thinking about the 6 furlongs, because he definitely wants longer, and I know his one race at this configuration leaves little to be desired, but I kind of get why Rick Dutcher is trying it again. And on top of that, this horse looks way better than what he did when he tried this condition or this configuration last time. His weight is so much better. He's resplendent in his coat, usually gets nervous and washed out. That is not the case. I'm looking at a completely different animal than when he tried this back over the winter. So I do like what I'm seeing from Willing to Risk It All. And then, you know, as we discuss horses that kind of look like they want to do this, Senegal is one of them. I know Easy Roll soundly defeated him when doing it 2 back, but a horse that I did have the opportunity to gallop a couple days ago, and he's really cool. He's got that kind of personality where he's just really chill. You have to tell him what to do. He's a kind of like a surfer dude, you know. Come on, we got to go. And he says, okay, we'll do that. So I like those types that have that mental outlook for these types of races, because you can kind of, you know, ask them to start and stop, and you have to get them going, those grinding types. Overall, Greg, he does look fantastic here in the paddock.
All right, thank you, Maggie. Post parade coming up shortly. Prices, as you see, from Monmouth Roma Art. We're turning $13.60 for the debut for trainer Kelly Breen. And the call to post, here we go. Georgia Magic to start us off.
I would really like Georgia Magic in here if Willing to Risk It All wasn't in the race. But with that horse in the race, it might force the pace. But Georgia Magic is a huge player here regardless.
Here's the one on the hot streak. Easy Roll, 2-1, slight second choice.
A very weird race that he was in, where the Speeds decided to slow the pace down so much that they let the closers run 1-2 as the forwardly placed horses.
Grand Commander coming off a victory, but as the favorite, this is a much tougher spot.
Yeah, in good form, but I can't add anything to what you just said, Greg.
Javier Castellano will look to go back-to-back. Willing to Risk It All, 6-1 here for Rick Dutrow Jr.
The problem with him is that his big 91 buyer was dressed up by a big bias he rode that day. Otherwise, he might not be good enough to win, especially at 1 1/8.
Indy Rags just claimed away from the Cantermachi barn. Michelle G and Giulio trains.
I mean, you've got an 8-1 shot that's coming off his best race ever. You could do worse than take a shot with him at a big price, couldn't you?
Yeah, and it was at this distance as well. 33-1 next door. Ilkay Cantermachi trains. Register.
I've lost my share of money in Register recently, and no more.
Apulta. Raylu Gutierrez, another Ilkay Cantermachi runner.
Excellent to Rice kind of bothers me, but he's got some races that are okay for a 14-1 shot.
Struggled against entry-level allowance. That was Belmont at Saratoga week in his most recent start. Rider change on the 8. Run quiet, run fast. We'll have Christopher Elliott.
He's got a couple of races that give him a chance here, and I think he's not the worst throw-in at a big price.
Yeah, one of those 3 starts back was pretty impressive.
Good enough to win here. He's a huge price. I think he's not without a chance.
Here is Senegal, Tom Morley barn with Ricardo Santana Jr.
He's the shorter price of the 2 Tom Morley horses. I prefer the other one.
Was
Might not matter, but
distant second to Easy Roll 2 starts back. He was second 5 lengths behind him. Here, first Blessing to round things out. Edgar Zayas
did
aboard.
get his best buyer figure ever last time he had magnanimous max, but he also rode the inside, which was good that day at Saratoga.
So 4 minutes away, race 6, as we take a look at the 2, and he's back to favoritism. It looks like game face on for Easy Roll, and that's pretty much been the case every single time he set foot on the track since March 15th.
Yeah, I don't really have a knock on him, other than the fact that he's favored. I picked him on top. He's in good form. He drew very well. There should be some pace. And I imagine Dylan will try to get some position. He doesn't have that much speed, but I don't think he's going to be that far back today. Pace projector has him way back. I'll believe that when I see it.
And, you know, you look at when this kind of win streak began. He's won 3 of his last 4. He took a big jump in that second win in a row. Ran a sort of similar figure. Now another big jump. Is he that horse? Is he that fast? Or can he come back to earth a little bit and still win?
Probably not good enough to run those kind of numbers here. Obviously, that figure, I mean, that was a very strange race last time where a couple of riders on forwardly placed horses that kind of felt like they had the race at their mercy decided to outsmart themselves by going so slowly that they allowed Easy Roll in Whittington Park, 2 pace-compromised horses, right into the race. Manny Franco, I thought, gave one of the better rides of the meet when he decided, you know what, they're going so slow, I'm just going to put Whittington Park on top. Turned out he got beaten that day, but I even talked to Manny about it, and Manny said, listen, I was second best. I did what I could to try to win, but the best horse won the race, and I agree with him. But, you know, I like seeing a rider seize the bull by the horns. But, you know, in slowing the pace down so much, they allowed these 2 closers to kind of control the race, and that's not exactly the best way to win a race on a speed horse. I know one guy who wouldn't have done that. And he'll be up joining us again on the desk in a few minutes.
Mig joining us again for the last couple hours ahead. The atmosphere here, it has been pretty special for this final day at the Big A. Let's go back down to Maggie.
And I'm standing out here on the track about 70 yards from where these horses will begin this 1 1/8 contest. It is where races like the Wood Memorial begin, and these horses run back across in front of the grandstand here, which is seeing so many fans in attendance. We are climbing up to 6,000 fans here on track for the final day of racing at Aqueduct. I have not seen these seats filled like they are today in quite a long time. And 2, you know, we've been reminiscing about some of our favorite moments here at the Big A, and one of mine was being able to be a part of Kendrick Carmouche celebrating his 4,000th career win here, and he took me from the winner's circle, which is just down the track a bit, and said, come on, Mag, we're going on a field trip. And I don't think I was wearing a dress this day, but we managed to jump over the field. We do have a late scratch here of number 3. Grand Commander will come out here, but we managed to jump over these fences here, and we joined all the Aqueduct faithful who love welcoming Kendrick back to the winner's circle. They embraced him, and it was a really, really cool day, cool vibe, and celebration of one of the riders that is here day in and day out through the winters. So, yeah, you feel nostalgic standing down here, Greg.
We saw, by the way, as Maggie was giving us that report, and it's been taken care of already, the 3 taken off the board. Javier Castellano with the tack in hand. They're going back to the barn. So Grand Commander coming out. It would have been a huge price in here.
Would have been. And Javi's already had 2 wins today. Been riding well. It's always good to head up to Saratoga on a high note. And it's going to be so competitive there. A number of riders not riding the first weekend. I guess Irad's got about 5 total days, 4 or 5 days he's serving. Trying to think who else. Luis Saez.
Yes.
Christopher
I
Elliott.
think he's just going to miss Friday. Is that right?
Yeah, it wasn't as much for him.
They made a new rule, right? You have to serve out the suspension at the track where it happened.
I like that.
Yeah, I do too.
I like that. I mean, a lot of riders would get suspensions in Saratoga, and they take them in December. It's hardly a punishment when they were going on vacation anyway, and especially when you have a meet like Saratoga. Now, I'm curious about it because Manny Franco got DQ'd this week, and I assume, even though I don't know that he deserves them, but that's irrelevant. What I think, he'll get days. Can he serve them when he can't serve them at Aqueduct? So is that the rule? He's going to have to serve him in Saratoga?
Maybe this time of year at the new.
That's what I think.
Yeah. Or
I'm going to fight in his defense.
It's gone away. Maybe the suspension
Yeah,
goes
it's
away.
gone.
He
There's
could
no
make that
suspensions
case, right?
left. Yeah, if you can't serve, if you got to serve at the racetrack and that track is gone, that's a great. You know
I
what,
would
Greg?
take
You
that
could
to
be
court.
his lawyer. I think I'm going to get the team of Serling and Wolf to represent him. I don't think anybody would hire us, but we can offer
We're
our
here
services.
for you, Manny.
Yes.
Race 6, late pick 4, easy roll. Can it continue for the 2, trying to win for the 4th time in the last 5 starts? Let's go upstairs. Chris Griffin with the call.
Distance on the main track. In front of the grandstand. Here at Aqueduct. Indy Rags. First blessing to the outside. It's the Coyote Lakes named race. First blessing goes in. All set. And they're off. Braking sharply there, Georgia Magic towards the inside, has the early speed, and First Blessing from the far outside is trying to be in that early mix. But Georgia Magic and Jamie Rodriguez was intent to be up front and is now clear, is up by a length and a half. Moving in closer is Register as a stalking second. At the rail, that's willing to risk it all, is back to 4th as First Blessing has taken the 3rd position. Just in behind them comes Indy Rags, who's in 5th. Out wide of that, Senegal in 6th. Back in 7th is going to be Easy Roll. Towards the back end of the field comes Run Quiet, Run Fast. And the trailer, Up Alta. 23.57, the opening quarter mile. Georgia Magic front running is clear by 4.5 lengths now. Register, a big long shot, is still in 2nd. First Blessing to the outside in 3rd. Willing to risk it all as ground saving is at the rail in the 4th spot, and Indy Rag starts to move forward, is back reclaiming 5th. Just to their outside, Senegal. No move yet from Ricardo Santana Jr. Just in behind that leading pack. That's Easy Roll, who's trying to catch this leader. The leader is Georgia Magic, and Georgia Magic 47.46 for the half-mile time. Willing to risk it all. Now gets the cue from Manny Franco, is in hot pursuit, but Georgia Magic is moving. It's Georgia Magic who's up by 3. Georgia Magic and Jamie Rodriguez approaching a quarter mile left to go and trying to take them all the way. It's Georgia Magic who turns it for home, willing to risk it all, continues to chase that leader. Georgia Magic still finding plenty, is approaching a final furlong, and Georgia Magic is opening up once again. Georgia Magic, Jamie Rodriguez for Stephen Schauer is going to dominate here with a front-running score all the way. Willing to risk it all is in a photo there with Easy Roll and a 3-horse photo for 4th.
You always need to take a little bit of an extra long look at this barn when horses move under his care. Limited starter, Stephen Schauer, on second off the claim, gets him back to the winner's circle.
Yeah, a little against it last time out. And, you know, you got to give Jamie Rodriguez credit. He understood he needed to be in front. And he didn't fool around. He came sending hard out of the gate, kind of intimidated Manny a little bit, was willing to risk it all. And, you know, in fairness to Manny, willing to risk it all, I think got nailed for 2nd here, but he probably gave his best chance because if he had battled this horse all the way around, he wasn't going to win the race. So I guess he tried in that situation. But once this horse got loose, I turned to you around an 1/8 of a mile of the race, and so this race is over.
In control from the get-go. Georgia Magic winning for the 3rd time, 15 career starts. Jamie Rodriguez, Stephen Schauer, 2nd off the claim. Just got into this game as a trainer really just a few years ago, and from limited starters, he's made a pretty big impact with whoever's come into his barn.
No question about it.
4-year-old son of Good Magic.
Really run for him. And, you know, I mean, once this horse ran, but has good form. I mean, this horse has run his race 2 back, that 91 Buyer. He ran super that day, and he just kind of ran back to that race. And last time out, he was a bit against it.
1, 2, 4, 5, Easy Roll 2nd, but was never a threat. And the slight second choice to kick off this pick 4, as it's Georgia Magic running away with things. Here in the 6th, Belmont at the Big A. We'll have these prices for you when we come back. Formful beginning to the pick 4, and our final stakes race still to come in the 8th. Back with you as we say our goodbyes to the Big A here on Fox Sports 1. Our program brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa here on America's Day at the Races. Gorgeous Sunday afternoon for the swan song here. Georgia Magic, this was over early here in race 6.
Yeah, I mean, the truth is once the 4 didn't go, this race was over. And, you know, I understand, to be honest with you, why that's very frustrating to horse players. Because if you handicap this race, your feeling on the 1 could be, I think this might be the best horse in the race, but what's he going to do with the 4? If you knew the 4 wasn't going, and there's no way you could know that, and I'm not trying to beat up on anybody. Manny made the choice he made, and Rick Dutrow may have made that choice for him, and it almost worked out with him being second, and I get that. But handicapping this race, he figured to have to deal with the 4 early. Once he didn't, it's like if you allowed betting in this race 100 yards into the race, this horse might have been even money.
Yeah. Georgia Magic, $6.46 for the win in the 6th. Let's go to Maggie.
We are discussing race tactics here at me and Evan Gewirtz of Island Wind Racing. And Evan, you've been in this game for a long time. I remember you in the Aqueduct paddock many moons ago, and I find you're very astute in making your claims.
Thank you very much, Maggie. I've been coming to Aqueduct. I'm 61 years old. I've been coming here for 60 years. As a little baby, I was here. I remember running around here as a 3-year-old.
Amazing. And so were your parents involved in racing, or were they just fans?
They were just fans, but we weren't at the point where we could own horses at that point, but we loved the game. Once I could own horses, I love it.
So how has the ride been, owning horses and running them here at Aqueduct? Obviously, going out with a big win like we just saw with Georgia Magic has to be the icing on the cake.
The last day of Aqueduct couldn't be better. I definitely have more wins here than any other racetrack. Loved winning at Saratoga, loved winning at Belmont, but this feels like home.
Oh, that's amazing. Will we see you, of course, at Belmont?
Absolutely. We're going to be on the synthetic track, we'll be on the turf, and we'll be on the dirt. Absolutely.
Well, amazing. Georgia Magic ran huge today. Well done.
Thank you very much.
It's always a pleasure catching up with Evan. He's been a stalwart here at Aqueduct ever since I began my career here. I remember seeing him. So as we get it back over to Monmouth Park with Meg and Paulie, the memories just keep flooding in on this day. And guys, we've had a gorgeous day here for racing too.
Just awesome stuff, Maggie. We can almost hear the cheers all the way here from Oceanport, New Jersey. Electric crowd there. And just a handful of races left. We got 2 races left here at the Jersey Shore. $5 late double. I thought this was a kind of tricky race. Now, you look at 3 different horses in here, the 4, 5, and 6. We'll start with the 6. 2's a crowd for Bookham Dano team here. This is a horse, since they've taken the blinkers off size starts ago, he's gotten tremendously better.
And it's really always fun to catch up with the Atlantic 6 partnership, who, of course, we saw will have Bookham Dano Day the Friday prior to the Haskell. Even money currently on the board for the number 6, Choose a Crowd, where last time out, I remember speaking with the Connections, and they said, you know, we're going to try him on the slop. He's never won on it before. It was his first victory from 6 tries on the wet going. Now he's getting back to his preferred grass route. And, you know, last time out, there wasn't much movement in that race, I will say. Managed to get the job done against Intuit, who he will face. These 2 look like they should be the early speed on the front end, but I really appreciate when going through his races. I think that he does have a stronger class into this race, though. The number 4, Eldest Son, coming out of a stake race himself, although 53-1 that day.
Mike Simone, his horses are running great. I think the 4 is the one to beat, Cipriano Gill. You make a good point. If the 5 and the 6 get after it, I think the 5 goes to the front. Does the 6 lay off the 5, you think?
The 6 has shown some rateability. We'll see if he can continue to do so. I will say in his recent starts, he's been able to get to that front end, and I do find the number 5 Intuit likely a bit quicker up there. But as I mentioned, just going through his races, while he was able to steal it on the front end too back of a slow pace, he's not going to get it the same way again. He's going to have to show a bit more of a dimension to sit back, but we shall see how Edwin Gonzalez plays it. The Connection said we're going to try to get him on the front end and use his speed. They're not going to shy away from the fight of the 5.
6-5 on the 6 here. 2's a crowd. Long going on the grass here. Purse of $40,000. Short going on the grass in race number 8. That will close out the card here for the weekend. A couple more left to load. It looks like 2's a crowd is going to go in as your favorite.
2 back, 2's a crowd. And to the outside, word for word. We're ready to go. And Laroff, good beginning. Into it, gets into it, goes right to the lead here. Giant James will take a hold and has to tap on the brakes as they come out of the chute. Everybody else came out of there with no problems. Into it has the lead coming by us. Opens up about 2 lengths on Two's a Crowd. Happy to track today. He'll play a stocking roll second this afternoon. Eldest Son to the inside of him. Then Word for Word in the 4th position, taking that spot away from Giant James and Ohana Empire at the back of affairs as they go into the first turn. Into it opens up 3 and cruises on an uncontested loose lead, and he's going at a moderate clip at best. It's Into It, takes a hold of the bit now, opens up 3.5. Two's a Crowd in second, 2 lengths clear of Eldest Son, patiently ridden, confidently ridden early. In the 3rd position, 2.5 clear of Word for Word. Giant James to the inside of him, and Ohana Empire can only see backside with 5 furlongs to travel. Into It, picking up the tempo just a little bit down the backstretch run, maintains a clear lead. The margin's 2.5. Two's a Crowd, the 2-5 favorite. Eyeing that front runner second while going okay, relaxed and getting a little bit closer. Now only 1.5 lengths behind the front runner. Two's a Crowd, the favorite as they go into the turn. There's a gap of 3. Eldest Son nickeled along a little bit from that position. 2 lengths clear of Giant James. Word for Word outside is all in, not picking up the pace. Ohana Empire has yet to pass a runner. Two's a Crowd moving up ominously outside of Into It at the quarter pole. And Two's a Crowd going well off the turn. Into It trying to stick around, hugs the rail as he cuts the corner here. Eldest Son third, trying to run down Two's a Crowd, who's got a short lead. Two's a Crowd with a furlong left to go is asked to accelerate by Edwin Gonzalez. He does so, opens up 2, and Two's a Crowd is going to win for the Derek Ryan barn. Two's a Crowd wins it. Second home, Eldest Son, then Into It and Giant James.
Well, the public got this right. It's 2-5. Edwin Gonzalez, like a statue, and Two's a Crowd gets the job done.
Was able to sit back off of the established margin, the clear leader in the number 5 Into It, and it was very similar to the way things played out last time out on that sloppy sealed track. This time on the green stuff, Two's a Crowd make that 3 consecutive victories. He's been on quite the roll as of late for Bookham Dano Connections, Derek Ryan, Atlantic 6 Racing teaming up for the win.
Yeah, well met here today at 2-5. Greg, A, B, C in the wagering in race number 7.
Back here in New York, thanks, Paulie. Megan, race 7 here, state bred $50,000 maiden claiming mile and a 16th event. And Miguel Clement will send out Ross Bay for Waterville Lake Stables. Manny Franco will be aboard, beaten favorite last start in a similar spot.
This horse has all the accoutrements to be an incredible money burner. She's lucky she drew, or he's lucky he drew the rail, but I'm going to bet against this one.
More on the 7th when we come back. 17 minutes to post. As we step aside, we'll take a look back at the 1985 Breeders' Cup held here in South Ozone Park, New York. Proud Truth from last to first, getting by Gate Dancer in the Classic, one of many memorable races.
16-2, a big black colt. He's a horse that is built for speed. With Practical Joke, it really is a case of like father, like son.
It's domestic product kicking clear and opening up here in the stretch.
When he ran that speed figure of 106, we were under no illusions that we had a very exciting prospect on our hands.
Domestic product just in front. Domestic product.
When you see horses like that who are capable of replicating the success of their fathers, that have the look that domestic product does, it gives you great confidence.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with weekly promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now and use promo code MATCH200 for a $200 new member bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Coming, Explorer's down toward the rail, but it's always a runner. She's going to do it in the Kentucky Oaks. Always a runner. She's always
This is where it all begins. These are the recruits for next year. They're going to be part of our roster, part of our team.
The pavilion was jam-packed. It has remained jam-packed.
Phenomenal feeling in the pavilion, on the grounds, in the back ring.
You have a chance to make 5, 10, 100x.
Big sale with a lot of quantity, but they're going to sell over 4,000 horses here.
We had quality racehorses today, I believe, that will go on and we'll be reading about in years to come.
Keeneland sale. You got to be here.
A reputation of excellence isn't built overnight. Day by day, year by year, decade after decade. For over 100 years, Claiborne's commitment to quality has led to unrivaled success. Building on the past, building for the future. Claiborne Farm. The tradition continues.
As we continue celebrating the Big A, we turn back the clock to a day when the spotlight of the racing world shined on Queens. In 1985, the Breeders' Cup brought championship racing and a host of memorable races to Aqueduct Racetrack. In just the second Breeders' Cup ever, 42,000 fans witnessed 7 races and the best horses from around the world. The juvenile fillies led off the card with Twilight Ridge for Hall of Fame trainer D. Wayne Lucas. And the juvenile Tasso nosed out Stormcat with Lafitte Pinkai aboard for Neil Drysdale. Chris McCarron guided the multi-talented Hall of Famer precisionist to a score in the Breeders' Cup Sprint.
What a finish! Here comes Precisionist to snatch the victory in the final strides.
In the mile, the brilliant Gray Cozine helped secure his Eclipse Award as champion turf horse.
Cozine powers up now to take the lead, and it's going to be Cozine to win it, and a flawless ride by a jubilant Walter Guerra.
The turf marked the first win in the Breeders' Cup for a British-trained horse when the 4-year-old filly Pebbles bested Strawberry Road.
Pebbles is game and determined. Strawberry Road driving hard. They're running out of ground. England Super Filly. Pebbles has won it.
Life's Magic added another championship moment, capturing the distaff.
Life's Magic has left the field behind in the wake of a devastating performance.
And the $3 million Classic, the richest race in the world at the time, Proud Truth surged to victory for trainer John Veach.
Proud Truth ahead, Gate Dancer, those two a driving finish. Proud Truth has won it.
For one spectacular autumn day, the championships of racing belong to the Big A, and the 1985 Breeders' Cup remains one of the most memorable moments in the rich history of Aqueduct.
42,560 plus on hand for that Breeders' Cup. And Proud Truth, he had been the favorite in that Springs Kentucky Derby, ran 5th that day, missed most of the summer with an injury, went last to first to win the Classic.
Yeah, he got hurt, I believe, after winning the Peter Pan. He had a condylar fracture. He came back, he finished second to Wild Again, who had won last year's, the first Breeders' Cup Classic. Then he came back and he won the Discovery here at Aqueduct, a mile and 1/8. And John Veach, not a man afraid to run his horses, a week later ran the Breeders' Cup Classic and got the money.
Pretty incredible.
Yeah.
Pebbles, 3rd straight race in a row. She beat the boys.
She's quite a horse.
That was a breakthrough win of the Breeders' Cup.
I think it was one of the best Breeders' Cup sprints of all time. Precisionist is an all-time horse. I mean, he could win great runs from 6 furlongs to a mile and 1/8. He was, I think, 3rd in the Breeders' Cup Classic the next year. He beat Smile that day, who won the Breeders' Cup Sprint at Santa Anita last year. Livermore Valley, who finished 3rd, was a sprinter for Wayne Lucas, who was a tremendous racehorse, actually. That was a great, great sprint. And Precisionist, he's one of my all-time favorite horses.
Winning off the layoff to get that victory. With more on that 1985 Breeders' Cup, back with us, Acacia Clement.
And I am so happy to be out here on the apron and joined by Vinny LaRosa, who was here in '85 for the Breeders' Cup at Aqueduct. Vinny, take us back a little bit. What's something that stands out to you from that Breeders' Cup?
Well, I was saying to you before, this is a magnificent, it's a sad day for us here, for racing fans especially. I had Cosine that day. I followed that horse because he was gray and fantastic. So that was a big race. But the biggest thing is it's a sad day here because I spent the last 40 years coming here with my friends on New Year's Eve. And some of them are still around, some of them are gone. But we're going to miss it. We're going to miss this place. It's a comfortable track. I've been all over the world. I've been at racetracks all over the world. When I go away, it's horse racing and deep sea fishing. My wife always gets pissed off, but that's what we do. And this is a great facility. It's fantastic. It's a swan song. We're very sad to see it go. We love it here. It's still a great place. It's been neglected, but things change in life, and we'll move on. We'll see you at Belmont. We'll see you in Saratoga.
We look forward to seeing you there, of course, but you mentioned sharing with your friends for the last 40 years here at Aqueduct. Yeah. The relationships you make here, it feels like those are the ones that really stick with you. My family, our friends. There were days on New Year's when we were up in the Equestrius. I think I had 80 people with me, and it was fantastic. They took care of us. It was a nice time. We had a great day betting horses, and it's a beautiful sport. We hope it still thrives. We hope that NYRA takes care of their customers, that they don't gouge their customers in the future, that they let us all in, and they take care of us. And we'll be here. We're here today. Everybody's here today. So thank you very much for letting me share. And I'll say goodbye to you, old lady. You're the best. We love you. Well, thank you for being here. Enjoy this special day. It's so great to see so many wonderful fans here, Greg.
And look, as we all say our goodbyes, this sport should be so excited about what is ahead. September 18th. Again, we've not had a new racetrack since it's been over 25 years.
Well,
1997.
A new track, period.
Yes.
I mean, and we haven't had a new track since they rebuilt Belmont back in the 60s. And racing is an affordable thing, and you hear people talk about this nonsense about gouging the customers. You go to Saratoga, which is a world-class facility, one of the most iconic places in the world, for a very minimal amount, less money than it costs to go to a movie these days. And we let people bring in their food and beverage with them if they want to eat and drink and not spend things. It is a great opportunity, and as somebody who works in your racing industry, I'm proud of the job that we do, and we do support our fans.
We're going to get to the post break for this 7th coming up, 3-5 on a horse who disappointed is the favorite at this level last time out.
This is a crazy price on a horse that may well win this race, but is about as good a bet at 3-5 or as bad a bet at 3-5 as I think you'll ever find at the racetrack. This horse ran in a terrible maiden field first time out, got a perfect trip, and didn't get it done. Ran in a mediocre maiden field in this race, to be kind, with a supersonic pace that he took advantage of, and he still got beaten. And one of the horses who beat him, Lobbyist, was over 30-1 in this race. I don't know what his big excuses was. Now, he drew a very good post. He has a very good rider. You can say, oh, he's second off a layoff. He's never... Okay, well, he ran well off a first time out. He ran well last time. I don't see him as a horse with right to improve, and I think a horse like G5, who got completely blocked in that race and was close to the pace, but even more so, Bourbon-centric for Tom Morley, making his first start right on top of that fast pace that collapsed and didn't run badly at all. I think both of those horses are perfectly valid alternatives to a ridiculously overbet 3-5 shot.
Yeah, that is awfully short.
Crazy.
Wow. Here they come onto the racetrack post parade coming up for the last 3 to be run here at the Big A. And look at that crowd overlooking the paddock area. Close to 7,000 on hand for this final card. So we'll kick things off with Ross Bay here in just a moment. Manny Franco for trainer Miguel Clement. Debuted at this level. That was at Saratoga as a 3-year-old and then came back as a favorite, got beat back on June 3rd.
I will never believe that betting lower, sort of maiden claiming horses that have had their chances at 3-5 is a good idea. He may win, but he'll do it without me.
Kerry Bryant trains free refills.
Yeah, he's going to have to improve a little, but he comes out of the same race. He finished behind Ross Bay, and he also took advantage of the fast pace.
Beau Cheval, blinkers go on.
Yeah, he's off the claim for Jamie Begg, also coming out of that race, but another horse that benefited from the race falling apart.
Turf debut for this one. Bootsy's a rascal.
Listen, the Dominic Tonino barn has been hot as a pistol, but this one does not have much turf pedigree to take trying the surface.
And a first-time starter here, Mambo Wishes.
This one would blow up the pick six and probably create a 5 of 6 on the man. It's a mandatory
payout, yeah. G5 has Kendrick Carmouche for Michelle Nevin.
You know, this horse was completely eliminated down the inside, and to me is a very interesting horse at a big price.
Jose Lezcano rider change on DC Boys.
I'm not sure this horse is a little interesting, going long for the first time for Mike Maker.
5-1 on Nano Joe. It's Rudy Rodriguez with Dylan Davis.
Yeah, but I don't know. I think this horse comes out of a particularly weak maiden claiming field, too.
This one, as you mentioned, very interesting. Start number 2, Tom Worley Barn, Bourbon Centric.
Yeah, I think this horse is a very interesting alternative, an extremely generous price that ran well first time out, considering the dynamics.
Pilot Knob was no match against Ross Bay trying to be forward last start. The start before that, a little interesting.
And listen, this horse gets a rider change, and you know what? This horse set the pace in that race that fell apart and is a crazy big price.
And Roccolino making career start number 3, first time going long and second time on the grass.
This one would be an upsetter at a big price.
42-1 as the board reflects. Betting public believes so as well. 4 minutes away, 7th race coming up. Mile and a 16th on the turf. And there is Rudy Rodriguez taking things in. Again, he'll send out Nano Joe, the 8 in the 7th race coming up. You can play all the action. Final few races here all summer long. Opening day Saratoga, Friday, July 3rd. And then the new Belmont Park, September 18th. By getting signed up right there at NyraBets.com, match 200. That code to use for new members to get that $200 deposit match bonus. Let's go to Maggie.
You know, Greg, people have their quote-unquote spots to watch races at any given racetrack, but I can firmly say that Rudy Rodriguez, you can always find him posted up there on the wall. He is a little laid up. I tease him. He's on the vets list. He does have a broken foot, but he and Danilo Lezcano are always there on the back wall in the winner's circle. As we'll take a look here at some others in the field, and while Ross Bay, he looks fantastic as the favorite. Posted well, looks to get the right kind of trip. We'll check in with number 7, DC Boys, who is a horse I'm going to pick because he's a horse that is dropping in class back to New York breds, and I've always thought from the get-go that he looks like a turf router. And he's finally getting to do it here now in his 6th career start. It's been, you know, some lines in the form to say the least, but he does look fit coming in here, 2nd start for Mike Maker, and I just think this is finally what he's going to want to do. So do like DC Boys in here. And then I was talking with Keith, the van driver for Lisa Lugovich from Fair Hill, and he told me might be a bit of an omen when it comes to Mambo Wishes. Lisa won her first race here back in 1979 with a first-time starter at 30-1. And while Mambo Wishes just clicked over to 60-1, I like what I see. And this horse, despite being by Mshawish, who we haven't seen many of his progeny as of late be that successful, I do like them on the turf. And this horse is half to Hold the Salsa, who was a multiple stakes winning New York bred, albeit in dirt sprints, but definitely ran some competitive races and numbers going long on the turf. Big, good-looking horse, Mambo Wishes, much like his brother Hold the Salsa. He might be slow. He might need to, have that light bulb turned on between the ears, but I do think he's an interesting horse that I will watch at a huge price. As we'll check in with a 2nd-time starter, number 10, Bourbon Centric, for the home team. And this is a horse that I have ridden in the morning. And up at Saratoga, he was a handful. He was a handful in the mornings. He was a big handful in the afternoons as well. As we do see a late scratch. Does look like the horse that I picked. Great.
I think DC Boys is out. Okay, did not get to watch him warm up, as he will be a late scratch here. DC Boys coming out. So maybe I should just go for the home team here in Bourbon Centric, who is behaving so much better. Had the opportunity to ride him at Belmont. And he's a different horse in his second start. So we'll see, as Andy said, Acacia, as we get your selection in here. He was a part of the pace that eventually fell apart in that Saratoga debut.
He was, and Maggie, you'd certainly know him much better than I, but I did cover his first race, and as you touched on, a horse that mentally just really seemed like he needed a race to bring it together. I also thought first time out in my notes that he was one that I really wanted to see strengthen with a start, and he has done that. He has moved forward from first to second start. And as Maggie touched on, the pace did fall apart there. He was right up on top of it, pressing the pace setters, and then closers were the ones that did come on in there. He's a very spirited individual. Looking at how this race could potentially set up, he should be forward once again. We'll see if Pilot Knob tries to send to the front end, as was the case last time too. But I do think in this type of race, being forward and being a little bit more lightly raced as well. This guy doesn't have as many excuses as some of the others. You do see Ricardo Santana with his feet out of the irons, working to keep this horse relaxed, as he is an energetic type, but so far so good as he's handling. Greg, what is for Aqueduct? Quite a big crowd this afternoon.
Yeah, close to 7,000 on hand for the goodbye here in this final program to be run. And yeah, Ricardo Santana Jr., there you see him in those red and white silks with the red cap, trying to keep this one relaxed. Feet out of the stirrups here, Bourbon-centric for Tom Morley. And we'll see how forward Santana has that horse. We go back to the 6, G5 with Kendrick Carmouche.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to see Ricardo be aggressive with Bourbon-centric in this race. I believe he can be in front. We'll see how much speed Bootsy's a Rascal shows on the turf. As far as G5, I actually like the 10 more, but at 18-1 versus 7-1, I'd rather bet the 6. I'm alive to both of them in the double. G5's a horse that is running races on the fringe of being good enough last year, to be fair. He's had his chances and hasn't been quite good enough. But he's really not that much worse than anybody, save perhaps the favorite, who's just massively overbet at 3-5. Last time out, he was near the pace that was too fast, and they just got completely shut off down the inside. I don't know how much run he had, but I think at this price, I'm willing to lose a few dollars and find out what he's got.
Well, certainly had efforts, early last year where he showed ability.
Yeah. No, it's an 18-1 shot in this field. Ross Bay is the kind of horse that may well win here. And I'm not going to regret betting against Ross Bay in this race. But, man, this horse has had very, very, very good trips and failed in very weak races. He's not running against killers here, but he's had his chances against very soft spots, and he's an awfully short price.
Yeah, look, part of that, too, maybe, as you just said, the field he's facing. This may be the easiest field he has faced.
But I don't think it's much. I don't know how much softer it is. I mean, a horse like the 10 could easily improve second time out, right? I mean, why can't he improve in his second start?
No question.
I mean, take a look at the PPs, the horses that he just lost to, and you might find it a little tough to take him at 3-5. But that's just me, I guess.
Favored again, shortest price he has ever been, though, here for try number 3 to break his maiden at this level. Manny Franco aboard, gets the inside post. We send it upstairs. 7th, Belmont at the Big A on their final program. Chris Griffin, the call.
Mambo Wishes. Pilot Knob. Roccolino, last to load to the outside. Late pick 3. Just 3 races remaining. At Aqueduct. Roccolino goes in. All set. And they're off. Good beginning for Beau Cheval, and down towards the inside, Ross Bay's in that early mix 2, now takes back. Up on the outside, now joining these early leaders, there's Bootsy's a Rascal. Bootsy's a Rascal puts a neck in front. The far outside, Pilot Knob wants to be in the early mix, and Pilot Knob is rushing up to the outside of Bootsy's a Rascal, but Jamie Rodriguez finds the front once again, and it's Bootsy's a Rascal who's up by a half length. Stalking now is Pilot Knob, is tracking in second as they get stacked up in behind these leaders. Right there in third is going to be Beau Cheval, in tight, in between horses, trying to work on through. That's G5. Just in behind them was Ross Bay, and Bourbon Centric is in that early fray too. They've really slackened off the pace, and they are tightly bunched. Towards the back end of the field comes Mambo Wishes, and towards their inside is Free Refill. Second to last, No No Joe, and the trailer, Roccolino. They work up the backstretch, and they went 49.62 for that half-mile time. Bootsy's a Rascal, and another long shot in Pilot Knob. They're 1-2. Beau Cheval, Javier Castellano watching the action here, ground saving from third. Outside of them comes G5 in fourth. Ross Bay is in between horses, and Manny Franco wants to split rivals right now from the fifth spot. Bourbon Centric is losing some ground, and at the rail here comes Free Refills, who's on the run. Free Refills got a good trip down at the inside, is chasing the leaders as they reach the top of the stretch, and the leader is Pilot Knob. Pilot Knob is trying to kick away. Free Refills is just looking for that open seam, and Christopher Elliott trying to make a move. Beau Cheval is in that mix too. Here comes Free Refills. Free Refills is sprinting away. Free Refills up by 2. Free Refills at 22-1. Finishing second was Beau Cheval, then came Ross Bay late, and a photo for fourth.
Free Refills at 22-1 with a huge shocker here in the seventh, and just did not get much from the 1-2 favorite.
Well, I think the theme that you'll see in this race is something we've seen in the entire week in inner turf races. I don't think it's an extreme bias, but saving ground with the rails coming down has been at a premium. And the 2 and 3 both saved ground the whole way. I have no idea what the plan was with the 10, but the idea that he was 3 wide behind a slow pace under restraint is beyond me. I don't know why the 6 didn't go forward at the start, tried to go forward when it was too late to do it. This race was dominated by horses that got the right trips in this racetrack. And if you took 1-2 on the 1, what can I tell you?
22-1 upset. Favorite, yeah, 1-2 has to settle for third.
Keep betting him.
And a huge price in a mandatory payout in all these multi-race wagers that's going to knock a lot of tickets out. 2-3-1-10 here in the seventh. Kerry Bryant, Christopher Elliott, Green Tree Stables, and a Son of Slumber with the victory.
A friend of mine just reminded me that I did like this horse last time out. After the ridiculous ride, he got 2 back a day early. What can I tell you?
Now you tell me.
Well, I mean, I'll be betting the 10 back. I'll give the 6 another chance, but the 10, that was not. Whoever
Definitely
came up with that game plan might want to revisit that and pay a little more attention to how the racetrack's playing. I don't know what he was doing rating that horse. No idea.
2-3-1-10 here in the seventh, 22-1. We'll have the prices when we come back. With the final 2 races to be run still ahead of us, including the final stakes race ever run here at the Big A. 132 years of history. Originally built on leased farmland at a time that New York was full of fledgling tracks. This was the one that persevered. 2 more races remain. Stay with us. Back with you on America's Day at the Races on our Fox Sports 1 goodbye coverage to the Big A. Program brought to you in part by Gainesway. Power, passion, performance. And they're loading race 8 at Monmouth to close things out. 5.5 on the turf. Let's go to Paul and Megan.
Yeah, real quick here. We got a couple horses loading here. Obviously, they're all loading. I landed on the 7, big long shot here. Beautiful boat. Who you like here?
I like the outside runner, the number 9, in this spot. I know taking favoritism here for Jimmy Ryerson, and is going to come off of it. We'll see if he can carve out the right kind of trip, vying for favoritism with a 6. But closing out the day, closing out the weekend, Paul.
Yeah, the 6 Clay Soldier is your lowest payout if you're alive in these will pays of pick 4s, pick 3s, pick 5s, and pick 6s. We'll come back on camera after the call of this race. Let's go to Matt Dinnerman for race number 8, the last race here on a Sunday.
Tap it up, coming up to the outside. Live racing resumes on Friday. We will see you then. For now, enjoy this nightcap. We're ready to go. And we're off in the finale. Taprixie, the gray mare, out alertly. She's striding in front with Sadie Baby. Pat's Chrome Compass right behind them in the 3rd position now. Beautiful Bolt moving up to come and challenge those front runners. A contentious pace. Taprixie, the gray, narrow lead. Sadie Baby holds the inside spot. Beautiful Bolt is 3 wide. Tap it up farther out in the red cap. She's within 2 lengths of the lead. Pat's Chrome Compass alongside. Gap of 2 to Clay Soldier. Princess Gladys, Sing Along Kayla. They're side by side at the back of the pack, 8 lengths behind. Rounding the far turn. The top 2 getting away. Taprixie outside, neck in front. Sadie Baby still right there, coming to the top of the stretch. They pulled 4 ahead of Tap It Up, who's trying to close in from the 3rd position. 3 wide. Beautiful Bolt in the 4th position. Sent upon coming off the turn. Clay Soldier on the far outside tries to reel in the top pair, who are still 4 ahead of them. Down the stretch, Taprixie, Sadie Baby still going at it, but here's Clay Soldier. Clay Soldier looks like she's going to be your winner here. 16th to go. She grabs the lead and draws away. Clay Soldier, Edwin Gonzalez with the late double. Taprixie, 2nd. Sadie Baby, 3rd. Tight for 4th. Might have gone to Princess Gladys over Sing Along Kayla.
Clay Soldier gets the job done on the drop in class at even money, the favorite obliges.
Yep, and it was a formative result here, and we thought perhaps we could have a little bit of a price, spice it up underneath in those exotics here in the finale. Edwin Gonzalez riding well, getting the job done here in this finale, coming from off the pace.
6-3 in a photo. It looks like the 8 gets involved a little bit here, but it looks like the rail horse is going to run 3rd, so your gray's going to run 2nd here. Even money on the 6, Clay Soldier. We close out the card here at Monmouth. We still got a couple races at Aqueduct. Reflection time begins.
It does. I agree with Andy as far as we have the memories. Places close, you'll see, Richie put it in a beautiful way, seeing your childhood home be sold, raising your children, building your families at Aqueduct, the Mecca, as a lot of people refer to it so kindly. And when I sit down with Richie Migliori, when I hear his stories, when I sit down with Andy talking about beats or specific horses that he'll remember from his past, I feel it. And I feel their love. I feel their passion. And we're going to take it with us forever. And I know it's closing, but we have an incredibly exciting future here for New York racing at the new Belmont Park that I, for one, I don't think folks out there quite know just how much of an impact this is going to make on the game at home and this beautiful new establishment and monument to racing.
Yeah, it's a sad day. You know, Greg, you and I were there. We saw Hollywood Park go away. I always thought that, you know, Aqueduct was kind of the East Coast Hollywood Park. I have one memory. I was a 13-year-old kid. I'll never forget, I told my father I love Strawberry Road, and he said, son, there's a filly called Pebbles coming over. You better box him in an exacta. I didn't that day. I played Strawberry Road to win, and I lost. I was 13 years old, and Pebbles went right by me, Greg. I did cash on Cozine that day, $2 to win. Memories will never go away from the Big A.
Yeah, look, I was there for that final day at Hollywood Park as well. That's a different situation. That track was going away. Nothing was replacing it. This is a day that, you know, it's to say goodbye, honor what this place has been, and we're very excited about the future that, and everyone in this sport should be, of what lies ahead September 18th.
I agree. You know, the closing of Arlington Park was a tragedy for racing. Closing of Hollywood Park was an enormous loss for racing. I love Aqueduct. I've spent a crazy amount of my life at Aqueduct, and I have great memories of it. But we're on the cusp of opening a more than $500 million beautiful new modern racetrack to try to bring racing into the 21st century. You hear so many complaints about racing falling behind and not looking after what customers want. We're answering those questions with a beautiful new track, so the future in New York racing is bright. Yes, I will miss. There will be times in January and February you and I will say, boy, I wish I was taking the A train out to Aqueduct. But the future at Belmont is so incredibly bright that while, yeah, the memories of Aqueduct will linger forever, and we have a great history here, the future is so bright that to dwell on the negative, to me, seems like a massive waste of time.
Yeah, incredibly excited about what lies ahead, but great to see everyone come out and say their goodbyes to a place that has been very important to certainly New York City, New York State. Here in the 7th, free refills. This was quite an upset here, 22-1. Kerry Bryant and Christopher Elliott team up for Green Tree Stables, $46.82. As Beau Cheval and Ross Bay, the big favorite, wind up 2nd and 3rd.
We are going to make money with the number 10 up in Saratoga when perhaps they decide to use his speed a little more as a weapon rather than wait 3 wide in the course where the rail is good and the pace is slow.
Final stakes race to be run here in New York. Named after this man right here. It'll be 6 furlongs on the turf. Fillies and mares 3 and up, the John B. Hettinger.
John Hettinger was a very, very influential person, not just in racing, but also in off-the-track thoroughbreds and looking after horses and horse retirement, something he took very seriously, and it's nice to have a race named for him. Also a big part of the New York bred program for many, many years.
Hugely important advocate for protecting horses. Yep. And this race will be run in his honor, approaching the 15-minute mark to post. When we come back, final stakes race to be run here at the Big A on the closing program. We'll take a look back at the leaders all time here, and we're going to be joined by that man right there who winds up as the winningest rider in the history of this racetrack. The MIG back on for our final hour of action. From a racetrack that stood for over 130 years, here's New York City's racetrack. We'll be back right after this.
Standing at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, top young stallion Solomini, a Grade 1 son of Curlin and sire of 2026 graded placed New York Stakes winner National Identity.
Inside the final furlong, National Identity. Acoustic Ave is making up some ground. National Identity is almost home. Acoustic Ave second. National Identity wins the Safe Florida Sandy.
Solomini, standing for $7,500 in 2026 at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now and use promo code MATCH200 for a $200 new member bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you.
Charlatan is the leading second crop sire by stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and graded stakes horses.
Charlatan, ultra impressive. It's a new day for a new king.
Aqueduct means everything to me. I mean, honestly, this is where my life started. You know, as a kid growing up in Brooklyn, I never felt like I quite fit there. But I got here and I instantly knew this is where I belonged. This was like coming home. And walking out onto the apron at Aqueduct was like the first time I ever went to Yankee Stadium. You know, the bright green, the tobacco brown of the dirt, and I just knew I wanted to be a part of this atmosphere for the rest of my life. And when I was coming back in 1988 after getting severely injured at Belmont, I was out a long time. It was Thanksgiving Day. Naira put together a whole Thanksgiving dinner up there for my wife and friends and family and everybody, and to win with my first mount back on Glimmer Glen for Pete Ferriola was very special. I got to the 8th pole. I knew I was going to win, and I started seeing freeze frames of everything I had gone through over the last several months, the surgeries, the rehabilitation, learning to walk again. I started getting these freeze frames of all of that, and I started crying. My goggles pulled up with tears, fogged up. That was a very, very emotional time for me, and it just seemed fitting that that comeback ride and win was here at Aqueduct. My 4,000th win came here at Aqueduct. And my daughter Gabrielle maybe was 5 or 6 years old, and she's bounding around the paddock so excited. To see her here now as an adult, as a young woman, pretty remarkable. Aqueduct absolutely changed my life. Everything good that I have in my life comes from horses and horse racing. I could come to work, ride hard all day, win 2, 3, 4, 5 races, whatever it might be, and still be home for dinner at 5:30 at night and hear about my kids' day. And Aqueduct gave me that privilege, that opportunity, that I could have the balance of my family life and my professional life.
And there is a member of that Migliore family and that beautiful smile. The Mig joining us for this final hour of action, these final 2 races and the final stakes race on the card, your beautiful daughter.
Yeah, and of course I'm going to smile over that.
Takes after her mother. Who are you kidding?
So, thank goodness all of my children get their mother's smarts and looks. I'll tell you, my kids are living proof that the dam is more important than the sire.
No comment.
You had,
it's the truth.
Obviously, you had a tremendous career, but you did even better off the racetrack.
Very blessed. You know, obviously met the love of my life very young, and we have a shared passion with the horses, and to have the family I have, I know how truly blessed I am.
One of my friends really hated you because he had the biggest crush on Carmela, and he used to claim to me, "How is she doing with that guy?" She'd say to me.
Well, I could ride.
2,000. We had someone on earlier tried to give you 3 extra wins. 2,238 victories, though, here at Aqueduct alone in your career. Pretty impressive.
Yeah, basically, half of my wins and half of my mounts in my career were here.
Did you give that guy $100 that gave you the 3 extra wins?
I should have.
Yeah, that
well,
guy.
Listen, if
a couple of weeks, you won 3,000.
If Aqueduct stayed open, Manny Franco would have caught me, but he truly ran out of racetrack.
Yeah.
Well, final stakes race to be run here is the John B. Hettinger. 6 furlongs on the outer turf, and this is the interesting story, maybe the most interesting horse in the race, with the Angels. 7 for 10 lifetime. Will be trying the turf for the very first time for Linda Rice, Andy.
Yeah, and listen, she has speed and she has talent. She doesn't have a huge amount of turf pedigree. I would never bet her at a relatively short price, but I'm not going to be surprised when she wins.
No, right. I mean, that it's just the X factor. How is she going to, transfer that form to the turf, because obviously her dirt form is more than good enough to win here.
Yes.
Let's go down to Maggie.
Yeah, we'll start right there with number 4 with the Angels, as there is not an abundance of turf pedigree necessarily. As a daughter of Omaha Beach, he overall is better with his dirt sprinters. In the dam, she was a very good dirt sprinter. Never tried the turf, one sibling to try the turf. Maggie's Palace didn't particularly care for it. However, this gal as a turf hoof on her, she has very slack pasterns. We'll see how she does. Looking at her physically, I think she should be okay on it. I agree with Andy to take a short price. You know, it's just the old adage of don't take a short price on a horse trying something new for the first time. So I get that, but I am optimistic about her chances. And furthermore, the last time I saw her back on May 3rd, she was coming off a bit of a freshening, and she was favored that day, but I didn't love her energy level. She was just kind of dull in the paddock, dull on the racetrack, and today she's far more engaged and on the muscle and just looks stronger overall, that much more vascular appearance to her. So I do like what I'm seeing from With the Angels on this particular occasion. As we'll move on to number 6, Highway Harmony. She comes off a bit of a freshening. Now she is one of, if not the speed in here for Amelia Green, who does almost bookend the field, but she also sends out the 1. And Highway Harmony, she doesn't strike you as a speed horse. She's actually fairly quiet and laid back typically. It's much the same here on this day for this John Hettinger, but she does look incredibly fit. Sometimes a mare that doesn't often carry her weight and conditioning as well, that looks all good for her today. So we'll see, does she get to kind of blast out of there and control things? We'll find out here, as this is an interesting field going postward for our feature. Greg?
7 minutes away. Thank you, Maggie, from this John B. Hettingers. We go to Solo Shot and Amelia Green with this one as well. You just saw her with a 6 Highway Harmony. You wound up here?
Yeah, I mean, my top 2 choices were the 7 and 5, and they both scratched. On the other hand, I'm not in love with Solo Shot, and both she and the 8 Brown Sugar are very interesting horses. They don't have any speed. But, Richie, how is this horse 11-1 in here?
No, that's the mystery. That's the question for sure. At 11-1, he needs to work out a trip, but
right,
but you're gonna get the same ground.
Have to hope she gets some pace. At least she drew inside, and I don't love her. I love her at that price though.
I agree with you.
11-1, yeah, very inflated. A 2-time winner on the turf. We also have a mare who was trying the turf for the first time in her career when she won this race last year, Sunday Girl.
Yeah, and I think the scratches really kind of help her. Now, Ms. Big Bucks is also helped by the scratch, right? Because she's going to go. Yep. Now, you don't really know with the Angels. She obviously has the dirt speed, but how many times do we have this conversation, right?
Is it going to
translate?
translate?
Dirt speed and turf speed are very different things, and I think if it doesn't, then Katie Davis, who won this race last year in the engine, I think she may need the lead to run her best race, but suddenly maybe she's stalking a pace here and in a much more comfortable spot with a horse who on her good day. It's pretty damn good.
I agree. Also, Highway Harmony, though, I do think is just maybe a little naturally faster. What do you think?
I don't know. I'm not sure. I guess a lot of it depends on how they ride them.
Let's start with a 3. Here's Spinning Colors, cutting back in distance.
I don't blame Mark Hennig. He's got to try something different with a horse that's kind of lost in these long races. Take a shot.
Back to Solo Shot from the inside post. 1-2 for Amelia Green.
I'm going to need a little bit of pace up front, but I think the price is way too high.
Same price next door. Kendrick Carmouche rider change on Ms. Big Bucks.
Yeah, daughter of War Dancer. Just feels like she's got to get a little bit faster to be competitive here.
Can she handle the lawn? Turf debut with the Angels.
Well, that's the big question. We know how much ability she has. Will that ability transfer to a different surface?
Multiple stakes winner, including against Open Company. Here's Highway Harmony. Edgar Zayas rides for Amelia Green.
Looking for her 4th in a row, and she's got speed. She should be forward.
And Sweet Brown Sugar, 5-2 right now. Dylan Davis for Rob Atras.
I thought her last race was good. It was her first turf try. She wasn't really running until she got clear. When she was behind horse, it was almost like she was running in stops and starts.
Again, the turf debut for Sunday Girl. It was a win in this race last year.
She needs the pace to be somewhat moderate. She needs the 2, obviously, looks like the speed, but she needs the 4 not to have speed. She needs not the 6 to be not fast enough, because I don't believe, even though she drew outside, that she's at her best when she's able to rate on the grass. But having said that, she's only got the 2 grass starts, and one she wired the field, and the other one, she was just in way too tough, to be fair.
So Linda Rice, she'll send out with the Angels trying turf for the first time. She will end up as the all-time leading trainer in the history of this racetrack. Of course, last year, 172 wins on the circuit. She's coming off an Aqueduct winter meet with a personal best 62 victories.
She wins a lot of races.
Remarkable.
4 minutes to post. Linda will send out with the Angels. Let's go to Acacia.
And pleased to be joined by Linda Rice here with the Angels. Linda, trying turf for the first time. She looks like she should handle it. What was the thought process in the surface switch today?
Well, she's won all of her conditions. She won the correction stakes this winter. We tried her in the grade 3 distaff, and that's slightly disappointing. We just wanted to give her a try on the turf. The Omaha Beaches have run very well on the turf, and just see if that can open up other options for her. We'll see how it goes, but it's experimental.
Well, she's been very good on the main track, so excited to see what she does today. But they just showed your stats here at Aqueduct and a lot of the wins, and you said this is a bit of an emotional day for you.
It is. It's hard to turn the page here, and I might cry all the way home.
You've had a lot of wins here and a lot of special wins as well. Is there something about Aqueduct that kind of really stands out as a good memory for you?
Well, I think that there's so many. Over the years, I've spent a big part of my career racing here at Aqueduct, and a lot of just terrific moments. Not one that stands out in particular, but it's meant a lot to me, and it's very emotional.
Well, best of luck here, and it was a lot of fun watching all of your big wins at the Big A.
Thank you, Keisha.
Greg?
One of the top trainers in the sport, dominant on this circuit, one of the best claiming trainers in the game, Linda Rice.
And she's aggressive, and she makes no apologies for it. And, people would say, oh, Linda's dominating. You know what? The problem was we didn't have 5 Linda Rices this winter. If there were 5 people as aggressive bringing horses from out of town, the racing would have been more competitive. You can't fault the person who's aggressive in doing it just because they're winning.
David Duggan right there in the yellow tie, sending out Sunday Girl the 9, looking to go back-to-back in this race.
Well, he's got his game face on, Richie.
I am a big fan of Dave Duggan. I consider him one of my closest friends. I worked very closely with him when he was assistant trainer to John Kimmel. Him and his wife, Lara, just such good horse people.
And it's nice to see him getting a chance to show what he can do. This game, I know, people talk about how top-heavy it is with some trainers, and I understand the argument. But I think a good trainer like David, you get a chance, and David's really gotten a chance. He got a lot of horses from the connections at horse with Rick Schosberg when Rick retired, and he's made it clear to anybody following the game that he obviously is a good trainer that knows what he's doing. He just needed the opportunity.
Very good trainer who said probably should have walked away from the game, but he was too stubborn. He loved it too much, and then he wound up 2022, 23, 24, the best years of his career, and that's carrying over into this year as well.
No, I'm thrilled to see him doing well, and I think, Richie, you would agree that stubbornness is common among many of us in horse racing.
Well, I think if you lack that certain amount of stubbornness, you're not going to last here. You've got to dig in, and he's a perfect example of that.
There are so many more downs than ups. There's so many more ways for things to go wrong than there are for them to go right. You've got to believe in yourself and persevere in racing. You have to do that in life, but I think in racing as much as anything.
Let's go back to Maggie.
Preach, Andy. That is very much the truth. Well said. As looking forward to Dave Duggan, possibly. Truth be told, he got mic'd up for this race here, so he's trying to mind his manners, I think, and hopefully we get a good outcome and can show that on the broadcast. But number 3, you may have noticed her if we had a shot of her. She was going the wrong way on the racetrack, jogging the entire way on the outside route with the lead pony, with the outrider on her offside, because last time up at Saratoga, she was refusing to go anywhere. She was freezing. They were lucky to get her on the turf course for that start in the Mount Vernon. Now, I did note that, a lot of times I feel like when fillies and mares start to do that, it usually means, their time at the racetrack could potentially be up. But I get, much like Andy was saying, you got to try something with her. And I will say she's not out of the realm of sprinting, at least physically. It's just, can she be adaptable with this turn back in distance? Acacia?
This is a fun group coming up as I have the fans behind me on the apron. Maggie, I'm going to take a shot with the 2 Ms. Big Bucks. As Andy touched on, I think she's aided by the scratches. I've been waiting to see her step forward. They went 1-2 around the racetrack last time out, and hopefully she gets a good trip at a big price today, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. Here we go. About to load. Final stakes race to be run here in South Ozone Park, New York. The favorite, the big question mark with the Angels. First time on the turf. There is very little turf pedigree on this one. The only foal out of this dam to try the grass was a 4-time winner, Maggie's Palace. Those ones all came on dirt. The only turf try did not run very well.
Well, on closing day at Aqueduct, it's good to bring up my old friend Harvey Pack, who said you're never supposed to bet a horse trying to do something it's never done before as the favorite, and that would equate to the number 4 at 9-5. So a little Harvey Pack aphorism.
Been exceptional on dirt, trying something new on the lawn with the Angels. The 4, it's the John B. Hettinger. As we go upstairs on our Fox Sports 1 coverage to Chris Griffin.
Going in. Dylan Davis and Sweet Brown Sugar. Turned around for a moment. Now Sweet Brown Sugar. A little reluctant.
Give me. Get it. Okay.
Sweet Brown Sugar now in. And the last horse to load. Our final stakes race here at Aqueduct, Sunday Girl. All set for the John Hettinger. And they're off. Good beginning, Sweet Brown Sugar and also Highway Harmony. And Highway Harmony now with the neck in front. Sweet Brown Sugar is chasing from second. Well settled in behind them, that's Spinning Colors. Tightly at the rail and backing out of it was Ms. Big Bucks. Is going to drop behind that leading group. Up on the outside, Sunday Girls on the Move is now taking a challenging third. Is to the outside of With the Angels, who splits rivals quickly. They work up the backstretch and Highway Harmony's in front, 21.33. The posted opening quarter mile. Sweet Brown Sugar right there in second with the Angels. Now in third. Sunday Girl to the outside. Losing ground with Spinning Colors. Towards the back end of the field is Solo Shot. And Ms. Big Bucks is the trailer. They approach the top of the lane, and Highway Harmony's been there throughout. Edgard, Zayas, and Highway Harmony trying to sprint away, and they're doing just that. It's Highway Harmony. Sweet Brown Sugar continues to chase. Here comes With the Angels is a clear third, but Highway Harmony is opening up this margin. Sweet Brown Sugar still trying hard to the outside. With the Angels, late run here, Solo Shot, but the John Hettinger. Trainer Amelia Green wins with Highway Harmony. Sweet Brown Sugar finished second, then came Solo Shot and With the Angels.
Highway Harmony at 7-2. Amelia Green, Edgard Zayas, Lucky Hat Racing, Forget About It Racing team up for the victory.
And she just set a track record.
Wow.
Live forever.
106.44 on a blazing fast turf course. Just
no, that's 106 and 3/5.
Right. Yeah.
Do you want me to explain to you? That's 0.6.
Very funny. Thank you. New track record. Wow, that blazing on this fast weather.
I mean, I didn't see her clear the lead, Richie, but given what the pace was, I'm not even sure how fast the pace was. The half was pretty quick. I don't think I've seen too many like
42
that.
42 and 4
possible?
For the half.
Wow.
And that's not on the downhill turf course at Santa Anita. That's on the flat.
I've never seen that number before. Unreal. Let's go to Acacia.
Well, we'll see what the times do yield, but I'm very happy to be joined by winning trainer Amelia Green. As Amelia, your first start with Highway Harmony, purchased at the digital sale, and then she does that. That has to be pretty rewarding.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, she's trained very well since I've had her, but I've got nothing else to base it off. I don't know if she trained well before that, but yeah, like I say, she was touting herself in the mornings, but I wasn't sure if that was just her, but that was crazy fast if those times are real.
When looking to pick up horses and kind of add them to the barn, obviously you're looking for some that you can run in races like this. It has to be pretty exciting when that pays off right away.
Yeah, I mean, credit to Amanda Gilman. You know, she's my business partner. She buys a lot of horses in my barn. She is on the digital sale. She loves the digital sale. So she picked this horse out straight away and was like, this is one we need to target. Obviously, we were trying to go for a 2X before this. It got rained off, so it meant we had to sit on her longer. So we sat on her for 2.5 months and waited for this race, but it paid off today.
Definitely worth the wait. I know you've only been training on your own for a short amount of time, but you spent a lot of time at Aqueduct as well to win the final stake at the Big A. What does that mean?
It means a lot. I know I've got younger memories here than a lot of other people, but this feels special. It was for Lucky Hat Racing. My first ever runner was for Lucky Hat Racing. My first ever winner was for Lucky Hat Racing. My first ever stakes winner was for Lucky Hat Racing, which is Pat and Joe Veazey. So I'm very thankful for them, my whole team. Like I say, it's hard not to get emotional, and I have younger memories than a lot of other people, so I can see why people are very emotional about today.
Enjoy it. Congratulations. That was impressive.
Thank you so much.
Greg?
Amelia Green spent quite a bit of time as a top assistant for Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher. He had to make it a condition for her to stick around just a little bit longer, that he'd give her all the ins and outs, everything he could before she went on her own.
Good employees, right? And before that,
she's made an immediate impact in this sport.
Right? Yeah. Before that, she worked for Henry Cecil in Europe, so she's had a pretty well-rounded education.
It's not a bad two mentors to have. And there's a horse that nobody wanted to claim, a New York bred, for $17,500 down at Gulfstream. Of course, making just its 5th, 16th, 17th, 18th starts as a 6-year-old. And now they bought for 50,000 digital sales, and turns out it was one hell of a smart buy.
6-8-1-4 Highway Harmony, Amelia Green, Lucky Hat Racing, Forget About It Racing, Edgard Zayas at 7-2. And the John B. Hettinger final stakes race to be run at the Big A. We have the finale when we come back. Back with you on our Fox Sports 1 coverage, and just one race remains in a racetrack that has been here for 132 years. Of course, our bright new future is directly in front of us. September 18th, the opening of the brand new reimagined Belmont Park, $500 million reconstruction project. Incredibly exciting for this entire sport, but today is about goodbye to the Big A. Final stakes race run here, John B. Hettinger, and it goes to Highway Harmony, blazing through 106.44 seconds for the win. Amelia Green, Edgard Zayas.
Been a little warm. Haven't had a whole lot of rain. That course got pretty fast, and She ran extremely fast today. A track record on. Here's one for you. Closing day. How many track records in history think have been set on a closing day at a racetrack?
Not even going to give anybody a chance to eclipse
Right,
that.
exactly.
Winner Circle lead-in brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton July Selected Horses of Racing Age sale, July 14th in Lexington, Kentucky. Nominate your racehorses today. Edgar Zayas having a pretty strong last few weeks here.
He's aggressive, and aggression gets rewarded.
I was walking out with him just the other day, and we were talking, and he's really excited about riding a full meet in Saratoga. He's been there, he's ridden there, but he's really looking forward to.
Didn't he come one big day up there and do really well?
Yeah,
last year.
But he was in and out. You know,
Yeah.
he was. Now he's so excited to get up there and be there for the whole meet.
Let's go to Maggie.
Here with John Zanotti of Forget About It Stables. As John, you were telling me before this race, asked me who I'd like. I said Highway Harmony. You said, "Oh, good," and you said, "I'm going to manifest holding that trophy." And oh my gosh, it came true.
That's it. That's what we have to do. Joe and Pat, you're missing a good one here. My partners, Joe and Pat VC, love you guys. I mean, at the very last stakes race ever in Aqueduct, breaking a record, it don't get better than that.
And Highway Harmony, she's going to hold that record forever.
Ever. History.
And you were also saying, I love, this is special, John. We have the crowd actually applauding the last race walking over. That's really cool.
Oh, very cool. Very cool.
I'm getting chills, actually.
I do, too.
I didn't think I'd get choked up, but wow, this has been an amazing send-off, and for you to be a part of it, just talk a little bit about how you're feeling.
The excitement, that's my very first stakes race win ever. So for me, it's something really special. And to close it out here, being a native New Yorker in New York, Aqueduct, like I said, the very last stakes race, and we own it.
Amazing. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Enjoy this.
Thank you.
The John Hettinger Highway Harmony, and it was beautiful harmony listening to this crowd applaud the runners as they come over for the final race here at the Big A. Guys.
New York's racetrack, and New Yorkers have come out for the send-off here with just one race remaining, which is aptly named. It was a good run, and fans applauding the last race here coming up.
Yeah, I saw somebody from Arkansas. I saw somebody from Kentucky that came here. People coming from Boston to come down here. It's a really fun, lively crowd. Nice to see.
And some guy from my old neighborhood who told me I couldn't ride was out there.
Well, you have to have at least one heckler to tell you how much you suck before you leave, just so you can remember all the great things about Aqueduct.
I actually got the biggest kick out of it. It was so funny this morning. If I didn't ride for certain trainers, he said I wouldn't have won the. Well, that's true, though.
Part of the charm of this place, right? Surviving the tough fans. You grew up just 8 miles from here. Grew up wanting to, some people think about the Kentucky Derby. You wanted to run stakes races here at Aqueduct, and it became a reality.
Kentucky Derby could have been Mars. It was so far out of the realm of my mind that, Aqueduct was my backyard. The stakes at Aqueduct were real. Kentucky Derby, that's for other guys, I thought.
Well, I mean, I think you hear this. Chad Brown talks about how the Travers is the race that he wants to win the most. And I think, it's obviously the Kentucky Derby is the Kentucky Derby. But that doesn't mean that your goals aren't more regional, things that are important to you.
Of course. And this was tangible. It's there. I saw it. And
you saw Angel Cordero doing it. You saw Lafitte Pinkai Jr. doing it. You saw Georgie Velasquez doing it. I mean, these are the greats of the game. You go back to Eddie Arcaro, different things. You saw the greatest legends riding here over the years. Why wouldn't you want to try to emulate them?
Yeah, well, that's it. And you know what? Tough to compete with them because they were that good. But it was a blessing because if you had any aptitude to ride at all, you were going to become a better rider riding with those guys. Just watching how they prepare and them, Angel, exploiting mistakes you made, you knew you weren't going to make that mistake again. They were great, and just riding with them, some of that had to rub off.
21 minutes remaining in the history of this racetrack. The last race to be contested here. Here we go. Mile and an eighth. $16,000 starter allowance. It is for 3-year-olds and up who have started for a claiming price of $16,000 or less since December the 28th of 2024. The favorite right now, that is the 5, Trusty Rusty. Kendrick Carmouche will be aboard for Bob Hess Jr.
Is a shipper really going to win the last race run in the history of Aqueduct, Richie? I don't know, man.
I mean, it feels like it would be more appropriate for, let's say, Jimmy Ferraro or Rudy Rodriguez to win the last race. But One thing about the favorite, Trusty Rusty, 6 wins, 14 seconds. I don't think that happens by accident.
I couldn't agree more.
You got another shipper that's got a big chance. Assume nothing. Jamie Nesbarn. We'll see what happens here in the last race to be run. Our final goodbyes to the Big 8. 20 minutes to post in race 9 here at Belmont at the Big A on our FS1 coverage.
And it's lights out. Locked. Pouring it on, running aggressively through the stretch to win by 7 easy lengths.
Here is Locked. Locked racing by on the outside for the lead. Locked, the wine steward, it is Locked.
Here comes Locked after Mulligan. Locked catching with every single stride, and Locked will win the Cigar Mile.
It's all about Locked, dominating the big cap, cruising home to an effortless 8-length romp.
It's time for the first major yearling sale of the year. A sizzling source for success on the track. The July sale is the most underrated sale in America. July produced 2 Breeders' Cup champions in 2025, Shiso Spicy and Splendora, as well as Grade 1 winner Argos. Plus recent graded stakes winners Chip Honcho, Forged Steel, and Roja. The Fasig-Tipton July sale of selected yearlings, July 14th in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be?
Prince of Monaco's Too Good for Moose, an impressive winner of the best pal. Miramondi's all hot, but Prince of Monaco Too Good.
Prince of Monaco, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Racing returns to the brand new Belmont Park this September. Get paid to bring new horses to New York with the Big Apple bonus. Each horse can earn up to $8,500. Bonus eligibility based on the horse's prior start or workout location. Both new and existing owners and trainers are eligible. With overnight purses increasing this fall by 15%, there's never been a better time to race at Belmont Park. Take a bite out of the Big Apple bonus. For rules and eligibility requirements, visit NYRA.com/Big Apple bonus.
While Aqueduct might not be the most beautiful or bucolic track in the country, it's real. It is New York City's racetrack.
This is New York's racetrack. This is New York City's racetrack.
I mean, it's within the city limits. It's right by JFK. You can hop on the A train, jump right here to the racetrack.
There's something great about a racetrack you can take the subway to. Just getting off the subway and going to a racetrack, it's the Otoy of Queens.
Coming in on the train, on the bus, public transportation to get here. Like I said, coming for the love of the sport, the love of the horse, first and foremost. I think those are some of the things that really make Aqueduct so special.
Aqueduct fans are hardcore, they're smart, they're knowledgeable, and they're not afraid to call you about it. And I appreciate and love the fans, because as much criticism as they can give you, 99% of the time they're spot on in their analysis.
It has the New York kind of tough guy attitude, maybe on the outside, but it is warm and fuzzy on the inside. And to me, that's so quintessential New York.
I'm going to definitely miss taking a subway that drops me off here, that's for sure.
You know, this is the greatest city in the world, and to have a racetrack with premier racing right in the city limits is a special time.
It looks like, it feels like the city, and we really don't have many racetracks in cities anymore in America.
Well, it was originally built, at a time they weren't sure it was going to stick around. There was so many fledgling racetracks around at that time. This is the one that survived, and 132 years later, here we are.
And a lot of people don't realize that in the 70s, they would go from Belmont Park to here and race here before going to Saratoga. And of course, before Mary Lou Whitney sort of intervened and pumped up the social aspect of Saratoga, there was a lot of talk of not running in Saratoga and staying at Aqueduct instead. Try to wrap yourself around that in today's landscape.
What a lot of people don't realize is that Saratoga always had 40 racing days. They deferred 16 of them to Jamaica and then Aqueduct because the 16 days paid the purses for the other 24 days. Now the 40 days in Saratoga helps pay for the rest of the year down here.
Things have really, really changed. I mean, you know, I've seen it in my life, you know, starting to go to Saratoga in the early 70s and watching the crowds, sort of, you know, bigger crowds, and Saratoga changing a lot. Saratoga was a very different town when I moved there in the mid-70s, you know, with National Auto down on Broadway and Newberry's in the middle of Broadway and a Red Barn right in the middle on Division Street and Broadway. It's a very different town, and it's really changed a lot in a lot of ways in a very, very positive way. It's a great place.
Let's go to Acacia.
I have an incredibly special guest here with me, Ramon Dominguez, who boasts 1,061 victories here at Aqueduct. Ramon, you were just telling me about some of your favorite memories at the Big A, including the Wood Memorial win with Tappet.
Yes, there are so many. I believe that my first stake race in New York was won here at Aqueduct with a filly by the name Cho My Gal. Tim Toller was a trainer on the turf, and that was opened my passion about coming to New York and the possibilities. Yeah, I can do it here as well. But definitely winning the Wood Memorial with Tappet was a huge day. I remember coming with my agent, Steve Rochen, and driving home. I mean, it was like pinch me. I can't believe that we won the Wood Memorial.
So many special big races here, special horses. You've had many multi-win days at the Big A. What does this mean to you and looking back on your career?
Well, it was a wonderful journey. I mean, Aqueduct was incredible for my career in terms of really pushing me through the ranks and doing better in New York because at the time I was riding in the Mid-Atlantic, Delaware, and I decided with my agent to come here for the winter to Aqueduct and started to do well. So I have wonderful memories between the opportunity that I received, the races that I won, and there is a bittersweet moment for me because this is also where I rode my last race.
Well, you said the fans here in New York. We all love them. We've all had great experiences with them. You said they called you Dom Dom while you were riding?
Dom Dom, that was my nickname. Still today when I came here, Dom Dom. So love them, and there was no in between, whether they loved me or they hated me, depending on how the day went. But overall, I think that the Jamaicans, it was mutual love. I love them. I think that they like me a lot too. So yes, and those are fans here in New York that really second to none. I have a reading in many different places, and New York has unique fans for sure.
We absolutely do. Great to see you here on closing day, Ramon. And as you said, so many special memories.
Very much so. Thank you, Acacia.
Thanks. And speaking of special memories, we'll go to Maggie Wolfendale now. Last time reporting here from this paddock, Maggie.
Oh, that hit, Acacia, that hit hard on my heart to come to the realization that we'll never be standing in this paddock ever again. To talk about horses, and that's why we're here, for the love of the horse. That's why everybody's here. I have seen faces that I haven't seen in a while come out to bid Aqueduct farewell, and this has truly been a special day. Ramon, he was one of the first jockeys I ever was a fangirl of, and being here in the winters when he was riding here and just all the winners that he booted home, he's definitely a part of the fabric that has made up the Big A, and the fans always keeping you humble. I feel as though I've earned, with my 16 years here, the respect. I took it and I survived it. You take the criticism and you learn and you grow and you become a better person for it. So for the fans, thank you. From the bottom of my heart, you have made this day and every single one before it truly special. And like I said, it's for the love of the horse. And I think, as the guys were hinting at on the desk, it would only be fitting for a true Aqueduct stalwart, such as Jimmy Ferraro, to take the last race here at the Big A. And I've got to say, his entrant in here, Tiz Marcus, number 6, he looks the best in the paddock. And I am wondering to see how he warms up. I like to watch this horse out on the racetrack, which will be the last time we get to do that. But it just feels serendipitous, Greg, for Jimmy Ferraro to possibly take down this last race at Aqueduct.
There is Tiz Marcus. Thank you, Maggie. For Jimmy Ferraro, Jose Lezcano will ride. Picture for the riders in the last race to take place here at the Big A. Little piece of history right there. We will have the post parade for the last race in the history of this racetrack when we come back. You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 1. 7 minutes left in the history of this racetrack with the new reimagined Belmont Park opening September 18th. Final race to be run here on a racetrack with 132 years of history. And we'll close it out with this starter allowance at 1 1/8. Terrific crowd has come out for the last day. Chance to say goodbyes. It was, again, I said this coming into the racetrack off the A train today. So many fans taking pictures, taking in the atmosphere, a packed parking lot, lines out the door to get in. It was great to see.
I saw people tailgating in the parking lot at Aqueduct. I've been around a long time, Richie. I don't
I've
think I've
never
ever seen
seen
that
that
before.
No, I have never seen that.
Gotta
That's
love that.
interesting.
Well, this last race, 5-2 favoritism, Trusty Rusty. And that would be a horse, yes, coming from out of town to try and steal this last one. You also have Assume Nothing to 4 for Jamie Ness coming from out of town. As we take a look at High Tide, we'll kick off the post parade in a moment. You're going to wind up where in this last race?
I'm going to what? Oh, I wind up on the 10. I'm looking to pick one winner on top in closing day at Aqueduct. But why not go out in the usual way? I thought Conquered Spirit's interesting. I like Manny. I don't love the outside post, but I think this horse was a horse that was overly restrained early in a race with no pace, and I think we'll get a more fluid ride today.
Well, momentary hold up. Now riders up. And again, as we all, say our final goodbyes here, take pictures. So many have gotten to take a piece of history home, Meg, of this racetrack, and got some of the racing surface. But so many great memories to take with us over the years. But such an exciting time in our sport right now.
Well, it really is. It's the beginning of a new era of racing in New York with the opening of Belmont Park. And I think fans if they give it a chance, allow themselves to, reserve judgment, I think they're going to be extremely impressed with the new building. I've been over there for a couple of, tours and walkthroughs, and I think it's going to be spectacular.
High Tide will kick off the post parade.
He would be quite an upset to close out closing day at Aqueduct. 29-1 might be an underlay.
Sharp Spark, major player for the Ilkay Cantermachi barn.
It closed well last time after a very fast pace. Got there, couldn't handle Tiz Marcus, the Arkansas bred.
Here's Assume Nothing for Jamie Ness.
Comes off a really nice win against Easier at Parks.
They qualified to get in this race. Very clever
right. Yes.
by Jamie.
The favorite, Trusty Rusty.
Listen, he's good. He's run fast figures, but I agree with what Richie said. 14 seconds and just 6 wins. Tough to take a short price on that.
Jimmy Ferraro trains the 6, Tiz Marcus.
Now, the Arkansas bred who seems to run better outside of Arkansas, and he comes off a nice effort last time chasing that fast pace in the slot.
Centavo, one of 4 who would pay to 5 of 6 in the pick 6.
And that's understandable given his form recently. 20-1 seems like an underlay. More distance isn't bad for him, though.
Sarah's Shaman, 20-1.
Yeah, it just feels like we're going to have to see a race that we haven't seen in a long time from this horse to be competitive here.
A lot of money, though, at 6-1, huh?
Rudy Rodriguez trains Peak with DeLilo Rivera.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see if DeLilo can get the right kind of trip from a tough outside post, but this horse has really found his best form for Rudy.
Andy's selection, Concord Spirit.
Well, glacially slow pace last time going a mile and a furlong. Andy was talking about that earlier. Probably going the 1-turn mile. He should be allowed to run more freely.
2 turns.
And
I'm sorry, 2 turns, excuse me.
Life and Light.
Well, I'm a big fan of Life and Light at different times and has actually run some okay races, but he's got speed and a tough outside post, and he's probably not quite fast enough to win here.
Setting up, bringing that starting gate over one final time as we approach post time for this finale at Belmont at the Big A.
It is 1959, the dawn of the space age. American society and culture is intensely focused on the future. Even the cars look like rocket ships. But thoroughbred racing in New York is stagnant, stuck in the past, not in step with the space age zeitgeist. Its racetracks are American architectural antiquity, made of wood and stone. Venerable Belmont Park, a product of 1905, is, in fact, condemned and must be demolished. To the rescue of New York racing comes a shining, state-of-the-art, a beyond modern, futuristic venue nicknamed the Big A.
I do not believe there will be in the entire world a more beautiful race course for thoroughbred racing than the new Aqueduct.
It was indeed big, with heretofore never-seen luxury at a sports stadium, 18 escalators, 4 elevators, and air conditioning. Air conditioning in 1959 for 14,000 patrons. A cantilevered roof, permitting fewer support columns, enabling fans non-obstructed views of the action from anywhere in the massive 4-level grandstand. Big A, indeed. The Big A revived the dormant New York racing industry, and the crowds flocked in. And what they witnessed was magical. The stars of the sport in the halcyon days of the 1960s, like the mythical 5-time Horse of the Year, Kelso, who won 20 times at Aqueduct. Hall of Famers like Dr. Fager, Buck Passer, and Damascus, who clashed in what some dubbed the race of the century, the 1967 Woodward. And by the way, it was Damascus by 10. Aqueduct in many ways saved New York racing. The Big A did its job magnificently well in those early years, almost too well. There was serious talk of leveling that anachronism at Saratoga, where business was but a fraction of booming Aqueduct. But a lover of Saratoga got a bill passed in the New York legislature mandating 24 racing dates each August at the spa. Thank you, Governor Averill Harriman. But time is inexorable. Change is inevitable. And the future is condemned to become the past. Consumer tastes, economic pressure, and having another racetrack 8 miles away, owned and operated by the same entity, makes zero sense in the 21st century. But now the future belongs to a shining, state-of-the-art, futuristic venue 8 miles from here. Sound familiar? Here's to the future, Belmont. And Big A, thanks for the past.
Incredible work, Tom Durkin, one of the great voices in the history of our sport.
That was sensational, and I think it's a lot of the things that made Tom as great as he is. His understanding of the history of the game and talking about it. That was great. Wow.
And there's the brand new home that awaits. New reimagined Belmont Park, $500 million reconstruction project that will open September 18th with the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Yeah, that was just phenomenal. He was always a wordsmith in his calls, and that was just poetry what he wrote there. He's just such an amazingly smart individual.
Yeah, Tom, you know, in his race calling, obviously he had, you know, great skills in calling races, but also his ability to understand races is what really led. I think in all these moments, you know, he knew Victory Gallop was coming in the Belmont Stakes. You know, you've got to know he's coming. And you know, while he was watching real quiet, he was looking at Victory Gallop and he knew where he was. He understood Rachel Alexander and the Woodward, that while she was in front, he had to warn people, it's not over yet. Tom was, to me, everything great about race calling, and a lot of things, everything great about racing.
Incredible sense of the moment as well as we go to Maggie.
On this racetrack for the final time here at Aqueduct, and it's a true treat to see these stands packed as they are. And I thought that those Saratoga Belmonts were very special with the fans. This tops it. The fans that have come out and applauded every winner of every race today and welcomed the last race in the eruption of cheers that we saw as they hit the racetrack. I might need earplugs when they break from this very gate, but I'm not going to miss the planes going overhead, but I am going to miss these fans, Acacia, as I know you are right in the thick of it.
I am Maggie. We've talked a lot about it today, about how the fans here in New York are unlike any other. And this crowd today has been absolutely incredible. Standing here amongst the fans has gotten me emotional. And we'll see what happens as the field will come down this stretch right by all of these wonderful fans for one final time, as we will get a chance to say farewell and thank you to Aqueduct forever, a place that changed my life and I know really impacted a lot of others.
You can feel it with this crowd, how special this place has been to so many people here over the years.
No, it's great to see people coming out to say goodbye to Aqueduct's last day of racing. Keep in mind, by the way, we open for simulcasting throughout the Saratoga meet, so if you come to New York and you want to come out and say goodbye to Aqueduct yourself, you've still got over 2 months to do it. There won't be live racing, but you can still come and visit the plant and come see what a track that we've grown to love after so many years.
That just got me a little verklempt there, Andy.
Okay, Linda.
No, they have the crowd cheering behind Acacia, and like you said, how much this means to so many people.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I think about the first time I came here with my grandmother. almost 52 years ago, and just, my eyes wide open walking into Aqueduct, I've been to Saratoga. It wasn't like this, and it really, and all those trips coming out so many times, taking the A train, I am going to miss, and I know, Greg, you and I have taken the train together many, many times over the last few years. I'm going to miss that trip. It's just, to me, there will always be something incredibly romantic about taking a subway that leaves you at the racetrack.
Well, at least for Greg, he doesn't have to ride the train with you anymore.
No, I agree. He's actually took a pay cut.
No, I'll never forget those moments. It was special, and seeing people that we knew from the racetrack.
Yep.
Coming and going.
Talking to fans in the train. Yep.
Made it great every single day. We'll miss that incredibly. Mile and an eighth to close things out in the final race to be run here at this racetrack that has stood for 132 years. Let's go upstairs to Chris Griffin for the call.
Post time for the 9th and final here at Aqueduct as we say goodbye. The final race, and they're off. Roar of the crowd here in New York at the Big A, and hard scent. It's assume nothing who gets the rail position. Tiz Marcus is going to be stalking 2 wide. Joining them, that's Sarah Shaman is out wider 3 wide, and Life and Light, no choice but to be very wide around that turn. Just in behind them comes Trusty Rusty, and then in between horses comes Peak as they get set to work to the backstretch here. 132 years of thoroughbred racing past the 1 mile chute and to the backstretch where fans and bettors have witnessed some of the greatest horses, the connections. They've come with their friends and family here to Aqueduct to celebrate this great sport. Assume Nothing is in front, is up by a half length. To the outside, still challenging Tiz Marcus as a close-up second, out wider Sarah Shaman in third. At the rail, there's Trusty Rusty. Peak is in between horses, out wider. Now moving forward to Centavo, and towards the inside of that one, Sharp Spark. At the rail, High Tide. The trailer, Concord Spirit. They work into the far turn one final time. The future's on the horizon, but the present is now here at Aqueduct, and Assume Nothing's got the lead. Is a neck in front of Tiz Marcus, who's catching with every stride. Also chased along. Here comes Sarah Shaman with a 3 wide run. Trusty Rusty is down towards the inside as they approach a 1/4 mile left to go. They reach the top of the stretch here at Aqueduct for one final time in front of the crowd, and the leader, Assume Nothing, is trying to gut things out. Sarah Shaman to the outside. Trusty Rusty trying to make up ground 2. Tiz Marcus, but Assume Nothing inside the final 16th. Assume Nothing front running and wins the final race held at this majestic racetrack, New York City's racetrack, the Big A, better known as Aqueduct.
So there it is, the final race after 132 years of history. September 27th, 1894 was when Aqueduct opened its gates. And here we are for the final race before we move into our new home at the new reimagined Belmont Park. It's Assume Nothing. Jamie Ness, Jamie Rodriguez for DEA Thoroughbred Racing.
Went to the front, dominated up front, Richie. Winning it the way he would have if you had ridden him.
And it must be a good feeling for Jamie Rodriguez to get the last winner ever here at the Big A, for a rider that's trying to establish himself here. You can see how the fans are reacting. And I got to be honest with you guys, as they came down to the wire there, definitely a bit choked up.
For these riders, it had to be a ton of emotions in that starting gate.
I'm thinking Manny Franco, when he got left 4 lengths to the 10, thought, really, did I have to get completely left in my last ride at Aqueduct? It's okay, Manny. You're having a hell of a run here.
And Elliott, now one final shower with the best showers of any jockey's room I've ever been in my life. Aqueduct showers had the best water pressure, Andy.
You've still been taking him here.
Well, when they used to let me in the room.
That's right.
This crowd soaking it in. Final moments after seeing this last race run to enjoy a place that is so, for people that love this sport and play this sport often, this was a home away from home for so many for so long.
For sure, and you can't not think about the history of Aqueduct. And, you look down the stretch, and you remember every single big name for so many years running here, whether it was Kelso or Forgo or Seattle Slew or Bold Ruler or Honest Pleasure, you know, all of these great
Cigar's
horses.
win streak started here.
Yeah, the 2 races he won in the dirt were both here. In fact, this is where they put him back on the dirt.
Yep.
And he ran that big race, and then he won the Naira Mile, which became the Cigar Mile. And, you know, Congaree, who had a great record here. I remember the Wood Memorial with Buddha beating Medaglia D'Oro and Summer Break. You know, just so many great horses. 3 years in a row, Foolish Pleasure, Bold Forbes, Seattle Slew, all winning the Wood Memorial, and 2 weeks later, winning the Derby. So much history. You know, Aqueduct has been the home of some of the best racing, not just in the country, but in the world for many, many, many years.
And again, we'll wait and see, but so many great historical pictures throughout this racetrack. And, you know, some of those things are going to come over with us to the new Belmont Park. But a lot to look forward to in this sport, and hopefully we will keep this memory alive, no question.
It's a new beginning to have this beautiful track opening up there with the brand new surfaces that are going to be real state-of-the-art surfaces, better drainage, the synthetic to use in the winter to try to pump up the winter racing, which has lagged a little bit in recent years. A lot to look forward to, but a lot to remember about an incredible racetrack.
Let's go to Acacia.
And I know the horsemen and owners are very excited about the new Belmont Park, but still here after the last race, the apron is still packed with fans soaking in the final moments of the Big A. And I think it just goes to show that the fans are the heartbeat of the racetrack. And many people told me, we'll see you at Belmont as well. You see people coming here for the love of the horse, the love of racing. That is truly what we enjoy about it. So looking forward to the bright future, but incredibly grateful for all of the memories here at Aqueduct. I remember being a college student, taking the subway out here, coming on the A train to come for the races on the weekend from Fordham University, and many people here have traveled much further, Greg, to appreciate this final day at the Big A. So thank you, Aqueduct.
Yeah, obviously a lot of New Yorkers here coming to say goodbye, but as Andy mentioned, he met a lot of people from out of town. We had someone we met from Minnesota who came out here, wanted to say his goodbyes, and actually had never been here before. So people from all over. And did we make plans? We got to keep this party going because I don't think anybody wants to leave.
Everybody's lingering. No one's in a hurry to leave. I think we're all just trying to kind of soak in the last moments.
They may not have to pack up to go to Saratoga the way I do.
Or our entire team. And there's Kendrick, who we're looking at, Kendrick Carmouche down there, all the riders from this last race coming together to take a photo with the fans. That sort of embodies what this racetrack is all about.
Oh, absolutely. And listen, the best fans, toughest fans, but the best fans right here at the Big A.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing you talk about. You know, you talk about riding here and the fans along the rail giving you a hard time, but they are incredibly educated fans. And when someone's giving you a hard time, you kind of know in your heart you deserve it. Or I make some bad picks and they tell me, hey, your picks suck today. And I think, you know, they kind of did. So, you know, there's something about educated fans, even if they're giving you a hard time, that you have to appreciate, and that's so true of Aqueduct.
Amongst the fans. Let's go back to Maggie.
This is the scene. Guys, I know you led the charge, Kendrick, but you jumped here into the fans. This is the coolest experience ever.
Yo, I've been in New York for 12 years now. I've never seen so many people come to the racetrack in Aqueduct. I'm amazed. I love it. Can we have one more day at Aqueduct?
David, you won the last race here ever. I know you're a little bit kind of new on the scene, but you began your career here. This has got to feel so cool for you.
Listen, this is amazing. You know, this is where everything starts, you know, and then winning today, the last day, going to be memory forever, you know, and then we all the people here, you know, I love it, you know, everybody happy, everybody enjoy, you know, and we all blessing, you know.
And feeling this energy of all the fans here. You guys are the best fans on the planet.
What a way to go out. What a celebration. Yeah, let's keep these doors open a little bit longer.
Yes, getting ready for my final A-train trip home from the Big A, and I think it'll be a little more crowded today than it's been normally, and that's nice to see. It's great to see the fans come out to say goodbye to this place that has meant so much to so many people, and it's nice to know how much it means to them.
And of course, you got to take that final trip of what was known as the Special A, the Aqueduct Special, that was opened up, a dedicated subway stop back when they had this big reinvestment here in Aqueduct in 1959 to come here to the track.
Yeah, no, listen, I took it back in the 70s with my grandmother many times, and I got to take a ride on it, and thanks to the MTA for making that possible. Our communications director, Pat McKenna, played a big role in that also, and that was a really thrilling way to sort of close out the week here. And, you know, it's just, there's so many things about Aqueduct, and it's so much, it's also, it is New York City, right? It's not, you say New York City's racetrack, but it's also so many of the things that make New York City the greatest city in the world.
Absolutely, and I passed on doing the train ride the other day because honestly I think it would have been just too emotional for me, because that was the train that I told my father I was going to be a part of this. And then it happened.
Yeah, no, you go out on the train, and as you talk about, Greg, you know, seeing the fans in the train, people coming out, reading the racing form, and the kinship with so many people that love something that you love and coming out there. And this is nice, seeing the riders going out and saying farewell to the fans. It's a special way to end what was a great day, but it's been an amazing run here at Aqueduct, you know, incredible run through some good times. A lot of good times, a lot more good times than bad times, and so much of what's good about horse racing happened here at Aqueduct.
Now, you talk about some of the big names, obviously, that competed here. Secretariat made his career debut here. It was just about a week away from it, July 4th, 1972. That was a loss. Seattle Slew actually won the Wood on a way to his Triple Crown here. The Pope, of course, in front of 75,000 people, Pope John Paul II. Praying for peace. So many incredible moments, and this is the last moment that so many will remember. Of course, the celebration and the final goodbyes, but assume nothing. Trivia question here: the last to win at this racetrack.
Yeah, at a generous 8-1.
That's quite a distinction, to be the last horse to cross the wire first at Aqueduct.
Pick 6. Someone's going to remember this as well if they took home $81,705 in a difficult pick 6 sequence. Congratulations putting that together.
There's a way you'll remember the last day at Aqueduct if you had the pick 6 that day. I hope they can appreciate that.
So we're wrapping things up. It is, you know, we've known this has been coming for quite some time. It's such an exciting time in our sport to have that beautiful brand new facility that is coming up, and so many of these fans getting to take home some of that racetrack with them. But great to be able to say a goodbye properly.
That guy brought his own baggie.
Yeah, I have enough turn in my apartment. I don't need to bring any from Aqueduct.
But I know we're all excited to see each other down the road. Obviously, Saratoga around the corner next week, but at Belmont Park as well.
Absolutely, but you know, I think back to all the time we've all spent up here, especially during the winter. You and I, those shows until 6:30 at night, leaving in the dark, going out to the subway together, and it's just, I think it brings everybody closer together, and working obviously with Maggie and Acacia, and being here, and the whole team, and all the people that work so hard, the TV department, and it brings everybody together. And there's got a lot of memories of working together at Aqueduct, because this is the place, you know, there's Belmont, there's Saratoga, but this is where every year we spent more days, even when Belmont was open, than any other track.
And we see each other more here because we're all, you know, congregated in one area, where, you know, at the other tracks we're all a little bit separated.
At Belmont, you can go without seeing people you work with for the entire time you're there, whereas at Aqueduct, the racing office is right nearby. You see everybody, and it's one of the nice things about Aqueduct.
And I have a sneaking suspicion, certainly the MiG going to be coming back here every once in a blue moon.
I think it'll always be a little bit difficult for me. I think, I drive sometimes the back way back to Belmont, and you go by what used to be Jamaica Racetrack, and there's a small plaque there that signifies it's a housing project now. I wonder, over the years, how many people drive by what once was Aqueduct and still recognize that it was Aqueduct.
I agree, but I think a lot of those people, too, might not have the memories that we do. And the memories we have, they're never going away.
No.
You're not going to forget about all the races you won, all the friends you made here, all the big races you were involved in. I'm not going to forget about the stuff we've done here and all my trips here. My grandmother passed away in 1994. I still think about her. I come to Aqueduct. I came here so many times with her. She came to Belmont with me a lot as well. But these memories, they'll last forever.
Well, there's some goodbyes you know are coming. You remind yourself what's next will be bigger, brighter, and better, and somehow they're still incredibly hard. That's today. The future of New York racing has never been brighter. A spectacular new Belmont Park awaits, ready to carry this sport into its next generation. But today isn't about tomorrow. Today was about the Big A. For 132 years, Aqueduct wasn't just a racetrack. It was New York City's racetrack. You could step off the A train, walk right into the heart of the sport, and instantly feel the energy of the city. It wasn't the flashiest track, but it was authentic. And for so many, it was home to unforgettable champions, lifelong horse players, and generations of horsemen and women with memories that can never be replaced. Tomorrow, New York racing turns the page, but before we celebrate what's next, we take one final moment to appreciate what came before. Thank you for 132 remarkable years. Goodbye, Big A. You'll always be New York's racetrack.
To the generations of fans, the true fans, the Aqueduct faithful, thank you for your years of unwavering support. The Aqueduct paddock, so much great racing history has taken place here over the years. All of the great horses, trainers, jockeys that have made their mark right here at Aqueduct. If these walls could talk. Cordero, Velasquez, Maple, Cawthon, so many iconic names, but so many great riders have graced this locker room over the years. The Equestris, the largest restaurant in all of the 5 boroughs of New York. The food was good, but the entertainment was even better. So many great moments, racing history witnessed here from the owners' boxes at Aqueduct. Whether you're a titan of industry, royalty, or just a guy from the neighborhood who got involved in a partnership, racing is for everyone. As we prepare to enter into a new era of racing in the state of New York, one last chance to say goodbye to Aqueduct and thank her for all the memories she has provided us, and also from everybody here at the New York Racing Association, to our fans, thank you.
Racing returns to New York at its newest playground. Join us at the new Belmont Park, September 18. We hope to see you there.
This is a special place where champions from around the world aren't just celebrated. They're made into legends. With every turn, every wager, every photo finish, every garland of purple and gold.
They're off in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
When the Breeders' Cup comes back to Keeneland, it doesn't just crown a champion. It calls us home. The Cup is calling.
Monmouth Park's main event is Naira Betts Haskell Day, Saturday, July 18th. Watch and wager as the country's top 3-year-olds converge on the Jersey Shore to enhance their championship credentials. Play our $400,000 guaranteed pick 4 and $300,000 late pick 5 on a card that includes 6 stakes races. First post is 12 noon. It's all Naira Betts Haskell Day, Saturday, July 18th at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Excelling on a cross of New York turf and Kentucky bluegrass. A 6-time graded stakes winner, including the Grade 1 4-Star Dave, Grade 1 Turf Mile, and the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile by leading champion European sire, Lope de Vega. So he's got that going for him. Carl Spackler, the ultimate greenskeeper, standing at Lane's End.
Gather your group and head to Saratoga Racecourse this summer. Enjoy a private suite in the 1863 Club or take advantage of flexible seating options in the Trackside Rail Restaurant. Head down the stretch to the Casamigos Spa Verandas for casual gatherings of up to 50 guests, or bask in the view of the historic paddock from the Paddock Suite and nearby Surfside Party Deck.
The Mia Netto Easy Goer features world-class Prosecco with sparkling views of the backyard. Book your group outing today at NYRA.com/groups.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.